looks good.
Doubling up. Roger roll with Atlantic. Water towers fly! Spotted downside FPD off. FPD off.
Yikes. You bet. Concur. We don't need any more of these.
All right, folks, let me tell you something about Starship testing live streams. A Starship testing live stream is never late, nor is it early. It arrives exactly when it intends to, and we are live now from Boca Chica, Texas. Mary, Boca Chica gal out there, is posted up, ready to see what is supposed to be a press to failure on Starship 7.1 there right now. So as we always start, put some love in the chat for Mary for getting the camera gear set up, ready to go. If you're a member, you have seen this feed already. We had a members only stream going before we started the commentary stream, so Red Team or Higher had access to that for it was like the last 30 minutes or something. I don't know how, 40 minutes actually it says. If only I had an indicator that told me. But massive thanks to Mary out there bringing us this fantastic shot of what's turned out to be a little bit of a rainy day or a rainy evening in Boca Chica. We had some storms coming through earlier that were pretty seriously affecting our ability to see what was going on, but it looks like that has passed now, and we are standing by for this test. I'm John Galloway with NASASpaceflight here. I'll be one of your commentators this evening, hanging out back in Charlotte, North Carolina remotely. Also on the line with me this evening, we've got Jack Beyer. Jack, how are you doing, buddy?
What's up, friend? I'm doing excellent. I'm
You're
excited
doing excellent.
to see... Oh, I'm doing excellent. Excited to see this thing pop. I'm wondering if it'll be dramatic or not. And here, my cat freaking out in the background. Sorry. I'm gonna do... Good evening, everybody, or good whatever time it is, wherever you are around the world.
We're live for like 39 seconds, and it's already a Jack and Cat stream. Seriously? Seriously.
I tried. I really tried to happen. You heard it.
Also, running some things in the background for us, we've got Michael Baylor here as well. Probably not going to be talking as much, but all the overlays say things on them. The status ticker in the upper left-hand corner says what it says because Michael Baylor's there programming stuff in the background. So next Spaceflight on Twitter over there. But that is going to be your NASA Spaceflight team bringing you live coverage from Boca Chica, Texas of this Starship 7.1 press to failure. Wrong way, truck. What are you doing? You better be going to pick up people. Looking at SN7.1 right now, we know that the pad has not been cleared yet. So clearly there are vehicles going towards the pad, but behind SN7.1, you can see there's a yellow crane that's still there, and also what seems to be a scissor lift on the far end of the test stand there. So we do believe there are still human beings at the pad. In fact, you can see someone with an orange or a brown shirt walking off lower left-hand side there. But we know that they will be clearing that pad hopefully shortly. Hopefully we will see them start to put some cryogenic liquids into 7.1 and test this thing until it fails. I will reiterate, I can never reiterate enough, we do not have exact timing on these tests. All we can do is do our roadside rocket science. We can watch and observe and say, okay, there are people on the pad right now, so they're probably not trying to blow the thing up. After the pad clears out, we'll hopefully start to see SN7.1 vent. We'll see some vapors coming off of it, especially when we get up to the top. Maybe we'll see a ton of vapors coming off the top of it, a big spillover sort of thing. And we will watch for that to happen. We'll upgrade the timeline in the left-hand corner. Nice dramatic art style there, like it. Came right back, though. But we will upgrade we'll update the list in the corner as to where we are based on what we observed. But we can't tell you exactly what time this is going to happen tonight. We know that the test window, don't get me wrong, we love watching this stuff. We know that the test window is supposed to extend from 9 local until 6 a.m. And it's currently 9:58 local. So we're 58 minutes into the test window, but we still have 10, 11, 12, 6, carry the 1, 8 hours left in the test window this evening. Channeling my very best count there. But let's go ahead. I don't know, Jack, what do you think is going to go on here? Do you think this thing is going to like crumple? Do you think it's going to fly into the air? Do you think it's just going to like spring one little teeny tiny balloon link? What do you think we can expect this evening from the test? Uh-oh. I called on Jack and he might have stepped away. I didn't warn him. I'm here by myself.
talking while muted. No, I was.
Oh,
Been like what, a week since I've done one of these streams, so I'm breaking all the rules. I'm out
what
of.
do you think's going to happen, man?
Okay, so I bet it's going to be remarkably similar to SN7, and it'll kind of hop off the transport mount a little bit and get a little air, and kind of flop over and crumple. But I'm not sure what to expect. If you remember, if our viewers remember what happened with SN7, there was two sort of, I don't know if you want to call it two pops or what, but there was a pressure test where it failed at sort of a pre-designated weak point that they expected it to fail at this one point at a certain pressure. And then they patched that up and went for the full destructive burst. So I think tonight is a full destructive burst test deal, and we'll see this thing. I mean, I don't want to say explode. There's no combustion involved, but we should see this thing pop like a balloon full of liquid nitrogen that's made out of steel ring, if that makes sense.
Yeah. From my perspective, I really think it depends on where the failure occurs. Like last time when we saw the thing sort of jump into the air, that's because the failure occurred down low. And it created that pressure, the force on the bottom that sort of lifted it up off the stand. If you get a failure up on the top, it really sort of more pushes it down. So I really think it's going to determine, or it's going to be important as to where exactly the fail happens, and I guess how big the failure is. It could just be a little. I was trying to make the little balloon noise, and there's like a little teeny tiny like out of the balloon. It may be that. It may just be one little weld that fails, and the whole thing doesn't go. It just starts to lose pressure. But we will.
Yeah, there could be like
see.
A little hole in the top bulkhead there, opens up and it just shoots a whole bunch of liquid nitrogen until it's done. It could be any one of those things. But that's a very good point that you raised. That it really depends on where the failure is, and not a given that the failure will occur in this place or as the last time with SN7. So that I shouldn't expect that necessarily, but that's part of the excitement of the test, is we don't know exactly what's going to happen, and that's sort of the fun.
Yeah, we did see that they moved SN7.1 off of the primary stand, and they have it on sort of a secondary stand. How have we been labeling those in the videos? What are we calling these things?
I call that, I don't know if it's just me, I ask everybody on Discord and whatnot. I try to get a consensus label thing so that I'm not just going out on a limb. I try, if I don't know what something is, I try and make it clear that I don't know for sure what it is. But all of that hedging aside, I call this a transport mount because it's the mount that they put it on when they transport it. I don't know if SpaceX calls it a moving stand. I don't know what the official SpaceX, but I've been labeling transport mount. And the thing next to it, you see in silhouette, the car is about to drive in front of right now. That is Pad B. Pad B has the thrust simulator installed on it, and so there's 3 pads. Yeah, exactly. 3 pads at the launch site. There's Starship suborbital Pad A, which is the pad that we've seen all the flights take place from. It's currently out of frame left image. Then there's Starship Pad B, which DAS is so elegantly telestrating. And then there's a transport, which currently SN7.1 is mounted to. And we think that's because they wanted to pop it on the transport. And yeah, pops. There we go. Now I want Pop Rocks. Should have gotten this feed not sponsored by Pop Rock. But yeah, so we think they're doing it on the transport mount so it doesn't have any potential to damage Pad B.
Excellent. I got to get that out of my system early this evening, so there we go.
There you go. Yeah, you don't have any bluebirds cut to, so you have to have something, right? We all have our vices.
I have hummingbirds. Oh no, I have hummingbirds. We can check on the hummingbirds right now.
It's nighttime though, isn't it?
It's nighttime. Not a lot of hummingbird activity at 11 o'clock Eastern time. Let's put it that way.
Humming bats.
Humming bats, nice.
That'd be slightly terrifying.
Speaking of which, chat, you all know that we're live. You're part of our remote production team. I'm actually piping through some of the ambient sound that we're getting off Mary's camera there. Let me know if that's too loud. Right now it sounds like it's some frogs and crickets chirping, but I have that turned down so you sort of get the ambiance in the background, but you still hear us. Oh, yes. Way to go. The audio cuts off as soon as I start to mention it. Thank you. Getting some weird hiccups there. I'll check on that. Off and on. Let's see if that continues. It looks like it's stabilized. All the modems are good to go. Just a brief
Reminds me of
video.
like the bas relief or bas relief. Oh, I've just outed myself as an idiot. The bas relief, is it bas relief or bas
Dude,
relief?
it's
I don't
bas
know.
relief, like the fish.
Oh,
That was actually
okay.
inspired by Greek fishermen, if I'm not mistaken, and they would make these carvings of fish that would be sort of raised up. So that's why it's a bas relief.
There you go. Okay, so yeah, it's almost like
Jack.
a bas relief.
Jack, I made that up.
Are you messing with me?
I totally made that up.
God! I knew it. I know it, but I knew it. I got God.
I think it's a. I actually don't know how to pronounce that. Chat, help us out. Pronounce it phonetically. It's like type it out phonetically. Bas relief, bas relief. Dude, I grew up in a cornfield in Texas. Nobody taught me that.
Yeah, I didn't ever have a proper class, really.
So, anyways, the relief. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, I'm not complaining. It doesn't look too bad. This looks like we're throwing a filter.
Yeah.
Kirby Glover in chat, Bass. They capitalized BASS, so I don't know.
How does that help
How
anybody?
I'm supposed to take a but thanks for trying, dude. I appreciate it. Should I just say the first part louder?
Look, I don't even know how Luke put those two, like that A and E are actually connected. I don't even know how to type that on a keyboard.
Oh yeah, I don't even know what that glyph is called.
Base.
Okay, so
It's Bahase.
Base relief?
It's the Bahase relief. I don't know.
Oh, we've got Nick in chat. What's up, Nick? One of our other daily video editors, Nick Gauchi, chat. Hey, dude.
Hey, how's it going, Nick? Yeah, what am I supposed to do with that? You put what is it? A Linux command? It has a slash in front of it. How am I supposed to parse that? I don't know what that is. Jeez.
Oh,
But
man. Good to see this thing up. Let's do you want to take some questions and whatnot?
Yeah, absolutely. Really quickly, we got some super chats that came in, so I'll display some of those. But Moldy Space Industries starting it off saying, I love some destructive engineering. Here's hoping 7.1 is strong and keeps you guys entertaining us all night. Much love for Mary as well. And Moldy, I hope this pops at the beginning of the window, okay? I'm tired, I'm old, and I like to sleep. So I do hope that it pops early in the window. We appreciate the $5 kicking off the super chats there. Also, Alien Activity, thank you for the new membership. I did not catch what level that was, but we appreciate you. Thank you so much for joining the NASA Spaceflight crew. Also, Craig Rothschild, thanks for what you do, says Craig. Thank you so much for the support. We appreciate you. Let's get that out of there. All right. Andre Carmel says, wow, great image. We appreciate the kind words there. That is all Mary. She's the one operating the camera out there. And is it a fork? That's a garbage truck. No, that's not it. That's like a semi-truck. Those are the smokestack things sticking off the top is what those are. I thought it was a garbage truck with like the little garbage arm things that grab the... Anyway, the semi-truck. Looks like a tanker driving away. We appreciate you there, Andre. Also, Nerdly Knight with the $5 says, what's it like to work for SpaceX? It has its ups and downs. Oh my gosh. Really? Thank you, Nerdly Knight, for injecting your own very special brand of humor into the stream this evening. We appreciate that. Happy Hacking Video Blog. Toss it in 5 and saying this is one of the rare occasions where it's totally okay to cheer for the rocket going boom. We appreciate the support there, Happy Hacky. Also, Jala J clocking in from Australia. What's the bet? There will be articles describing this as a failed test flight. Ah, geez. Don't get us started with the media interpretation of what sometimes happens during these tests out there, Jala. We appreciate the 10 Australian. And then last but not least, Mark Duffy. When this goes pop, do they know beforehand where the likely weak point is? Jack, what do you think about that? Do you think they think, oh, well, yeah, this weld here looks pretty rough. Maybe that's where it's going to fail. Or, I mean, why would they test it if they had one spot they knew was going to be rough?
I mean, that would make sense to me if they had a place they expect or, think it's the most likely spot that it'll fail. But at the same time, the part that you think about and think is going to fail, it's the part you spend more time on. And then the part that actually ends up failing a lot of the time is something you didn't even think would fail. So, but I'm not an engineer, so I really don't know what they're thinking on that is. Maybe it is the case that they have no idea what will fail, and this is a test to gather that sort of data. But I imagine having done SN2 and all the little boppers, as people call them, and that preceded SN2 and SN7, you know, they have significant experience with all the test tanks now. Even just the Starship serial numbers like 1 through 4 and the Mark series, like they have a bunch of experience with tanks and welding tanks and improving the tank welds. And now SN7.1 is made with that 304L stainless steel. So there are some variables, but surely they have to have an idea of what's going to happen and what they're expecting. But definitely, who knows if what ends up happening matches up with that. Hopefully it does, because if it does match up with what they're expecting, then, you know, basically their models have been validated and we can move on, pedal to the metal. Because I don't know about you, Das, but I've definitely, and I think everybody else has noticed, that since seemingly around 5-6's flight, really around 5's flight, they have been mashing the gas pedal. I mean, every time Mary gets out there and points the camera at the build site again, and again, thank you, Mary, so much for being out there day in and day out and bringing us these insane views and bringing us these live streams, because without her, not be. But every time Mary points the camera at the build site, it's like there's another Starship. There's 8, there's 9, there's 10, there's 11. It's like it doesn't stop. They have really mashed the gas. So if this tank fails in the way that they are expecting, that is a good thing, because then they can validate their models and continue to accelerate progress on.
Hey, Jack,
Yeah.
you might have cut out there at the end. You said accelerate their models, and then you sort of cut out. We've been having a little bit of. That was the first time it's happened in a couple minutes. The cutout on the audio there.
I'll tweak some things. Let me poke around. I'll be right back.
Yeah, all good. Again, y'all, I will reiterate, we do not have an exact time for this. We're observing what's happening out there. It's not looking like the pad is clear yet. We have seen vehicles going in both directions, but we still think... Looks like that scissor lift is down at least. Some sort of reflection on the side of the tank there. I feel like I see people moving at the very base of the tank. There's something going back and forth down there that doesn't... It looks like people walking back and forth. Let me show y'all what I'm looking at right here. So right in this, yep, there's somebody walking right there. You can see them, mouse cursor wise. Right around here, you can see people walking down at the base. So I'm going to say that pad is not clear yet. I mean, because we can see people there. The definition of not clear, right? Look at it. Y'all like that? Look. You like that? Look at this. It fades in. It fades out. It fades in. Isn't that cool?
Oh, I like that. I like that a lot. I love that.
I'm a simple man, Jack. It doesn't take a lot to make me happy. A working video feed and a telestrator that feeds in and out, and I am a happy camper here this evening.
Oh, that's quality. That's good stuff.
Yeah. Ah, yes.
We have a comment from chat. Matthew Hughes said, "I love the daily vids, but missed opportunity. Instead of thanks for the data, you should have put tanks for the data." So yeah, that's haha.
Haha.
In today's daily video, which just went live before we did, one of the lower thirds was "so long and thanks for all the data," you know, making a joke out of the Hitchhiker's Guide title.
Yeah.
And yeah, thanks for all the data would have been good. Good call, Michael. Just wanted to call that out, really.
It'll almost be like a double joke then, because you had the Hitchhiker's reference, but then also the pun on tanks was the thanks, but you're actually saying tanks because of the tank, and you get it, right?
Yeah, and I could have like flashed an image of Tom Hanks on screen for like one frame only, and it's like a joke within a joke. It's like a turducken of a joke.
It's a turducken. Is that legal? Hey, Tyler, thanks. Go ahead, Jack.
Mary in our Discord saying that was most likely an LN2 delivery, a liquid nitrogen delivery truck that left the launch site just a bit ago. So that's cool.
Yeah.
That'll be the poison that kills SN7.1.
The LN2. Do we know what they're going to pressurize it with?
I mean, I assume liquid nitrogen. Then why would they do methane or liquid oxygen? That doesn't make sense to me. Maybe they would do liquid oxygen, but again, I'm not an engineer, and all of the previous tests they've done liquid nitrogen. But
yeah, methane definitely wouldn't make sense. Methane would be dangerous to do. Looks like we've got a boom lift leaving the site there. Hopefully that's the one that was driving over there earlier.
Excellent.
Yes.
So am I still cutting out a little bit? Does my voice sound okay? Check 1, check 2, check 3. This is what it sounds like when I rant. I'm ranting. I'm forceful about something. I'm ranting. Did it cut out?
You weren't cutting out there, but it seems to be really intermittent. I don't know if you're not leaning closer and further away from the mic, are you?
No, I'm wearing an earbud, so it should be constant. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe it's a wireless thing. You don't have any. Do you have like sound suppression on or anything? You have like a fan going in your ear or anything?
No, I went in and I tweaked all my sound suppressions. Like there's no optimized volume or gate volume or anything going on. But I'm gonna hop off for a minute. I'm gonna literally just turn everything off and turn it all back on again.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, sounds good. All right. Yeah, again, y'all, we're all, we do this all from our homes. I have 6 years worth of studio equipment here with me, but everybody else that joins in is using their own laptops, their own headsets, all that sort of stuff. Maybe at some point we'll get enough super chats, we'll standardize everybody's equipment, but everybody's configuring their own stuff to get dialed in, different internet connections, sometimes stuck on Wi-Fi and that sort of thing. So we do appreciate y'all's understanding. We're not a news organization with a $20 million budget we're going to ship a studio to everybody's house. We are all dealing with, like a lot of people, our own home environments, whether we're stuck in a sunroom like Chris G down in Florida or on Wi-Fi or whatever we are doing. We are still here to bring you commentary, and we do appreciate your understanding with our intermittent technical hiccups. Can I call them that? Intermittent technical hiccups? I'm calling them that. Hey, Tyler, thank you for the $5 super chat there with the question, where can you launch a watch, or where can you launch a watch? Where can you watch a launch at Boca? How far away do you have to be? You saw Espadre took his boat into what looks like to be the South Bay. So, Tyler, for sure you can watch all of the stuff from South Padre Island. It puts you about 5 miles away, and they actually have some viewing areas set up on the southern part of the island. But that is always a safe bet. Like, no matter what's going on at Boca Chica, public or not, road closures or not, you can always watch from about 5 miles away. And I'll tell you, especially for hops, once these hops start to come up, 5 miles away is not a bad spot. That's closer than you can get to most public launch pads for actual rockets. So you're not really too terribly far away, especially when these things are flying and going airborne. Like if you're at the Cape, you're 7 to 12 miles away for public viewing, unless you pay for passes at KSCVC. But for actually viewing stuff like this, usually there is a roadblock and you are not going to get as close as Mary is. Mary is one of the very few people who can get access to this sort of spot because she is still actually a resident of Boca Chica Village. If you try to drive up there and you're not a resident, they will turn you away, or you probably won't even get close to the village. For other events, the exclusion zone or the safety zone seems to vary. So, for example, this may be closed down and Mary is where she is because she's a resident. But even Mary, as a resident, may have to move further away when they're doing a flight, or especially once they get up to the higher kilometer, 18 to 20 kilometer hops. We don't know exactly where they're going to push people back to, but I feel pretty confident in telling you that South Padre Island is a safe place to watch whatever's going on, especially if it's a big thing like the hop. I would be very, very careful, because you asked about the boat. You mentioned our buddy Espadre. I would be very careful if you don't live in the area and you don't normally operate a boat around there. I would not tell you, oh yeah, hop on the boat and just float over this way, because we've had tests in the past that were actually scrubbed due to wayward boats. And South Padre is one of the few people who knows where to go, right, Jack?
Yeah, I'm back. Hopefully my voice sounds okay. Yeah, South Padre, Gene and Rachel, they are amazing. They are, surfers, and they are nautical people, so they know what is going on the water. And they have had to assist in removing wayward boaters from the area in the past. So that is definitely not necessarily an easy proposition. You might be able to get a view, but honestly, like you said, I think South Padre Island is probably going to be the way to go. It's only 5 miles. Like, what is the press site at KSC? What is the press site from the pads? Like, it's
like 3.5, it's 4 miles or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. Depends on which pad and what you're watching from.
It's remarkably similar. So South Padre, that's kind of one of the really nifty parts about this Boca test site, is that it's right next to South Padre Island, and South Padre Island is massive and has a whole bunch of high rises and a whole bunch of beaches and condos and apartments and hotels and tourism. So it's not the kind of thing that they can just say, hey, evacuate this area or shut it down, South Padre Island is right there, and you can just go right to the tip of it. There's a public park. They've even made a viewing area, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So that's definitely what I would recommend. And the thing is especially for these higher altitude flights, that vehicle is going to go so fast and be so loud and go so high that you're going to see it. You're going to see it from miles and miles and miles around, and it's just going to be like watching a rocket launch from Florida. I mean, I grew up in Tampa, and I would not always have to go to Kennedy or, go across the state to see launches. I could just walk out, on a good night, just walk out front of my house in my neighborhood in Tampa and see a rocket launch, especially if it was the shuttle with those two giant solids. So it'll definitely be visible from a large distance and a large radius. So lots of opportunities for viewing. Don't fret.
Yeah, don't fret. I don't want to try and say, oh yeah, you might be able to get into Boca Chica, or you might be able to watch from the side of the road. Anybody who's coming down from a public perspective, you're not media, you're not a resident. I would say South Padre is probably the place to go. I don't want people, I'm going to rent a boat and go out there and get so close, because that's how things get scrubbed. I can't reiterate that enough. But we appreciate the support there. Thank you so much. Also, we had one coming through from Bent Straight, who says, thanks to the whole Texas Tank Watchers teams, especially Mary. There is so much footage. Awesome. We appreciate you there, Bent Straight. Speaking of Texas Tank Watchers, if somebody doesn't know what that is, this is the actual Texas Tank Watchers official hoodie. There's an official hoodie. There's also a hat if you're not a hoodie person. The different Texas Tank Watchers merch we have over on the store. I'll link it up in chat if you're interested in that sort of thing. If you have action shots, feel free to tweet them at us or whatever. That picture is pretty small when you're showing that sort of thing. But I will link that up in chat if anybody is interested in checking out some official Texas Tank Watchers merchandise.
Yeehaw!
Yeah.
Horse Winnie. Horse Winnie. Yeah, there you go.
Scooby-Doo yell. Wait, what? What's your Scooby-Doo yell? Anyways, moving right along. Again, we are standing by. It's the NASA Spaceflight team. This feed is live from Boca Chica, Texas. Courtesy of Boca Chica gal Mary, this is supposed to be a destructive test of Starship SN7.1. It is a tank prototype, and they are testing the pressures that this thing can reach when it's filled with cryogenic liquids. But as of right now, we still have human beings walking around at the base of the pad, and I guarantee you they're not going to be trying to pop that thing while there are humans underfoot. So we do not have an exact schedule for it. We know the window extends for another 7.5 hours. I sure hope that they don't use that much. But we are going to be here covering it, and hopefully we start to see some people leaving the pad, and we start to see some cryogenic fueling, pressurization, vapors. Hopefully we start to see some vapors here shortly, is what we're standing by for.
Let's go with fuelingization. How about that?
With fuelingization?
Yeah, how about that's the word, right?
It can be. Ah, yes. Let me grab a couple questions real quick here out of the queue.
Yeah, I was just looking through the panel here. If you guys have any questions at NASASpaceflight before your question, that way it helps us see what you're asking. Sean Ring asking if we've seen Zeus tonight. Not yet, but maybe we will. So keep your eyes open for that little robot doggo. Robo-doggo. We'll keep our eyes peeled. Hopefully we see Zeus. We did get views of it that one time. What was that? We did get views of it that one time, but somebody sneezed or something? Is that what that was?
I was diving for my mute button, but I didn't get the mute button in time. Sorry.
So yeah, hopefully we get to see Zeus again, and because that was really cool. The one time Mary happened to catch him, kind of inspecting the pad after. What test was that? Was that like an SN5 static fire or something? I forget what exactly that was, but yeah, that was an awesome, extra little bonus at the end. We were thinking about, maybe I'm misremembering, but I feel like we were thinking about spooling down, and then all of a sudden we were like, oh my God, it's Zeus! So hopefully we see him tonight. Good question there, Sean.
And I'm scrolling through here too. Yeah, there you go. You got one, Jack. Go ahead.
GST Nerd, I guess is how I'm going to pronounce that. any info on tank capacity. That's a job for one of those, like that subreddit, They Did the Math. I am not a mathometer, is what I like to say. And so I don't know. I mean, I'm sure you could do like, volume of a cylinder that is such and such diameter. That's not. I point cameras at things and I talk over these streams and I edit video. So somebody that's much smarter than me can do the math, but I have not. That's like a job for Raphael or somebody on the NASA Spaceflight forum there. So I'm sorry I don't have a better answer for you, but a semi-good answer is check out the NASA Spaceflight forum, because there's all sorts of smart people on there, much smarter than I am, who do the math and do stuff like that.
And Jack, I just pushed a bunch more questions into the queue. I went through the whole queue. So again, y'all, if you have a question for us, tag us at NASASpaceflight, and that will get it highlighted into a little bit of software we have on the back end.
Oh, cool. So Rico asking, NASA Spaceflight, what would be a good pressure for this test? Do you know what they are aiming for? So, like Das said at the beginning of this stream, we do not know, what they're aiming for. We don't even know, I think, what SN7's pressure got to. I think we just know that SN7 met expectation. So we don't know even really what they're aiming for this. But that said, we do know what was like there's a number that Elon has tweeted that's like it's like the pressure the tanks need to withhold plus safety margin for human flight or something like that. And it was like it's like 8 bar or some 8.4 bar or something like that.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm sorry, my memory's not the greatest, but that's what I'm remembering. So somewhere around 8 bar. Chat saying 8.5. This is thank you, chat. You make it so that I seem a lot smarter than I am, and you guys rule for contributing. You're part of the team too. So thanks, chat. 8.5 bar would be a good number, is what I'm going to say.
Yeah, I actually psyched myself out. I was like, I think it's 8.5, but then this is called 7.1. So was it 7.5? Was it 8.1? And I was like trying to think. I'm like frantically Googling on the side because I psyched myself out. I thought 8.5 was the right number, but I don't want to say it wrong. And y'all can see clearly there's still people walking around the base of the pad there. I see 2-3 humans walking around. So, all right, grabbing some more questions here. Patrick Lamberich asked, what areas around the launch pad are restricted to the public? Mary seems to be restricted to capture her videos from just one side of the street. So, Patrick, that is correct. When you go down there and the roads aren't closed, so there's no test happening, you're just driving by, you're going out to Boca Chica Beach, or you're going to see these operations up close. SpaceX does ask people to stay on the far side of the road from their facility. So they don't want you on the same side of the road as their stuff, as their fence. It's a way to sort of crowd control, I guess, a little bit and keep people away from the fences. So if you do park and you cross over the road and you try to go up to the fence to like look through the fence or something, security will come after you and they will ask you to leave and go to the other side of the road. And the road is sort of the area. We don't go through there and say, well, it's a public road, we can be wherever we want. We are respectful of SpaceX request to stay on the far side of the road. And anybody who goes down there should certainly be respectful of that rule that they have in place. Beyond that, go ahead, Jack. Yeah. It's
sort of funny. It's almost like a litmus test, if that's the correct use of the phrase, of people who are new to the area or people who are not media versus people who are media or just basically know what's going on. Because if you've ever been down there, then you know to not go across the street. You know to stay on the opposite side of the street, either at the build site or the launch site. That's just, the second you cross that yellow line, you're going to, in the center of the road, you're going to have SpaceX security walking towards you. So, but it is always kind of silly to be there and be shooting a time lapse or something and see a car pull up, see, maybe like a family get out and start to walk across the street and then immediately intercepted by the security guy.
Yeah.
It's almost constant. I mean, it's maybe, I don't have a good number, but maybe like 1 or 2 an hour on a slow day or a normal day. I don't know. That's a complete guess. But point being, you can tell who doesn't know and who knows, because people will try and cross the road on a regular basis. And yes, it's immediately curtailed by SpaceX security in a nice way, but in a firm way. Stay on that side of the road, please. So that's how that works.
Yeah, exactly. Beyond that, you can, I mean, when the road's open, you can drive all the way up to the beach. You can go close to the production facility. You can go right by the test stands, the new orbital stand that they were building with those big, massive concrete legs. I mean, you can see a lot of stuff if you're down there. Just stay on the far side of the road, I guess is the way to say it. The far side of the road. I was going to say the right side of the road, but that's in the correct side of the road. Well, which one's the correct? It's the far side of the road you want to stay on. So... Hey, a couple things really quickly. Damon Hat, thank you for the 29 months over on Twitch. I appreciate the support over there. Also, Orlowski, how are you doing? 54 months. That's a long time. Saying, watch me crush this beer can. It was substantially cheaper than about whatever they're about to run out there. Stray Robotics, thanks for stopping by with the stream. We appreciate you stopping in. Wonder Chemist, resubbing for 34 months, almost 3 years with Wonder Chemist there. Trevin, thank you for the 19 months. And then Sarian says, tank goes boom. Tier 2 in 69 months. Sarian, nice. Thank you for the support. We appreciate you. We also got Kurosaki for 42 months as well. So make sure I want to do the shout outs for the Twitch people over there too. But we are standing by. That is Starship SN7.1. It is a test tank. It does not have an engine on it. It is not a full-size scale, clearly doesn't have a nose cone, but they are testing a new type of material, and they are going to pressurize this thing with cryogenic liquids until it pops to see if it can handle the thing. Oh, sorry, I read that wrong. Sorry, it wasn't a RUD, it was an RSD. It wasn't a rapid unscheduled disassembly, it was a rapid scheduled disassembly for the test of failure tonight. Sorry,
There you go. There you go.
Yes.
Let's see.
Go ahead. Yep.
Yeah, I got one. Aaron Luna asking, do I have 20 minutes to take a shower before pop? I mean, yeah, I think it's probably a safe bet. It's obviously hard to say, but the pad does not appear to be clear yet. So the pad has to be clear for any sort of hazardous activities to take place. So since the pad is not clear, yeah, I'd say go grab a bite, go grab a drink, take a shower, but leave your stream on. But, I mean, we're hanging out and having fun, so why do you want to take a shower anyways? I mean, maybe it's like in the morning for you. For me, it's nighttime. It feels weird to take a shower at night. But anyways, I digress. Let's see. Sean Ring saying, maybe they are strapping it down. Look at the center of the test stand.
I mean, I see some lines going up to the top of it, and I see some...
I think those are just the liquid nitrogen lines that they've been using, but I'm not positive. But I'll keep my eyes open.
A little crooked, right, down underneath, but I don't know that I don't know that they look like straps. I'm not sure. We'll keep watching and seeing what they do.
And then Clinton Joy, this is a question and a speculation that I see going around a lot, and I would really like to address this. So, Clinton saying, "Oh, no, I think I hit the X instead of the. Oh no, where did it go?
I think that puts it back in the queue." Clinton Joy?
Yeah, hang on. I apologize.
Was it a question about
they're saying,
tests, or?
Yeah, they're saying what are the options for super heavy stacking for the initial orbital test? Is there any crane which can do that, or SpaceX will build a custom tower crane? So, just right off the bat, I see a lot of people speculating about cranes and what crane that they would be using for the orbital pad and for the full stack stacking. And I believe that they have said either in the payload user guide or in an environmental assessment or somewhere, it's in writing somewhere, that the first full stacks will be stacked with a temporary crane, which means a crane that they rent or set up temporarily for the purpose of stacking. And at some point, they surely will build a full-sized crane for that if they go forward with Boca Chica as a full-scale launch site. However, first stacks at Boca, if full stacks happen from Boca, temporary crane. Expect a temporary crane. So yeah, there's that. I think there's a high likelihood they will build a custom crane at some point, but I think for initial super heavy stacking and whatnot, they will use a temporary crane based on, I think it was an environmental assessment, if I'm not mistaken. So I just wanted to throw that out there because a lot of people are wondering what the crane situation is, and rightfully so, because how are they going to get such a massive thing high up onto that mount that you can see that they're building.
Jack, is the high bay? I mean, the high bay is that huge building they're building out there, but is the high
Yep.
bay high enough to hold a stacked super heavy?
No, I think it is only big enough to hold Super Heavy by itself. I mean, it is mind-boggling just how big Super Heavy is. I mean, you think Starship is big. Super Heavy is insane. And this comes back to another thing. It is in writing. This is in writing. Go read the Starship Payload User Guide. It says, and obviously at this point, it's what, I think like a year old. It could be out of date. But the Starship Payload User Guide, as we know it currently, says that the way that vehicle stacking will occur for a full stack is the Super Heavy booster is wheeled out to the pad, then Starship is wheeled out to the pad and stacked on top of it, and then the nose cone or whatever that portion that goes on top of the Starship is stacked on top of that. I believe that is how it is said to be done in the Starship Payload User Guide. They straight up say vertical integration, if I'm not mistaken. So that is how that will happen, and that is why the high bay is not tall enough to fit an entire full stack. The full stacking will occur at the launch pad as we currently expect it, and that obviously that could be changed, that could be wrong, but based on the Starship Payload User Guide, that is what I believe is currently the plan, at least as we know it, is stacking occurs at the pad, currently with plan to be with a temporary crane at first.
Gotcha. Hey, Jack, I'm watching really closely for activity at the test site here. We hear something backing up right now. It sounds like it's backing right past Mary. But I saw a couple vehicles leave, and then I just saw one more vehicle go that way. But I'm watching, and I haven't seen any people walking around recently. Have you? I'm like,
I have not. Good point. Yeah, let me look in our member Discord. What's up, members? And thank you for your support. And see if our Texas car counters have any updates for us, because we have a member Discord, which is awesome, and we have people who are fanatically devoted to counting the cars as they come and go from the launch site. So let me see what I can find.
All right, good deal. I'm watching, and I haven't seen anybody walking around. We'll see if we can get confirmation. We are still waiting to push that status up to pad cleared, but we don't know if the pad is clear yet. We're continuing to watch, and we did just see a vehicle go in that direction. So hopefully that vehicle is doing like the final clear check or something like that. I don't see anybody walking around, but they may be hiding somewhere. Hey, also while we're there, Sefin, thank you very much for the 38 months. Appreciate you with the Twitch Prime over there. Also, Action09, how are you doing? 69 months. What's up, Tank Watchers? We appreciate the support there, Action. Thank you so much for the long time support, almost 70 months watching my Twitch stream over there. And then Insane35, a new sub with Twitch Prime. Thank you, Insane. Welcome to the stream. And Jay Wakey as well, subbing with Twitch Prime over there. Thank you, Jay Wakey, for the support. So we appreciate all the support in all the different ways. Oh, well, here, Joe Wakefield is a new member on YouTube as well. I have a pretty strong inclination thinking that those two people may be the same in both different places. Yeah, no kidding.
Thanks for the support, Joe.
Yep, and it looks like we've got a camera hiccup here. Stand by. Mary, is there do we have a battery problem with the camera, or what do we have going on? There we go.
And it's back. Oh, and it's gone.
It's coming and going.
Base relief.
Yeah, let's see what we've got on this. I mean, we're getting full bandwidth off the modems right now, so it doesn't seem to be an uplink problem. Let's watch.
Ethan Cotton in our member Discord saying at least 2 vehicles at the pad. So we are at least good at pad clear wise. The pad is not clear. This thing is not going to be getting active while the pad is not clear. So yeah, although that looks like a car might be leaving in that frozen image there. So
yeah, it came back for a second and then it stopped. We're checking out whatever's going on with the video feed here, y'all.
Mary in Discord saying the view is showing on camera. I'll let you troubleshoot that, and I'll answer some more questions. Let's see what I can do here and cover for you. Treeborg 777 asking, and if you want me to shut up, just say so. You know that. Treeborg 777 saying, does anyone know why Google Earth shows nothing of the Boca Chica buildup? I think that's just a function of they haven't updated their their tiles or the map tiles or whatever they're called. So it would be cool if they updated it. Anybody here knows anybody that works at Google on Maps? Tell them to update that. That would be really cool. I think Apple Maps is the same way. So go figure. Update your map tiles, companies. I mean, I know it's probably expensive to buy new map tile data, but quit being stingy. You got all that money, right? Let's see. Luke Likes Space says, do you ever think we will see a Falcon Heavy with a double booster landing on the two barges? I mean, that would, I don't know what kind of profiles are required for Gateway and whatnot, but certainly they have two drone ships on the East Coast now. Darn you, East Coast. Taking my drone ship, taking my net boat, taking my polar launches. I mean, East Coast, man, I'm gonna fight you one of these days. Anyways, I digress. They have the hardware. They have the drone ships on the East Coast to do a double booster landing for Falcon Heavy. They would need a third thing for the core, for the center core, or they would have to expand the center core. But a dual booster drone ship landing would sure be awesome, especially if they also did a dual half fairing catch, just catching 4 things from space after one single launch. That would be awesome. Good question. And Bill Mayer in chat is saying Apple Maps ... laughing face. You know what, dude? Apple Maps is good. It's also terrible, but so is Google Maps. They're all good. They're all bad. Let's not be tribalistic here. Let's all be friends. Let's see. Harry Subhash Ready saying, what is the future? I love this question. Okay, I love this question. What's the future of SM6 and 5 going to be? And the reason I love this question is I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I wish I did know. I mean, if they had started to do something with serial number 2, other than having it sit there, maybe we would have some sort of indication of what they were going to do with 5 and 6. But it sure seems like they are retired now and they are not going to fly again, which is, I mean, it's been back and forth, and we try to be precise and only report the things that we know and be clear about the things that we don't know. And at one point, what we thought we knew was that serial number 6 wasn't going to fly. And then suddenly they changed their plans and it turned into 5 and 6 are going to fly like crazy. And then 5 and 6 flew well, and especially 6, as we saw. And it seems like the plans have changed again to 5 and 6 are done. And now we're going to go straight to 8 and 9 and further serial numbers. But that begs the question, what happens to 5 and 6? Do they get set off to the side and reused for something, maybe as ornaments, like lawn ornaments, like the Mark 1 nose cone? Or do they get used as, who knows? You know, they seem to be viable hardware. they can hold pressure. They can hold propellant. So I don't know. Would be pretty crazy if we saw 5 and 6 turned into tanks for a tank farm or something like that. I mean, that would be probably way too out there and insane, but I guess plausible. And they sure are going to need a lot of tank farm space for Super Heavy and for a full stack if one ever goes from Boca Chica. And dare I say, water tower? It'd be hilarious if they turned 5 and 6 into a water tower. And I don't think they will. And there's no indication that they will, but it sure is fun to say hilarious things like that.
You know what I want them to be, Jack?
What?
I want them to be like gate guardians. Like
Yeah,
take some
that'd
of
be
those
awesome.
extra nose cones they have and just stack them on top, and then put them like on either side of the road with a sign that goes between them that says "Welcome to SpaceX Boca Chica" or something. I think that would be a cool thing to do with them.
That would be really fitting. In the outdoor eating area with the Starship fins that they have set up, that seems like it would be a perfect spot for that. Or more out front of the facility, like you're talking about, like an actual gate guardian, which is a lot of times what we call like the fighter jets and stuff out front of the military bases that they put there. And then a lot of times those specific vehicles have historical significance, which 5 and 6 absolutely do. So I don't think anybody wants to see them scrapped. And I'm not really expecting to see them scrapped, but really does beg the question, what will happen to 5 and 6? It's a really great question, Harry. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, and y'all, we're going to go ahead and restart the remote feed here. Mary's going to stop the video feed and start it again. We're getting some weird instability. The modems are all reporting that our uplink is just fine, but the weird instability does not make me a happy camper. So we're just going to try to stop the feed and restart it. So expect a video loss of signal for just a few seconds while we troubleshoot. You can actually see somebody walking there, so we're not down to the point where this is like imminently popping. So expected LOS here on the video feed. Mary's going to restart it for us, and we will stand by to reacquire the live feed is what we will do. And we'll actually just go to the expected loss of signal feed just like that for just a second as we troubleshoot this, y'all.
Yeah. Thanks for your patience, everybody. It should just take but a moment. Andrew Yonkers saying 5 + 6 = for beer brewing.
Like a
lot of
make
beer.
A brewery out of them.
That is a lot of beer. I'm not complaining. I like beer, but that's a lot of beer. Let's see. Yeah, Musk did. Sean Ring in chat saying Musk said he would put them on Padre Island jokingly on Twitter. I mean, that would be cool. Put 6 on Padre Island and 1 and 5 on Boca Chica. That'd be cool. And then let's see. Someone else asked, do we know what's going on with SN2 yet? No, I don't think we do. Although we have seen from Nomad on the NASASpaceflight forums today some aero cover looking things or like fin root aerodynamic coverings. I really don't know what to call them, but a little while back we saw the similar type of structures installed on SN2, and at the time we were kind of like, what are these? But in retrospect, it seems like that was just practice for installing the sort of a conical cover that covers the start of the aft body flaps there. So we've started to see those go up on SN8, and so maybe this SN2 is just sitting there as a like a test jig or a build test. I'm running out of words here. Yeah, so SN2 is just for practice, I guess, at this point. Who knows? I mean, there was a lot of speculation that it might be a water tank or, again, a brewery or, something along those lines, moved over to the restaurant area or something. But we haven't seen that yet. It'd be cool if it was a giant water tank, though. I'm a fan of turning space hardware into water tanks, especially since Starhopper appears to be a water tank now. We should just continue the trend. Why not? And it's just a hilarious joke. Water tower, haha. So let's see. What other questions we got? Donnie Forback asking, do you think the bang will be loud? Or do you think it will be a seam buster hiss? I don't know that I've heard the term seam buster hiss before, but I like it. I kind of want it on a shirt. Like, Seam Buster Hiss Athletic Club. Or, no, that's not any good. There's something there. We'll work this. We'll workshop this. There's something there. And to actually answer your question, I don't know if it'll be loud or a hiss, but I'm hoping it'll be loud because, I mean, come on.
All right, folks, and it looks like we're getting the video signal back. We did a full reboot of the equipment there. Y'all know how it goes. Sometimes whenever it's not behaving, you literally turn it off and turn it back on again. I look like I am getting, well, we got video feed there for a second. Let's bring it back up and see if we can get it back online here. Here is the video feed, and there are people walking around, so we have a live video feed coming back again. So we'll continue to monitor that. I'm not sure why we had that little bit of a hiccup there with the video stability, but it looks like it's back. I hear the crickets, and I see the people walking, which is what we want to see out there at Boca Chica. Mary, thank you so much for troubleshooting that with us. We'll continue to monitor it and see if there's anything else we need to do.
Hey, Dots, check out Control Center on Discord, and yeah, I don't know, it's probably a long shot, but Nick had an idea. Thanks, Nick. All right, nothing to do with it. Never mind. But thank you, Nick. Teamwork. Let's see. Caleb, do you want me to keep talking so you can keep working? I can shut up if you would like me to.
Keep going, Jack. Keep going. You're good.
Caleb Fewell asking, have you guys noticed the zipper-like weld bracings on the newest thrust pucks? Do you think that this new zipper welding technique Elon alluded to months ago Oh man, I feel like kind of a dum dum because I do not recall that specific Elon illusion. Um, but I have noticed those. It kind of looks like those medical, those like medical, almost like stitches, right? Like on the seams there. Is that what you're talking about? They look super cool, and I mean, presumably they provide extra structural strength, but it's almost like a Frankenstein rocket when they start lining up a whole bunch of them on the side there. But yeah, sorry, I don't have a better. I don't recall that Elon tweet, so I can't quite say or speculate on what he was alluding to. Sorry. And then David. Oh, I'm going to try and pronounce your last name, David. Forgive me if I butcher it. Let's see. David Molina Rollo. There we go. David Molina Rollo asking, anybody have any clue yet on how SpaceX intends to do orbital refueling of Starship, specifically about the plumbing involved? No, I don't think we, the public, have any clue yet. But I guarantee you, SpaceX, it's a problem SpaceX is already working on. In fact, uh, Das, if you can chime in briefly, haven't they
Yep.
gotten some money from NASA to to investigate orbital refueling, or was it DARPA? They've gotten money from somebody. Maybe it's the Air Force. I forget exactly, but yeah, SpaceX is working on it. We don't know quite exactly how that's going to work.
Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head. I know there's a lot of different funding sources, including the private funding sources like the Dear Moon thing that goes into this. But Elon's really sort of pulling money in from all sorts of different angles to get this thing funded. I think there is the client for it right now, which is the Dear Moon event. But I know they have some research funding for various different bits and bobs. You have the HLS system for the lunar Starship
Yep.
that they were receiving some funding to pursue. We know that it's privately funded. We know that SpaceX is funding it. We know that, for all I know, Elon's out there like throwing $100 bills at people to buy tanks. I don't know, but they are definitely pulling in funding from lots of different sources to pay for it. I don't know about the specific on orbit refueling one though.
I gotta say, I'm not like a super fanboy or anything, but Elon Musk handing me $100 bill would absolutely motivate me to work like 48 hours straight. I'd be like, all right, let's do this. I do that anyway sometimes. It's just like, it's whatever. I would absolutely have this. Like, this is an Elon $100 bill. I'll never spend it.
I'll never spend it. Nice.
It's like the what is the Simpsons? It's probably from not from the Simpsons, but whatever. Like, I'll never wash this hand again. It's like I'll never spend this bill again.
I was gonna say it's like the
Uh,
restaurants where they get their first dollar bill and they like staple it to the wall behind the register or whatever. Like
yeah, right.
you'd like staple it to the headliner of the Land Rover or whatever. Like
Oh, that'd be cool. Oh man, I'm so excited to get my Land Rover back.
nice. There goes another car leaving the pad, but there are still people walking around the base. You can see looks like that scissor lift is still up behind the test stand as well. So again, y'all, we don't have any specific timing on this. SpaceX's window opened just about 2 hours ago at 9 o'clock local time. It's currently 10:51, and we do not see signs that the vehicle has any cryogenic liquids being loaded into it yet. We are not seeing any venting or anything like that. Plus, the pad isn't clear from the last we've seen. We just have to sort of watch when we don't see any more people. But that scissor lift on the far hand side makes me think there's still somebody over there working on it. The crane and the scissor lift. So, hey, Jackson Armstrong, when will SN8 testing start? We know that they're getting SN8 ready to go. We've seen some new aerodynamic features installed on it, right, Jack? Some of those aerodynamic hinge covers and just aerodynamic pieces, if I'm not mistaken, that cover up the various bits and bobs. But we still need a nose cone. We still need the Elonerons or whatever we're calling those things. I don't know what we're calling those things these days.
I
Before
love
we see that.
Elanerons.
You love that
I
term?
really do. I think the current preferred term based on Elon tweetage is body flap, but I don't like that.
Boo.
I like Elaneron, so that's what I'm gonna go with. But not really.
So, Jackson, we appreciate the super chat there. Thank you for the supporters. I'm thinking if we see anything out of it, it's going to be mid to late October before we really see. We'll see SN8 coming together. We'll see the pieces being bolted on. We'll see parts start to be stacked. But in terms of SN8 going anywhere, I think mid to late October is our earliest chance of seeing that. You think so, Jack?
Yep, I'd wager the same. It's a good bet.
Gotcha.
I'm
And then-
hoping I can make it out there for SN8, and hopefully, I don't know, we'll see how my schedule lines up. I really just want to go back to Boca Chica just because I like it. But even before SN8 even gets out there, I wish I could be there for the even just test. It would be really cool to see a burst test or any kind of these destructive tests where you don't have to be bummed when the thing kind of goes pop. But yeah, I'm so glad that we have this stream going, and I'm so thankful for Mary being out there and bringing us this live stream and jumping through all the technical hoops to get it done, because it's the next best thing to being there is having this. So I'm ecstatic.
Absolutely. Speaking of which, another super chat from Andre Carmel there saying, Mary's alone on the side of the road at 11 p.m. People need to show some more love. We appreciate the kind words there, Andre. We have this video feed because Mary is out there. She's got multiple cameras running. This is just the live stream camera. She has other cameras with her as well to take still photos and to take that high-res source video that we edit into the videos that you see released on the channel. But she is, no, car, what are you doing? You better be going to pick somebody up. Another car going back towards the pad. That's not what we want to see. Andre, thank you so much for the kind words and kicking off some super chat there for us. We do appreciate it. Also over here, I saw a comment. Let's see. Oh, it scrolled. Too many comments. Where was it? It was something about Corpus Christi. I can't find it anymore. It was up there somewhere, but somebody mentioned Corpus Christi. I was born and raised in Corpus Christi up there, so I grew up in Robstown, actually, right on the outskirts of Corpus Christi. So I saw the chat that mentioned Corpus and greetings from Corpus, and I cannot find it again. God, I do not know where that chat went. But anyways, shout out from Corpus Christi. Thank you for hanging out with us at the stream here this evening. Nice. You went to
Joseph.
A&M University, Corpus Christi. There you go, Driscoll. Nice. A couple people from South Texas here today. Go ahead, Jack.
Joseph Angeline, welcome to Capcom. Thank you for the new membership, bud. We really appreciate your support. Capcom members get the Discord access, right? So it might take an hour or two to propagate. I know sometimes it takes a little bit, but when you get the thing, pop into Discord and say, hey, man.
Yeah, there we go. All right, good. Excellent. I'm here talking, and then I'm also constantly looking at all sorts of different numbers and chat messages and all these different things that are going on. So every now and then I'm staring at something, and we had to reboot a modem there. These modems require so much care and feeding.
We've said it before, and we'll say it again. We cannot wait for Starlink to come to Boca Chica, and I don't think it'll be really anytime soon, right? It's not the latitudes they're currently rolling out to for beta, but still, we can dream, right? And it'd be really, really nice to get some Starlink in Boca, because these modems are finicky, and we frequently, and by we I mean you, have to, and Mary, have to slap them into shape. So
Mary's the one usually physically doing the percussive maintenance when it comes to that, but I would be more than happy to test out Starlink whenever it's available. I hope that it's more reliable than these little consumer modems. Netgear, get your act together, is all I have to say.
Yeah, I'm not the type of person to like straight up ask for things like, Elon, give me a Tesla. But like, no, straight up, SpaceX, give me Starlink. I will go out to Death Valley. I will live stream from Racetrack Playa, and I will give you a ground truth feel of what this thing can do in super hot, 120 degrees, super remote, desert conditions. I love this kind of thing. I love testing stuff like that. I got an iPhone 11 Pro on launch day, strapped it to the bumper of my Land Rover, and drove dozens of miles off-road through Death Valley. I'll post a picture of that on Twitter. Remind me.
Wait, is that
literally,
for real?
like inches off the ground for dozens of miles through Death Valley, just to see, how's the stabilization work? How does because an iPhone 10 generation device would overheat shooting video for that long. Yep. Or the stabilization in the 10 series was garbage. So I bought it, and I wanted to test it. I should have done a blog post or something, but I just wanted to test it for my own purposes because I wanted to see what the latest and greatest technology does. Go figure. Somebody watching Starship streams cares about the latest and greatest of technology. But yeah, give us Starlink, please, somebody who's listening, and we can test the crud out of it for you. Anyways, I'll stop my my pleading there.
I mean, hey, I would be completely down. I like to live stream too, Jack. I don't know if you knew, but I will be down to wear a pizza tin hat if that's what I have to do. Still, I see people walking around. Looks like somebody has either a helmet on or a headlamp, and it looks like they're walking near the wheel of a truck that's hidden behind that pad, the test stand there in the foreground with the hydraulic ram on it. So. Pad is still not clear, y'all. We are standing by. We know that they are not going to start this testing until they clear that pad out. We are hoping that we get to see a press to failure, which means they will put cryogenic liquids in SN7.1 and keep pressurizing it until something pops. They have some sort of failure somewhere. So we're standing by, seeing if we'll get to see it.
The Pizza Hat antenna or whatever, is that a Fifth Element reference? What is that a reference?
Well, kind of. I mean, the Starlink antennas are not small. Like, they're not exactly portable. You really have to put them on maybe the top of a vehicle. I don't even know if they'll have vehicle mount Starlink antennas, right? Because you've seen how they install them and then they angle themselves correctly.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like that would be workable from a moving vehicle driving down the road, right?
I'm super curious.
Yeah.
But no, I'm picturing in my head, like, the scene from Fifth Element where Bruce Willis gets, like, someone tries to rob him or whatever. Does the guy have, like, a crazy headgear? There's some sci-fi movie where a guy has a crazy pizza box headgear that is traditionally referenced in such situations. But I'm failing now anyways.
It's all good, Jack. Y'all, there's still people walking all over the pad. I see people walking on the left-hand side with flashlights now. But they are definitely all over the pad, so we are not even to pad clear yet. But we're having a look. We'll see. Jack, I hope this doesn't go to 6 a.m., man.
I do. I'll get loopy. You guys will all be asleep. I'll be loopy talking about, like, pets on the space station or something like last time. People love that stuff, right? I'm kidding. It's gonna be I hope it doesn't go too late, just for Mary's sake, because she's the one out there tending cameras.
Yeah.
And follow up, it was Fifth Element. I just posted a link in chat.
Yeah, with the pizza head, yeah, where he's like hiding the view out the peephole or something with a picture of the hallway or something like that, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I'm picturing with you with a Starlink antenna on your head.
I would try it. I mean, I'll say whatever. I've been through worse. Brink Little, thank you for the subscription there over on Twitch. We appreciate you with the support. And then Iron Catastrophe, one of the longtime viewers of my channel over on Twitch with 57 months. Iron Catastrophe, thank you so much for the 57 months of support. That is an awfully long time. And then also I got Roblox Coaster in there as well for 26 months. Roblox Coaster, thank you for the support too. Yeah, it was the crazy headgear was a picture of the empty hallway. So Corbin, my man, Dallas, would open the door so he could rob him. There you go. You got it.
Oh, what a classic.
Corbin, my man. Corbin, my man. I can't say it fast enough. Oh.
Yep, there. You know me. I'm good for movie and TV references and spaceflight excitement.
Yeah. There goes another vehicle in the wrong direction. Hopefully picking up somebody. Yeah.
Womp womp.
Womp womp.
That's okay. It means we get to hang out and pal around longer.
Yeah. So
let's see. I don't know. Is panel down, or are we just not getting a lot of questions right now? Chat, if you have any questions, ask at NASASpaceflight in chat there, and that way we can see them more easily.
Yeah, a couple of them just appeared, it looks like. Charles W., thank you for the super chat. We appreciate the super chat there. And then a couple questions just came through. Here's one from Mr. Master Plays asking, what are you guys most hype big space mission, like Artemis or whatever? You go first, Jack. What do you want to see fly?
James Webb.
Yeah?
James Webb. That's a big one, right?
That's definitely a big mission, but it's interesting because it's not, I guess, visually something we haven't seen before, right? Because it'll be hidden in the fairing. So when it launches, once it gets out there, it's going to be an amazing space telescope. But
yeah, I guess it depends on how you parse the question.
Yeah.
Because I read big space mission as, like, and because he also says Artemis, so I was taking it something sort of like a big flagship type mission.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Not necessarily like a test flight or a first flight. I mean, if we're talking first flights, I'm really excited to see Vulcan fly. I know this is a SpaceX stream, and I'm talking about a ULA rocket, but Vulcan's going to be super cool whenever that finally gets in the air. They're supposedly having some engine issues, or some other issues, or what, and it might be delayed, and who knows. But Vulcan's going to be an awesome rocket. I'm excited to see that fly. Of course, I mean, duh, I'm excited to see Starship fly full stack, or even just Starship with 3 engines. I mean, there's so many Starship milestones that I'm super excited for. But in terms of like flagship capstone missions, James Webb, any mission to a Jupiter, a moon of Jupiter, like Europa Clipper would be, I'm so excited for, because really, like, you think about it, so much data that we base our knowledge of the solar system on is from a handful of probes. And the more of those that we can start to do, the better, because it will only expand our knowledge of our place in the universe.
Yep.
And that's kind of an important thing to expand, if you ask me.
Yeah, I agree. I like so many different things. Like, I want to see Vulcan launch for sure, and I want to see Rocket Lab launch stuff. And there's so many different missions. I can't like choose one mission that I want to see. But if I had to say some huge thing that I hope, I really, really, really do hope happens in the next couple of years, definitely, well, within my lifetime, I want to see human beings back standing on the moon. I don't know
Yeah.
if other people think that's silly, but you know something, Jack? I'll be honest with you. We had DM1, and then we launched at Bob and Doug up to the space station, and I was like, okay, Russia does this all the time.
I didn't. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
obviously glad that we accomplished that and got back to square one.
Yep.
But really, like, I did not understand from the space community and from the public. I mean, from the public, it's a little bit more understandable, I guess, because they don't know as well as we do. But for me personally, it was almost a somber event. Like, okay, now we're
Finally.
back to where we were so long ago. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? It was, but and certainly something to be proud of, but not like a America kind of moment, because no, we were in the dumps for so long, human spaceflight wise. And to just get back to minimum viable functionality in low Earth orbit is not something to be proud of after so long. It's something to be glad about, but not proud of. But yeah, boots on the moon is going to be so huge, and I'm so excited that we're going back in a big way. So good point.
Yeah, that's in terms of like huge things where I would say this is truly different. I mean, I know we went to the moon in the 60s. Okay, yes, we're good. Oh, we already did that 50 years ago, Das. But I would stand up and yell at my computer desk here if we had human beings standing on the moon again. And I want a plan to actually stay on the moon. I want some sort of base to stay for a little bit more than a day or two, right? Or something along those lines. That would be huge for me. And that's really, I can't choose a single mission other than that. I mean, this one launch.
No, that's a great pick.
Launch. God,
I will say, cool. Quick shout out to everyday astronaut Tim Dodd. His most recent video, the Artemis audit, going really deep dive into SLS and comparing Apollo to SLS. It's like an hour-long video, and everybody here should watch that video. And I freaking mean it, because one, it got me so hyped up for SLS. And I know SLS is garbage. I agree SLS is garbage. I am not a happy taxpayer about SLS. That said, that video from Tim, from Everyday Astronaut, is incredibly informative and really got me hyped up, and explains the differences in what we're getting with Artemis versus what we got with Apollo, and explains why Artemis is different and better in a variety of ways, and not a repetition of what we did with Apollo, in different and meaningfully different in a variety of ways that will enable completely different modes of moon exploration. So if you are wanting to get excited about Artemis and about the next big steps that we're going to take out into the solar system, check out that video, and shout out to Tim Dodd for doing absolutely fantastic work. I wish all science communication media was of that caliber, because so often with modern media, we get stuff that's like fluffy and scratches the surface and is meant for the general public and does not, it almost like it treats the audience as not intelligent enough to grok the full subject. And Tim really, he treats the audience with respect and goes in and really opens that up in nitty-gritty detail. So I just remembered that when you brought up being excited for Artemis, because I just wanted to shout that out, because I knew about Artemis. I have attended press events for Artemis, but that that particular video really got me hyped up. I don't know if you can tell. I'm excited. I'm excited to go back to the moon. I should have had that one top of mind for this question. Mr. Master, you've got me digressing for like 20 minutes now on the same thing. Really good question, man. Really good question.
Yeah, it's always fun to talk about things that we're excited about, and I mean, heck, I don't care what the rocket's launching. I want to go see it. Like, it's all sorts of different rockets are launching. Rockets that come back and land, that's exciting. Rockets that land on the drone ships, that's exciting. One of these days, I'm gonna go over to the coast and I'm gonna take my P1000 for a night launch or a night Starlink or something like that that lands on the drone ship out in the Atlantic, and I'm gonna see if I can catch the entry burn from the coast of North Carolina. I don't care. Like, I just like seeing stuff launch. The Northrop Grumman NG-14 coming up. I want to go see that launch. Wallops is a fantastic place to see things launch.
Yep. Yeah, that's been on my list for a long time. I'm dying to see an Antares launch. It's such a beautiful rocket. I don't care that it has Russian engines. I want to take a photo of that awesome acrylic writing on the engine nozzle. Like, it is a beautiful machine. And part of the reason why I personally, and I'm sure you too, like this sort of stuff is I like the bleeding edge of technology. And all rockets are included in that category because of the nature of rocketry.
Yeah. I'm going to grab a couple super chats real quick that came through while we were waxing rocket poetic. Bob Stevens, thank you so much for the membership. We appreciate you joining the NASA Spaceflight team. Also, Aces Down, a regular super chatter over here on the YouTube side, saying $25, a bit more for data and merry food and beverage. Great job as usual to you all. Aces Down, thank you for the continued support. You are always over here kicking in the sizable super chats, so we appreciate you so much. Also, Aerospike over here tossing in a couple bucks. Lithnick has a question. What's the difference between loading into and pressurizing? So Lithnick, just real quick, I can handle that one. When we say that they're going to do a pressure test, that means they're not just going to put it in there to see if it can handle the load and not leak. They're actually going to keep increasing the pressure, theoretically all the way up to 8.5 bar, 8.5 times atmosphere, and seeing if that thing will pop. So just putting something in it, putting water or something like that in it, putting some cryogenic liquids, but not actually pressurizing it, or only going to like 1.5 bar or something like that, just a little bit, versus filling the whole tank up and sending that thing to the actual pressure that they need it to hold. That's what they're looking for. So they're actually trying to pressurize it with, I'm going to say, the liquid nitrogen at cryogenic level, so it gets cold, hopefully exposes any weaknesses that would occur because the temperature of the material changes or something along those lines, and pushing the pressure all the way up to where it needs to be. Also, vehicles going back and forth. I really hope they're going out there to pick up some people. But good question, and thank you for the super chat. Here's another one from Hunter Coots, or Hunter Cuts, with a question, Jack, saying, if you guys could take a Starship anywhere in the solar system, where would you go? If I could take a Starship anywhere in the solar system, where would you go?
I mean, that's a question that I feel like requires legitimate research, but
I can answer
any
right
of
now.
Go.
Nowhere. I would not take a Starship anywhere in the solar system right now.
You baby.
You show me a lot of successful Starships coming and going, and you show me what the interior accommodations look like, and you show me years of success on the Starship, and then I'll tell you where I'd like to go in a Starship. Right now, I don't want to go anywhere in a Starship. They exist
Elon calls
as
me
tanks.
Elon calls me up tomorrow and is like, "Sup, bro? You want to fly on first flight and be a photographer? We need a mission photographer for first flight, and we've got the capacity because Starship holds like a bazillion people. Come on, dude." I'd be like, "Yeah, sure."
So your answer, Jack, is you would take Starship anywhere in the solar system. You just want to go somewhere on Starship.
Yeah, everywhere. But no, if I have to pick one, I mean, I kind of want to say like Uranus, just because that's the funny one. But no, like honestly, I feel like we don't really have good views of Uranus, and maybe it's really beautiful. Or even just Jupiter or Saturn, the gas giants and the hexagons at their poles, and the storms and the clouds. Honestly, Venus would be awesome, and not that long of a trip too, I think. So really, yeah, anywhere. Sign me up. I will go into space on Starship. The part that I'm sketched out about is landing. Can I land on the Dragon, please? I feel way more comfortable about that.
If I go up in a Starship, do I have to come down in a Starship with this whole belly flop backflip maneuver?
Yeah, the question is not if you could land in a starship anywhere in the solar system. It is take a starship anywhere in the solar system.
It takes
Being very
something.
deliberate with that.
Yeah, exactly. Hunter, good question there. Thank you for that one. Also, here's another one. Andre again asking, what is our favorite commercial lunar lander? Do you have
Starship.
any favorites? Starship?
Yeah, no question.
Huh. I am super old and boring, I guess. We're watching Starship being tested right here. I really like the horizontal lander. What is that? Is that the Dynetics one, or what's the one they just released a mock-up of? Is it the horizontal one? I don't like that Starship is so tall when it's landed on the moon. I think it makes more sense to land on your side than it does to land on your tail and have to have
Spoken
this.
like spoken like a true Kerbal player. If you've ever played Kerbal and you've tried to land a very tall, ungainly vehicle on the surface and you get a lot of lateral action going, you're like, why didn't I just make this more squat and horizontal?
Maybe that's where it's come from. Maybe it's like hundreds of hours
I
playing
bet it is.
Kerbal and
Yeah.
landing things on the moon. And I look at that and I'm like, that's just not safe. Why
Honestly,
would you land
man,
that?
if they can handle launching and landing 5 and 6 with atmospheric conditions and offset thrust and all that insanity and doing it for the first time, something tells me they will be able to thoroughly crush landing in an airless, very minimal gravity environment. I mean, just zero out your velocity far, like a couple kilometers above the surface, and then you're coming down with mostly no horizontal velocity, and then you just slow yourself down with those wild, crazy thrusters that in that render that are like 3/4 of the way up the vehicle. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a rocket scientist. I'm a roadside rocket scientist, right? So, yeah, I'm it's pure speculation, but no, I would be 100% comfortable landing on the moon in a starship versus landing in a starship on Earth. Whoo boy,
Yeah.
that's. I mean, I'm fully expecting, and this is the kind of thing that I feel almost stupid saying, but I'm fully expecting SpaceX to have to design some sort of crazy swiveling chair to make that landing maneuver palatable,
Yeah.
or it's just not as crazy as the renders are making it out to be. I mean, I try to imagine what that'll be like as you're coming down in a horizontal position and you're sitting horizontally and you're experiencing the buildup of G forces, and then suddenly the whole vehicle pitches up into a vertical orientation, and your chair. I don't think your chair can stay stationary when that happens. I don't know, but hopefully SpaceX is able to design various systems and tools and whatever to make that maneuver more
It's
sane.
Jack, it's such a wacky idea because you got to think about it. When you do that, Starship's going to rotate about its center of mass, right? The center of mass is probably going to be a little bit closer to the back with the engines and the landing structure and that sort of stuff. And so the people are actually going to be out on a lever arm. If you were doing it like the Expanse where the seats move around and you sort
Yeah,
of have it pointing in whatever direction, that's fine. But the way that they're saying Starship's going to work with people up in the top of it, you're going to be swung around like an amusement park ride. I think even if the chairs swivel, it's still going to be a wacky amount of motion just really quickly. Maybe some of the renders we've seen, like the fan service renders, maybe those renders are sped up too much or they look more extreme than it actually will be, but it's an awful lot of rotational momentum to get going
yeah.
and then to have to stop again with a person out on the end of the lever arm experiencing all those forces. If I was sitting on the center of mass, it'd be a different story, but I'm getting swung around. I don't.
No, that's a really good point, and I mean, maybe we'll see starships landing without people, and we'll see Dragon capsules, going up and coming down, going up and coming down, and those are the reentry mechanism for at least a long time. Who knows how that whole part of the system will actually work out? But I think I know. I do know that the center of mass for Dragon has to be calculated extremely precisely
Oh yeah.
for reentry, and all of the cargo and everything, and even where the people are sitting, all of that, I'm sure, is extremely, in fine detail, down to the pound or whatever, maybe less, calculated. And everything is in its right place to enable a successful reentry. And that strikes me as an incredibly hard problem for Starship, given that, like you're saying, everything's kind of out on the end of the lever arm there, the center of mass with the engines, and I mean whoever's figuring out the dynamics of that maneuver, and I'm sure, however they're simulating it in fluid dynamics and aerodynamics and all that, they have their work cut out for them. And props, because I'm sure they are working extremely hard. That's one of those things where, SpaceX is working on the interior. They're working on the life support system and that wacky crane that we've seen in renders that carry people to the surface. That they have to be working on all of that right now if they want to make 2024 or even 2026 or any kind of reasonable deadline. Just because we don't see that stuff outside every day in Boca Chica like we see the test tank hardware doesn't mean it's not happening. So that it's definitely tantalizing. And all of this is off of a single question about our favorite commercial lunar landing.
Yeah, from an engineering perspective, Starship definitely has the hardest engineering task for the HLS system. I just don't think that such a large vehicle landing on its tail is a good idea on the moon for the first landings, because here in Texas we see them do the hops and we're like, oh man, they make that look easy. That's over to a prepared pad, right? It's a
that's
nice,
fair.
Flat concrete area, well understood, and they put the biscuit in the basket right there, but that pad is prepared. On the moon, remember what we had to do with Apollo 11 when Neil Armstrong was landing? He had to actually fly over the area that was too rocky to land. Starship isn't going to be able to do that. Starship is going to have a place that's flat enough for this massive footprint vehicle to touch down safely. You know what would be amazing? And I want to see everything succeed. I want to see everything work. If we had the other smaller landers sort of start off the landings and they're safe, they're low to the ground, they're not this massive, let's land a skyscraper on the moon. And then there's some technology, there's some robots that are deployed. I don't even care. Get something out there and prepare landing pads for these big, massive things, right? When you get these starships and you have some mooncrete, you're rolling the regolith into some sort of prepared flat surface. Because I have no doubt that SpaceX could target a specific landing pad that's been prepared on the moon. I think they could do that all day long. I think they just need that prepared surface down there for this big, massive vehicle to land on. I would love to see somebody just let out a swarm of robots that go out there and prepare a landing pad. And it's almost like when you're doing construction, you have the one thing go in and it's like the little truck, and then it makes a little bit of a road, and then you build a bigger road, and you use that to build now we've got a highway and we can run these big vehicles on it, and we go with the little expeditionary vehicles first, and we prepare this massive, now we're going to land the big stuff on this big prepared pad, and then Starship's just going up and down, carrying just massive amounts to a nice prepared surface. That's I'm waxing very opinionated on that, but
no, go.
I've played enough Kerbal Space Program to tell you that looks like a bad idea.
Well, and just because every time we talk about landing on the moon and prepared landing pads on the moon, I have to bring up the Mastin Fast technology, which Mastin is a company out here in the California desert. They're based out of the Mojave Air and Spaceport, and they have a technology. They put out a research paper, I think, with NASA recently, where basically they have a technology where they will inject alumina, or I believe it's alumina, into the exhaust gases as the engine is firing, and it basically is like a giant alumina spray paint can that then will spray the surface and coat it so that you don't get FOD and dust and whatnot kicked up as you land. And Mastin has so much experience with vertical takeoff, vertical landing. The legend that I have heard, I don't know if it's true or what, but is that Elon saw what Mastin was doing with vertical takeoff and vertical landing, and at that time Falcon 9 was pursuing a parachute sort of development for reentry and reuse, and he said, well, if Mastin can do it, so can we. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what I've heard. So yeah, I mean, Mastin is awesome. If anyone can figure out how to paint your own landing pad as you land, it's them, and hopefully they create some viable technology. And I mean, I don't even know if it's plausible to integrate into something like Raptor, but hey, a guy can dream, right?
Yeah, all the different ways. I just know if we're truly going to be living and working on the moon, we're going to have prepared pads like that for the big dogs to bring down massive amounts of cargo. So I hope that that's something that we see in my life. This is a very, very controversial opinion of mine, but I hope in my lifetime I can look up at the moon and I can see lights on the moon that we put there, like some sort of colony that's large enough for us to see from the ground. Maybe people, you ruined the moon, you ruined the night sky. I don't know. I think that'd be kind of cool if we could see colonies on the moon.
Yeah, I've heard you say that before, and I really appreciate you saying it, because the first time I heard you say it, I had not considered it. But surely it's inevitable, and surely there will be people, like you're saying, who argue against it as a slight on nature or whatever. But I mean, I'm not sure how I feel about that one way or the other than that it's inevitable. So, I mean, no sense fighting it, I guess. But that'll surely be something.
Uncle Bill over in my stream said, as long as it's not a lighted advertisement on the moon, we don't want to see.
Yeah, the moon just says like, drink Coke.
It's drink Ovaltine. It's like,
yeah, oh
what?
Lord.
Drink your Ovaltine. Anyways, let's grab a couple more super chats here. A lot of different comments and stuff. Don Terralio, thank you very much for the super chat, saying, let's rip SN7.1 so pad is clear for SN8. I'm still watching. Every now and then I still see some people walking around, and that scissor lift is still there on the far side of the test stand there. So not looking like the pad's clear. Hopefully SN7.1 gets out the way, because SN8 has some work to do. We appreciate the support, Dan. Also, Admiral Merith says, can we get a Texas Tank Watchers test tank t-shirt that says failure is an option? Like a silhouette of a bursting tank that says failure is an option. Oh, we gotta go post that up in the store Discord channel. Hang on.
Yeah, thanks for the idea, Admiral. That's a solid idea right there.
Let's see. Bursting tank with text. Failure is an option.
Yeah, and we've already got the awesome footage from Mary of the SN7 test tank bursting. So, I mean, we've got the stock imagery.
There we go. I have submitted that to the graphics designer powers that be, and if they feel like making a t-shirt, we may wake up tomorrow and they may have that shirt ready to go.
While we're on the subject of the merch store, and again, thank you everybody for supporting us however you choose to support us, especially with the merch, because I mean, it's just wild that we do something that you guys care enough about to buy a shirt with the words on it, or what? Like, I'm failing to express my appreciation adequately, but yeah. While we're on the subject of the store, I wish I knew where to start, but I really want a SM5 water bottle. Like, I feel like I would straight up have to go to some sort of manufacturer and like start working with them to produce this. But oh my God, Das, like 15 segments, steel bottle, preferably 304 steel, but it doesn't have to be, and make the screw top just a cube, done. Yeah,
that would be
done.
amazing.
Like, I don't know where to start. I wish I had done like a Kickstarter for a product or something like 5 years ago, so I knew where to start with this. But people have said it before, and we've said it before, but SM5 water bottle, oh my gosh, I want one. And maybe, who knows, I'll figure out how to do it sometime in the next 5 years, but I doubt it. But maybe.
I'm Googling custom stainless steel water bottle manufacturer. I'll look it up.
This is why I like you, Das. This is why we're a team. This is why we're a good team, and this is why NASASpaceflight rules. Because and I'll stop in 5 seconds. But no, seriously, that's teamwork at its finest. Because I can only take an idea so far, but with support, we can all push stuff across the line, and that's really awesome. So thanks. Even in jest, thanks.
I'll see. No promises on that one. I got a lot of other stuff going on, but I will see if I can put some lines out on who you contact to get a custom stainless steel water bottle made with a custom mass simulator lid.
I feel like the lids could be 3D printed, but the actual metal bottle part, I don't know how that would have to be manufactured. I mean, in a perfect, obviously this is not how products are made, because you have to make them inexpensively, but in a perfect world it would be literally 15 rings of stainless steel that are welded together, or at least a stainless steel bottle that has sort of segments in 15 segments, either pinched or whatever, even just some sort of little groove to represent the 15 welds. But yeah, that would be super cool. I don't know where to start with that, but again, yeah, maybe I'll put some feelers out to some people I know who work at a metal shop and what have you.
Yeah,
I do have some stainless steel floating around that I could submit to the void, but who knows?
definitely something we can look into. Grab a couple other Element Geekium. Thank you so much for the $5 there, Element Geekium. Nice name. And then Happy Hacking Video Blog stopping through again, saying, what are your thoughts on news that SpaceX may be performing tests, something about the conformance of the hops or something? I'll tell you that I don't know enough about that specific license to give a good comment on that, so I will abstain from that. I'd have to do some research on exactly, oh, well, this license said this, but they're not doing that. Jack, you want to touch that with a 10-foot pole, or?
Yeah, there's I guess there's some controversy, or a very small amount of controversy. I don't really want to quantify the amount of it, I guess. There is a controversy, small or large, I don't know. Or there is the pot being stirred by various questionably reputable media, I guess I could also say. But I really don't want to, judge or cast aspersions. Basically, there is a narrative out there that, and I don't know if it's correct or not, that SpaceX is not acting in accordance with their original environmental assessment that's stressed that they were only going to do Falcon Heavy and Falcon 9 from Texas. And I believe that they submitted either an amendment or a change to that, or whatever that they're doing now also falls under that same agreement, even though that's not Falcon Heavy. But yeah, I'll just say, I am 100% for being a good steward of the environment, and I am 100% against, skirting the rules in anything. And it doesn't matter if it gets us to Mars faster. We need to take care of our planet in the process of getting there. But I think any claims of SpaceX acting inappropriately in that respect is perhaps exaggerated. But I really don't know. It'd be something where I'd have to really dive deep. Maybe go on the NASASpaceflight forums and see what people are talking about. Because I do think that was covered under the environmental assessment that they did. They recently, oh man. Yeah, I don't know. That's the 10-foot pole I'll touch that with.
Yeah, there you go.
my thoughts are that
3 feet. You choked up on the pole, but you got down to 3 feet. But
yeah, there you go. But yeah, my thoughts are not as big a deal as it's made out to be. If I could TLDR, not a bit as big a deal as it's made out to be. I mean, and what I will say is, there's sea turtles all over this beach. It's a giant sea turtle wildlife refuge, and SpaceX needs to be a good steward of the environment. And certainly so far, they appear to have been, and I hope they continue to be. And because our planet is the only one we got. And as much as I want to go to Mars, as much as I want to go to Venus and everywhere else in the solar system, Earth is the best planet. I mean, liquid water, man, habitable zone. How can you get better than that? Waterfalls, air, trees, life, diversity of life, biodiversity. We got to take care of this place, man. So yeah, that's that.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. One of the big things I have about space technology, so many people, we waste so much money in space. When we go to space, you have to learn to live sustainably in space, because in space your resources are limited, right? So things like recycling tech, I mean, on the space station, they're going all Bear Grylls mode. I mean, they literally drink their own urine there because they are operating under very limited resources. And the more technology we get from space as we learn to, I don't even want to say colonize the moon or colonize Mars, but even just live and work in space where we know that those human-friendly resources are super limited, that is technology that we can use to improve our situation back here. Because if we all lived like the astronauts live on the space station, almost no waste, recycling just about everything they can, we would probably all be better off. So anyway.
Yeah, and to that point, that's one of the things that I really, really like about Blue Origin and Jeff Bezos' stated mission for Blue Origin. And if we take the space billionaires at their word, SpaceX's goal is to be the transportation system that enables Mars colonization and, making humans multiplanetary. Whereas, if I'm not mistaken, Blue Origin and Jeff Bezos wants to move heavy industry off of Earth, start mining asteroids and taking advantage of the resources in space, and basically turn Earth into a giant nature preserve. Why are we mining the Earth when a single asteroid has all of the steel or all of the iron that we would mine in an entire year? And if we can just perfect the new technology, turn Earth into a nature preserve, send heavy industry out into the solar system, and start really taking care of this planet, while at the same time building new technologies that we need to progress into the solar system and the universe. I mean, we can build so much more on the moon, on Mars, in orbit, if we have the resources coming from orbit already. So yeah, I really like that about what Blue Origin is doing, and I really hope that they start to get off their. Well, it appears that I really hope that they start to do stuff in a more rapid fashion, like we see with SpaceX, because that'd be cool. I support the idea of preserving Earth through spaceflight. I don't think it's a zero-sum game, and I definitely agree with you. I don't support the argument that's like, we spend too much money on space. It's like, have you seen our defense budget?
I'm watching the pad there, and I just saw like a golf cart thing drive over behind some of the infrastructure, but the pad still is not clear. I really, really, really want to change that status up to pad clear, but whatever that golf cart was just drove over that way. And then I'm really watching that wheel well of that white truck on the far side of the the launch mount there. But anyways, we will certainly continue answering your questions and offering some of our commentary. Again, we're NASASpaceflight. This is a live test of Starship SN7.1. It's really just a tank, and they are going to be pushing this tank with cryogenic liquids, trying to see if they can make it fail and get some good data from that test. But with this test, we do not have a specific schedule from SpaceX. They do not tell us, okay, at exactly 1:30, we're going to start. All we know is that the window at this point has now opened, was it 9, 10, 11, 2.5 hours ago. So the window has been open for 2.5 hours, but the window still has another 6.5 hours before it closes. So we cannot guarantee exactly what time any testing will start. Obviously, we can't guarantee that any testing is going to actually happen tonight. Only SpaceX knows what the exact situation is over there. I will comment that scissor lift is down again. So I am not seeing that scissor lift raised up on the far side underneath.
That is a human underneath it, though, right? It's totally a person standing there.
That looks like a person. It looks like a hard hat and somebody like looking down over something. If I'm not mistaken, yep, they're turning their head or something, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So even if the scissor lifted there, they're like leaning over to one side. So there's literally somebody what looks to be directly underneath the test stand, the SN7.1 right now. So not close to the test commencing. We are hoping they'll pop something. This would be a intentional test to failure with the Starship tank failing in what will maybe be spectacular fashion, but we cannot tell you what time that's going to happen. We'll see.
Is that top ring frosting, or is that just lighting?
I think it's lit that way the entire time. Even if I scroll back, I think it's been that way the whole time.
I'm just starting to see things out of hope.
Yeah, starting to see things. I mean, it looks like something, but I can't imagine any situation in which there is a person standing underneath that thing and the top of that tank is frosting. The crickets are nice, though.
Crickets are always nice.
Yeah.
Also, can't you tell what temperature it is by their chirping or something?
What?
Yeah, can't you tell what temperature it is by crickets chirping?
Hang on, let me consult the Farmer's Almanac and see what it says. Farmer's Almanac. Cricket.
Count the number of chirps in 15 seconds, add 37, you'll get an approximate outside temperature.
Now see, I just got, you can use a cricket to tell the temperature in degrees Celsius by counting the number of chirps in 25 seconds, divide by 3, and then add 4. Of course,
mine's
it's
easier.
Complicated. Yeah, yours is complicated. Was yours Fahrenheit?
I guess, I don't know. It was the first thing Google said, so it has to be true, right?
Oh, apparently that's a normal thing. FarmersAlmanac.com saying count the number of cricket chirps. I had heard that, but yeah.
Yeah, it's Fahrenheit.
All right.
Number of chirps in 15 seconds, add 37. Whee!
Add
Today you learn.
37?
Yeah.
All right. Chat, somebody listen into the crickets. I'll turn them up, and y'all calculate the current temperature in Boca Chica. Here's some cricket noises. It got hotter. It sped up. All right, there you go. Chat, let me know when you've calculated the current temperature in Boca Chica, Texas. Show your work, please. Don't just put random numbers in. You're just putting random numbers into chat. It's too late for maths. Nice. Well, there go 2 vehicles away, but Jack, the scissor lift just went up again on the far side of the test stand there. Or that may be on the underside, like right underneath the middle of it, but that scissor lift is definitely going up again.
Yikes.
Yikes.
We don't need another one of those scissor lifts going up again. I tried. I didn't try hard, but I tried.
I like this super, what is this? Super Uber Ziggy says there are 40 chirps plus 37. It's 77 degrees Fahrenheit in Boca Chica right now. I wonder what the actual weather says. I'm going to look up the NSF Weather Center here.
Do it.
I mean, I'm getting 75 in Brownsville right now.
I bet you it's hotter in Boca. Even though it's close to the water, it's just freaking hot there.
Yeah, Port Isabel's offline. That's a little bit closer to the bay there. The Port Isabel Airport weather station is not reporting right now. Huh. I mean, I guess...
Cars leaving.
There's more stuff, yeah.
This is trending positive. I dare say this is trending positive. I hope I don't regret saying that, but there we go. It's too late. It's in the ether.
Yeah. You know what keeps messing me up, Jack? It looks like the video aspect ratio is wrong because we're so used to seeing the taller stacks like SN5 and stuff. And I keep glancing at this and I'm like, what's wrong with the video? Why is it like the tank is like short and fat? Did we mess up the aspect ratio or something? But there's no way for us to mess up the aspect ratio. It just comes in 1080 and we send on 1080. So it just looks so weird because I'm so used to staring at the hops that have happened. And this tank is a lot shorter, and it's not any fatter. It's just shorter, which makes it looks a little bit more stubby than the hops that we've seen. It's thick. Yeah,
that's hilarious that you say that. Like the aspect ratio issues like that really bother me. Like they stick out to me like sandpaper for my eyes. Like perfect example, King of the Hill. I love King of the Hill. On Hulu, the aspect ratio is squashed for 16:9 because the show broadcast in 4:3. And I can't unsee it. It's not the sort of thing where after a couple episodes, it goes away for me. It's just every time I glance back at the screen, it's like sandpaper for my eyes. And my roommate, who normally can spot very minor details and will point things out to me that I hadn't noticed, that I can then never unsee, he doesn't mind the aspect ratio issue. And I think it boggles my mind. So yeah, it's hilarious that you say that because it does really look like this thing is squished.
I brought up in the picture-in-picture, I brought up, this was SN6 right here, and you can just see there's nice tall SN6 and a little short squatty SN7.1. I'm just so used to looking at the tall, honestly, it looks like a skinny tank right now. We know it's not a tall, skinny tank, but...
You know what's good that you brought that up, though? Take a look at Starhopper. Starhopper and SN7.1 are like twins almost. You throw some crazy giant legs on SN7.1, and it looks a lot like Starhopper. Yeah. In fact, I noticed this the other day, and I really think there's almost, I don't know if I want to say that there's heritage there or what, because the Starhopper was just kind of way off the deep end in terms of how they built it. But yeah, strictly in terms of size of vehicle, yeah, they look very similar. They're like almost like twins.
I mean, you can almost do, hang on a second, you almost do this sort of thing, right? Where you've got maybe toss these beefy legs on the side like this. Put some landing pad things there.
I should have known what I was doing.
Need a Raptor up under there or something. And then maybe up on the top, we could put a little weather radar bit, some angry eyes on the bottom here, make them look red or whatever. I mean, you're right. It does look like it could very well turn right into Hopper if it needed to. Hopefully tonight it doesn't turn into Hopper because it fails down here and then it goes flying through the air, right? But we'll see what happens. I like drawing on the screen.
I mean, I do all these live streams through my iPad, and it's got the Apple Pencil thing. And yeah, I don't know if there's any way, like 6 months, a year, whatever, I don't care. I'm not in a rush. Down the line, I could ever do it with my pencil on the iPad. That would be freaking awesome. I would be doodling like crazy. So maybe it's a good idea that I can't, Because then I would abuse the privilege.
Jack, we tested it out like months ago. That's one of the first things I built for the remote presentation. I just don't let anybody else do it because it's my drawing. I can totally wire your iPad so that you could draw on the screen. We tested it a while back.
Oh, that's awesome.
I shouldn't have told you that.
No, you shouldn't have. Good to know, though.
No, but honestly, like some point, if you have a chance, we can I can fire it up and I can give you the links that you need to test it out. It was as designed. Literally, I designed the remote streaming system so that anybody, not just me, could do the remote telestration like that.
Yeah, I'm down. Super down. Sign me up.
We're gonna have to give you a different color, though. We're gonna have to give you a different
I'll just
color.
I'll just be like over in the corner playing Hangman with everybody or something.
You can draw in. We'll give you an orange. How about a nice international emergency orange?
Heck yeah! Hashtag FF4F00.
F4FC. You actually know like the hex code for it? Nice.
Of course I do. You don't know the hex code for your favorite color?
Well, it's just the default red from my drawing tool. I don't really have I don't think I have the proper orange here. Hang on a second. Like that's sort of like
just bring up the hex editor and get you some FF4F100. F100.
The same orange. That's kind of a pumpkin orange. I don't like that one. This is more of a that's my normal red. Hang on, I've got sort of this is like a dark red. I think that's what I normally draw with. I don't know. You might have to go with this one. I think this is the most Jack of colors right there. Anyways, sorry, I'm drawing all over the nice stream here. Just testing out the colors.
Yeah, I'm into it.
He's gonna draw birds everywhere. We're gonna have birds and cats drawn all over the all over the screen. It's like, come about 3-4 a.m. We're gonna be hurting for some telestration. Heck, by then we may have you set up to draw on the screen yourself just this evening. Again, y'all, we do not have any exact timing on this test. We know that there are still people at the pad, so we are still at the very beginning of the I guess the list of things. We're road closed right now. The pad is not even cleared. We have no signs that there's LN2 loading at all or pressurization of the tank. So again, we don't have any exact timing on this for you. I've got some super chats that came through, and y'all, we're straight up just banning people. If somebody wants to come through here and say, oh, it's all scrubbed, oh, there's an official tweet. If you troll with stuff like that, we're just going to make it so that you don't get to troll ever again. Don't have time to deal with that, right? So we do not have any official indication that they are not doing any testing tonight. Just don't even load that up on our stream, please. Element Geekium had a super chat here, and they asked, how far in exploration do you think we'll be by the time you're elderly? So Element Geekium, I can start with that one. I hope that we have popped SN7.1 by the next time I feel elderly, because let me tell you, when I wake up in the morning, it's getting rough to get going. I feel elderly every morning when I wake up. I don't know why. My birthday is this week, and I'm turning 41 years old, and I don't know what happens, but the old bones and joints are getting a little bit creaky whenever I wake up in the morning. But I hope we have permanent habitations on other bodies on the moon, maybe one on Mars. Definitely we need to have something in Earth orbit, more than just the ISS. That's what I hope. I hope we have more permanent habitation outside of Earth is how I think we'll be. I don't think we're going to be at Alpha Centauri or anything like that. I'd be happy with a moon colony. How about you, Jack?
I'm in a good mood today. I don't want to think about it because I don't want to get depressed.
Okay, all right.
I don't know. I'd feel like inevitably it won't be as far as I want it to be. And if you've watched one of these streams, you've heard me say the words human timescales, and they're just not as long as I would like. So, I want to see all the cool, awesome, crazy things. Maybe we'll get to the point where I can upload my brain into a spaceship, and we can call it something crazy, and I can fly around the universe. That'd be cool, but I doubt it.
Yeah, by the time I'm old, we'll all have our brain pals installed, and they'll just upload me into a new young body, and I'll have to serve in the military for a while, probably, because that's how you pay for your new young body. But then you get voting rights, apparently. Has anybody read Old Man's War? John Scalzi.
No, but I'm officially going to add that to my list now. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, it's a fantastic set of books by John Scalzi called Old Man's War is the series, and I just sort of gave you the outlay. Like, they have the technology to load you into a new body, but to get your new body, you have to go serve in the military fighting against aliens and other star systems and stuff. So
that is awesome. What was the author's name?
John Scalzi, Old Man's War. Also, photosynthetic skin too. You're green actually, and you can get energy like Kerbals just by being out in the sun.
I don't know how have I never encountered sci-fi where the green color of skin actually serves a purpose and in fact is photosynthesis. That seems like a no-brainer. Now, the second I've heard it, I'm like, oh, duh. No wonder their screen's yellow. Like, oh, okay.
There you go. What's really going to bake your noodle is when you get around different types of stars that actually burn in different colors. There's some paraphrasing for you. I wonder if photosynthesis colors need to be different for different wavelengths of stars. Like, will the primary color of plants be purple somewhere else? I don't know.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah. Anyways. Let's grab some more super chats here. Bent Straight. I'm 20 minutes behind on this one, but I appreciate you there, Bent Straight. $9.99 saying NSF rules, and you would buy an SN5 water bottle in a heartbeat. Well, we'll see what we can do, Bent Straight. We'll see if there's something we can do.
Yeah, I would buy several, just to be clear. I know I'm not the target demographic because I'm us. But yeah, I would buy like 5.
You'd buy like 5 of them, and then you'd play on your desk like your Boca Chica, and you'd be like, and here's the high bay, and you get like an old Amazon box and cut the side out.
making like rocket sounds with my mouth, like.
You get a roll lift, and you'd be like driving things around on the ground with your stainless steel water bottles like they're tanks.
Oh man,
we could live stream that. Turbo Dan.
But no, really, I'd get 5 because I'd lose one, I'd like damage one beyond repair, I'd put like coffee in one and make it gross, and so I wouldn't want to clean it, or it'd be impossible to clean out. So that would leave me with like 2 to 3 functional ones. That's how I do things. I'm a terrible person.
And you'd label them all: SN1, SN2, SN4, SN7.
Oh, is it SN4? Don't drink out of that. Don't drink out of SN4.
Hey. And thank you for the $5 saying I'll buy an SN7.1 burst shirt. You watch all the time from Hawaii. You have the advantage on time zones in here, Turbo Dan. I don't know what time it is in Hawaii, but I'll tell you what, it's not 1 a.m. It's probably evening time, nice evening time zone over there for you. So thank you so much for checking in and tossing the super chat in there. Also, Prop Master with Robert Walker. Okay, doing $4.99 saying I want an SN5 or 6 water bottle. Then Jack, you know what we could do? Every time there's a new SN, we could like laser etch a new SN on the water bottle, and it'd be like stainless steel water bottle tank Pokemon. You gotta like collect them all. So, it's like, oh yeah, I have SN1 and SN2 and SN3 and SN7.1, and you have to have the entire set. Like, just your entire house. Everybody drinks out of stainless steel water bottles now.
The Nebula Brain / evil version is to do it like those Funko Pop things or whatever, where you don't know which one you're getting. You just buy a box with a Starship water bottle in it, and then you're like, man, I have like 7 SN5s, but no SN3s.
And there's like a gray market trading NASA Spaceflight Starship water bottles. Like, oh man, I don't know, I have an extra SN23. Could you trade me an SN7.1?
Yeah, Chris B on the forum, like, we will ban anybody reselling a SN3 or other water bottle for higher than retail price.
Higher than retail price.
Yeah, we'll go all the way down that rabbit hole and just do it.
I love it. Puddintane, here's another super chat saying, why not build on the far side of the moon? Just put the communication dishes on the near side, run cables to the other side. Wow, that'd be a long cable. Maybe a communication bounce satellite or something. Or
Starlink. Starlink for the moon. Moonlink.
There you go. Moonlink. Well, I mean, it's not called Earthlink, though. That's like an old internet service provider. It's Moonlink, Starlink. I mean, they're not even really linking the stars, honestly.
But they should be. Shouldn't they, Das? Shouldn't they be?
Called it
I don't know.
Link.
Yeah, SpaceLink, but Starlink sounds way better, right? But no, Puddintine, great name, great Primus song. Also, yeah, that's a great idea. I mean, build on the far side, keep the near side pristine. I'm down. I'm perfectly down if someone wants to argue that we should keep the moon pristine. I'm also perfectly down if someone wants to argue that, hey dude, that's progress. Sorry. I bet there is people that were angry about cars. I bet there's people that were angry about, planes in the sky. Like, oh, this commercial airliner is going to ruin my astronomy. I'm sure it did. I'm sure it did for some people, and they had to adapt. And so maybe we'll find a way where we don't deface the moon. Maybe we won't. We'll see how it plays out. It's kind of one of those things where we get to wait and see. But good idea.
Yeah, I like it. And plus, that's something that's a real thing. I mean, if you situate equipment on the far side of the moon, you shield it from a lot of the electromagnetic interference that comes from
Yep.
Earth. All of our dirty transmissions spewing out into the solar system. You go to the far side of the moon, because the moon is tidally locked with the Earth, you're always sort of shielded from all of our emissions. And so you can put a nice radio telescope over there and get a really, I guess I could say, clear radio picture of the sky. So that is a real thing, to put things on the far side of the moon. Also, Sam Halter, another super chat with a $25. We appreciate you, Sam, saying thanks again for the great coverage all day. Sam watching some other streams. I think Sam was actually there with my Intrepid event earlier today, where we were talking about asteroid sample returns. I had some NASA scientists with me over on my Twitch channel, and we were talking about OSIRIS-REx returning samples from there. But Sam, thank you so much for the $25. Thanks again for the great coverage all day. Have some espresso on me. I'll never sleep then. Christopher, here's another one saying, good morning from Norway. We appreciate you, Christopher. Thanks for the super chat from Norway. Also, the advantage of time zones there. And then Andre Carmel saying, I want an L2 exclusive water bottle that you can't show to regular people. That you can't show to regular people.
Like, hey, dude, I got some water, but I can't really tell you about it. I can't really show you it.
Like a redacted koozie or something, and you put a redacted koozie around the L2 only water bottle.
That's hilarious. That is. I would love a redacted koozie. Let's throw that one in the idea pile also.
Redacted koozie. Hey, I'm gonna grab some comments from over on the Twitch side as well. Let's see here. Somebody said, "Welcome." Oh, Karen. Hey, Karen, how's it going? Welcome to the 41 Club. I'm getting there. The 20th is coming up in 2 days, and that is when I am ticking over the old odometer. So I appreciate you there, Karen. One more year, and I have the answer to everything. Nice. Somebody was telling me I should spray some WD-40 on myself to help with those joints creaking in the morning. Cartoba asking, who's Das speaking with? Here on the line with me, I've got Jack Beyer, video editor, photographer, and a live stream host extraordinaire over here. Jack, say hi to everybody really quickly.
Hi to everybody really quickly.
There you go. Very, very literal interpretation, but that is the
I will
sound
never,
of
when you
Jack's
cue
voice.
me up like that, I will never not do that, just for the record. I know you already know that based on many, many, many times of that joke, but yeah, just to be clear, you cue me up like that, you pitch me a baseball, Das, I'm gonna hit it with a bat.
It's like T-ball. I'm like putting the ball right there on the tee for you. All you just got to do is knock it out of the park, man.
There you go. Better analogy.
Alrighty. So again, Twitch, thank you all as well for hanging out here. We do the double stream here. I have permission from NASASpaceflight to actually co-stream this over on my Twitch channel, and I do read both chats. I sort of jump back and forth, but I don't always get to things in quite the real time that you may be used to over on my Twitch channel. But I appreciate people watching from all different sides. Also, there's another raid from Clear Skies Network, one of the educational streams over on Twitch. What's up, Clear Skies Network? Thank you all so much for stopping in. What were y'all getting into this evening? Hopefully looking at some clear skies and not clouds.
And networking.
Yeah, there you go.
Seriously, just to do something a little bit different. Everybody that's watching on Twitch, thank you for supporting Das and watching on Twitch, because Das is such a huge integral part of doing these streams. I mean, we could not do it without his technical wizardry. So the fact that you're watching over there on Twitch and you're supporting him on Twitch, that's huge. That's huger than huge. That is enabling this entire thing to happen. So, so thank you. On behalf of Das, thank you.
Thanks for saying that, Jack. I used to try to do this all myself, right? I'd be the person out in the field running the camera, then I'm also running the live stream, then I'm also doing this, and I was sort of one man banding. You know, the person that has the snare drum and then the cymbal hat, and then they have the bass, and they have to kick their leg, and there's a tambourine on their arm, and it really is difficult to cover things the way you really want to with one person sort of trying to do everything. So it's a massive boon to work with NASA Spaceflight and help out with the live streams, because there's so many different talented people on the team. I mean, the daily videos y'all put out are so good. I could never do that. Like, that's so far outside of my skill set. I would never even have the bandwidth to do that. But every single day, Mary, Boca Chica gal, out there getting the raw footage, sending it up to Jack or one of the other editors, and producing these quality videos. On other channels, you'll see those like, once a week or every other week you get a video like that, and y'all crank these things out every single day. It is amazing what you're able to accomplish when you got a team of people working together. So
Yep, it's awesome, and I said thanks to everybody watching you on Twitch and supporting you on Twitch, and it goes without saying that thank you to all of our members. Thank you to everyone that's become a member tonight, even. But you know, you don't have to support us monetarily. Even just your views, you hitting the like button, you subscribing, you telling your friends that also like space stuff about our channel. But seriously, everybody joining right now, all 4,000 of you watching, thanks for your support. We love you for it. Thank you.
Even if your support is making snide remarks when I start to talk like strong bad, whatever it is, even just chatting, just being a part of the community, we're so happy we're able to share this stuff with people all over the world, and we're able to do it because people keep showing up. Guy with orange hoodie on there, you need to leave. See the guy, the orange hoodie or the sort of red hoodie there, down at the very base.
Don't hate on orange hoodies.
Oh,
orange hoodies are my jam.
He needs to wear that orange hoodie somewhere else. Like that's
okay.
Not on
That's fair. Okay, I can agree with that. Sorry, I got defensive.
It looks like Clear Skies is reporting that they couldn't do any viewing today because of the fires smoking them out. How's all that going over there around you, Jack? Is that affecting you? Yeah.
It's better last couple days. It's been less smoky here in Los Angeles, but you know, it's bad elsewhere in the state and all around the state, really. And that smoke is traveling across large swaths of the U.S. as well. But really, I don't want to get too much into it, but it's heartbreaking because really, truly, it seems like this is not California's worst wildfire year in the last 100. This will be the best year in the next 1,000. So strap in, and we got to really start to examine what we're going to do about climate change and what we're going to do about re-examining how we, manage our forests and do controlled burns. And I mean, even just, I was reading an article the other day, and we do, I think, around 20,000 acres of controlled burning every year in California. And we have recently signed a memorandum of understanding with the federal government to do more burning. But even if we magically overnight doubled the amount of burning that we did to 40,000 acres a year, the amount that needs to get done to make a dent in all of the fuel that's built up over the last 100 is like millions and millions and millions of acres. So even if we went full tilt on controlled burning right now, the solution is not just that. It's all about, honestly, coming to terms with this new normal and starting to take steps to mitigate it as best we can, but recognizing that, oh man, these fires, it's not just that, there's a bunch of fuel. It's also that it's hotter now, thanks to climate change, and it's drier now, thanks to climate change. And when we get these storms that come in, because basically since Gold Rush era California has refused to treat fire as a natural process that forests need, and we have prevented that from happening, we have basically built a 100-year tinderbox that we don't have a way to stop now. Anyways, I'm sorry. I went down the fire path, but yeah, It's bad. The short answer is it's bad. And my heart goes out to everybody that is struggling with the fires right now, and anybody that has had to evacuate, or anybody that goes outside and has to see the sky how it is, and just really quick to address some straight up insanity in chat. No, it's not any extremist group. It's climate change. And if you are denying the science of climate change, I don't know why you are currently watching science happen on the side of the road here. we're all here for facts and science and the future, and burying our heads in the sand does not change the fact of where we're at right now. So, anyways, let's talk about happier things. I'm sorry.
No, it's Jack. I asked. I mean, I hope that you're well out there, and that's actually a really great point. I mean, we were talking about, oh, geez, we can't look at the stars because of the smoke from the fires. There are clearly a lot more serious impacts, and I appreciate you steering me back around to that realization, right? Because it is a lot more than just the fact that we can't go out and see stars. So I appreciate you there. Angie Harover with a new membership popping in there. Angie, thank you so much for the support. And then Mark Duffy as well, tossing in a super chat saying, bravo, Jack. There you go. So, yes. Again, y'all, that is Starship SN7.1 out there. We do not have an exact time frame for this test. We know that there are now less than 6 hours left in the test window. It is currently 12:04 a.m., just after midnight, Central Daylight Time. The clock's up at the top of the screen, and that test window extends until 6 a.m. this morning. I certainly hope that we are not here until 6 a.m., but as of right now, the pad is not clear. So there are still people out there. They are doing some sort of work. There is no indication that there is any fueling or cryo testing happening at this time. So that is where we are. Just be watching that scissor lift in the middle. I'll show y'all real quick. Am I real time? Yeah, okay. Right over here in the middle is what we're looking at. Right there is a scissor lift. Oh no, I left it orange. That's confusing. Here.
Oh no, leave it. I love it. It's orange and it looks good on my eye. It feels good on my eyes.
When you draw, it can be an orange.
If aspect ratio is messed up as sandpaper on my eyes, international orange is like candy.
Like a soothing balm.
Yeah, there you go.
But that scissor, actually, it's about halfway up right now. You can see the person on the scissor lift, and hopefully that lift is going down. But people out there working, going up and down. The way they're lit up, I don't even know that they're on the far side. I think that they're underneath 7.1 right now. Would you concur with that, Jack?
Yep. Yeah, it sure looks like it. I mean, telephoto lens can cause some distortion, but who knows? It sure looks like they're under it.
It looks like the lift is blocking the far structural support, that girder. It looks like they're in front of that far girder, if I'm looking at that right. So I feel like they may be underneath 7.1 right now. But clearly the pad is not clear. There are still people out there working on it. SpaceX will proceed at their own speed. They're not going to push the test if they're not ready to push the test. So we continue to wait and see. Hopefully they get in a truck and leave. That's what I want to see. Just y'all get out of there.
How is this controversial? The climate's changing. The climate is changing. We caused the climate to change. It's changing. That shouldn't be controversial. It shouldn't be political. The climate is changing. There, I said it. I'm done. If you don't like me for it, that's fine. The climate's changing. We're going to kill ourselves, and we got to get off this planet and get to Mars before we do. And I sure hope we can. Let's see. Let's answer some questions from chat. Chat, you got any questions? At NASASpaceflight, we'll answer your questions about Starship.
Yeah, we've got a couple in there that are already ready to go. Johans here asking, will it explode? We know that this is supposed to be a test of failure, but we don't know the exact mode of failure here. We don't know if it's just going to have a leak and it's going to vent in one area, like a seam will fail or something like that, or if it'll be a big destructive thing. We're pretty sure that it won't explode. Explode really says to me like fire, and they're not using methane. They're not using anything that could be combustible. That's why they use the liquid nitrogen for these cryo tests, so that we don't have the ability for a big explosion. But maybe it will pop, like a rapid depressurization, I guess is the right way to say it there.
Rapid scheduled depressurization?
Yeah. Rapid scheduled depressurization. Yes. Also, let's see here. Do you think the new tank is the start of the tank farm for OLP? Jack, what about that huge tank that came through?
Yeah, it looked like it was set down next to the landing pad. And I'm guessing the OLP is orbital launch pad. So it sure could be the start of the tank farm for the orbital launch pad. It'd be an interesting spot for it. If it ends up being there next to the landing pad, it seems like kind of a counterintuitive spot to put it. So, I'm sort of assuming that it'll get moved, but I really don't know. But surely, and we've been saying this for a while now, they're going to need to massively expand the tank farm for full stack, or at least for super heavy testing and activity. So
Yeah, absolutely.
one way or another, they're going to have to expand the tank farm. So if that's what that ends up being for, definitely not a shocker. But the thing I'm questioning is where they're going to put it, because I don't know that it'll stay where it's at right now.
Yeah, that's probably going to be a horizontal tank, right? That tank's not going to go vertical, is it?
No. It looked like it had footings to be horizontal. I could be wrong, but it sure looked like a horizontal, like structurally it's a horizontal tank. But yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Another super chat coming in from Rough Rider Show there saying, it's so late. Mary is a trooper. It's past midnight now. And remember, we usually get the sunrise shots from Mary. So Mary is out there all hours of the day. And honestly, probably needs a little bit more sleep. We need to see if we can get her one of those robot dogs or something to just drive around so Mary doesn't always have to be out there herself. But definitely thanks to Mary being out there. Rough Rider, thank you for the support with the super chat there. So let's see here. Plugs, you sit on the base of SS7. What about this one, Jack? You can probably talk a little bit more about this one, saying any theories on the purpose of the lugs that we've seen around the base of SN8 and 9? TPS attachment, aero cover attach point. Have we seen some lugs in the daily videos recently?
It doesn't ring a bell, honestly. I wish it did, but it's not ringing a bell to me. I saw this one come in. I don't recall seeing those lugs. Maybe somebody in our Discord will post that. Post a shot of what they're talking about.
See if we get a picture or something like that of exactly what we're talking about there. So I'm not sure. I mean, maybe they've had some sort of. I'm not sure. Yeah, we'll have to see the picture of what they're talking about there. Here's one about Falcon 9s. So at what rate is SpaceX producing Falcon 9s? They're still making Falcon 9s, but the whole reusability thing, they're not making as many of them, right?
Yeah, I mean, didn't they, maybe a year or two ago, they laid off 3,000 people, production staff and whatnot, and it seemed like they ramped down their production of Falcon 9 significantly. Yeah, I don't know what the rate they're currently producing them is at, but yeah, it certainly seems like a lower rate than they have been previously. I mean, that's part of why reuse is so key to what SpaceX is doing. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with all the Starlink launches. We did not get that Starlink launch that was supposed to go out 2 days ago. What did they say? They said that it was a recovery area or something like that. And at best I know, that one, do we have a date for that Starlink launch? I know the weather has been deteriorating because we're starting to get the fallout from that hurricane that was coming up the coast. I got a ton of rain here in Charlotte, North Carolina from the hurricane fallout today. But we shall see. Let me see if I can bring up the latest date. I'm going to check next spaceflight real quick and see if that's updated. If that's not updated, now would be a good time to update that.
I see what you did there.
But I've got Starlink L12 that just says no earlier than September. And I've got Starlink L13 that says no earlier than September. This may have fallen all the way back to a no earlier than the next 12 days, it may be. We will see. But in terms of the exact rate they're producing Falcon 9s, I certainly know that they're launching them quite quickly. And I do think that you're right that they scrolled back some of the production on the Falcon 9s there. Let's see here. Dave H. Oh my gosh, here we go. Lights on the moon might finally end the flat Earth debate. Also, it's not Moonlink, it's Lunarlink. Lunarlink.
Loonlink. I like it.
Lunarlink? Lunarlink.
Lunarlink?
A lot of syllables. Loonlink?
Just cut out the R. Lunalink.
Lunalink.
That's got a ring to it.
Moonlink's like Moonlink, 2 syllables. Bam. Lunar Link, it's like, it just sort of drags on when you say it. I don't know. All right. Let's see here. Here is another question about... Oh, no, this is interesting. Kevin, this is from Kevin Whiteley asking, does the moon have Lagrange points for moon stationary orbit for communication sets? So we know the Lagrange points, like on the Earth has Lagrange points, which are places where we actually have some gravity that cancels out, and it puts like a little point where we can situate a satellite that doesn't have to really be orbiting anything. Does the moon have Lagrange points? I do think that it has some leading and trailing Lagrange points, doesn't it? I'm actually going to look.
Yeah. I wanted to say this. I brought up Tim Dodd's awesome SLS versus Artemis versus Apollo video earlier, and one of the things he talks about is the halo rectilinear orbit, which that sounds really complicated and confusing, right? But if I can hopefully not incorrectly summarize it as quickly as possible, the rectilinear halo orbit is basically an orbit that has line of sight to the Earth at all times. It orbits the moon sort of, I don't know if perpendicular is the right word, but basically it orbits the moon in such a way that the tug of the Earth on the spacecraft is the same at all times, versus if it orbited the moon, equatorially, where the pull of the moon sometimes would be greater, the pull of the Earth would sometimes be greater. So that's kind of one of the nifty things about that halo rectilinear orbit is you need minimum station keeping, I think, if I'm not mistaken, in order to stay sort of in that same orbit for long periods of time. So I don't know if the moon has necessarily like Lagrange points. Maybe that's something you can educate me better. But yeah, it at least has that halo rectilinear orbit, which is similarly useful, I think. So hopefully that's a decent answer. But under the Lagrange point is kind of, you're not really orbiting the body. It's a little bit different. But yeah, I saw that question come in. It's a super good question. Do you have a better answer than I?
So some of the Lagrange points are actually related to the position of the moon, is what I'm reading about here. Like L4 and L5 are leading and trailing the moon, it looks like, but I don't know in the same sort of talking like the Earth Lagrange points that are way out in front of its orbit. I think there are Lagrange points defined around the Earth Moon gravitational interaction. Somebody can correct me on that one, I think. There you go. They said your explanation made sense to me. Nice. Or like ZZ Top Lagrange. Nice. Yes. It does look like there are still people walking around the pad. Scissor lift is back up again. We're waiting for the pad to be cleared. We know that the road is closed right now, but SpaceX still have people out there working on the pad. That scissor lift is back up again. So, anyways, we shall see. Aha! There you go. So I hate to do this, folks, but to get everyone back on chat, there are other channels where you can go and argue about whatever you want to argue about. But here on our NASA Spaceflight channel, we are watching Starship SN7.1. We're talking about space exploration. We are not arguing about other things, and that has been fixed. Everyone sit down. Take your toys. We're going to have some quiet time. And we will see if we can behave a little bit later, or a little bit better later, and see what we can do. But anyways, we will continue to see if we can get this done.
It looks like the Bobcat fire is at Mount Wilson Observatory. 2 hours ago, there's a photo on Twitter I just retweeted of the fire basically at the observatory.
What are we going to do? Yes. Wow. Look at this. All of a sudden, a lot of memberships coming in. We appreciate you there. Lancer2204 with the membership, and BWJC Lego. I wonder if that's like Legos, like Lego. Jack Lishman as well, a couple memberships coming in. So hate to do it that way, y'all, but as it turns out, we have tools that we can use to try and fix things. So, again, I'm just watching that scissor lift go up and down and up and down and up and down, listening to some crickets and not seeing any testing. A lot of times what we'll do is we actually wait until we start to see frosting. And this evening we said, hey, certainly they're going to do this test early on in the window. Let's just start the stream. We might as well be hanging out. Mary's out there. We all might as well be keeping Mary company. And we shall see if we get the test. But we did start the stream. Wow, how many hours ago at this point? The main stream has been live for 2 hours and 45 minutes. Nice. So we are waiting to see if we're going to get a test. And I really do hope we get a test before 6 a.m.
Oh man, that'd be great, wouldn't it? At this point, I'm like starting to wonder. I haven't eaten. Like I should have figured out a contingency for something to eat if this goes long.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna have to order. Well, it's getting late here. I don't even know if I can order a pizza.
I got some TV dinners. I could go cook up a TV dinner. Do you have like a frozen pizza or something? You have to order one.
I do. I'm lucky. I'm also thinking about Mary too. Unfortunately, I think she's not anywhere where she can cook up an oven pizza or anything like that.
Yeah, I don't. It's during the day. She could just put a pizza on like the roof of her car or something, and it would cook. But I'm not sure that's gonna work at night here. That is definitely a thing, y'all. Jack, if you need to grab a snack or something like that, just let me know. I can.
Oh no, I'm
hold
chilling.
down the fort.
I'm just joking. Like if it goes to 6, oh lord.
Yeah. I like the idea of like a 5 a.m. pizza delivery, though. That sounds like truly we live in a wondrous time where that's a possibility. Look, Hunter over here doing a super chat saying Grubhub money. Nice. Some Grubhub money for you guys. And then Andrew Donald also tossing in $10 saying, thank you for your great content and outstanding patience. Andrew, we appreciate your patience and understanding as well. And just a stack of new memberships here. I won't even be able to read them all. Maximo, Richard, Nicholas, Jeff, Char. We've got Chet. We've got just memberships rolling in left and right. So we appreciate you. We do appreciate you. All right. You know what, Jack? I'm gonna need to stand up really quickly and go get me another drink. I've been drinking some water here, but I am out of water. So here's what I think we're gonna do. I think we're gonna have a moment of zen, and I'm going to turn up the crickets like this, and we are going to listen to the chirping crickets at Boca Chica, and we'll all just chill out for a little bit. Sound like a good plan?
Yeah, and just really quickly, did you catch this thing? Thomas Murphy saying Lagrange is pronounced like La Garage, like garage. I didn't know that. I've always been saying Lagrange, like a dum-dum. Lagrange.
Yeah.
I guess. If I don't know if that's correct or what. I mean, really say it how you want to say it. But no, thanks for the input, Thomas. I appreciate the input. Just before our little moment of zen, just some appreciation for our chat friends who are providing input there.
It's like
Thanks,
it's Leviosa.
Yeah, there you go.
Leviosa. Come on, jeez.
Because I'm a nerd. Of course, I think of Simpsons quotes. I'm like, oh, garage, la di da. Oh, what do you call it? Car hole.
Car hole. All right, so we will be right back, y'all, and I'm gonna get myself another drink here, and live commentary will be back in just a few minutes. Enjoy the cricket sounds down at Boca Chica. Wait a second. Is that good? There's a car with blinking lights leaving the pad.
Oh, Lord.
Look, the truck that we were watching left too. Remember the
There's
wheel
still,
well?
there's still people down there, but there's also a truck leaving. But there's still people below it. I can see people walking below it, but it looks like they're walking away. I'm cautiously optimistic. We are about to start seeing some action. Yeah, get in the truck and leave. Oh, the truck's leaving. No, the truck's leaving. But maybe there's another truck.
Hopefully. I mean,
we need RGV aerials to do a night flight. I'm kidding.
with the C-130, the AC-130
Yes.
IR vision with the people on the pad.
Hunter Kuntz in chat asking, 10-minute siren? No, I don't think there'll be a 10-minute siren, right?
No, there should not be a 10-minute siren tonight.
Because there is no risk of a, as SpaceX calls it, overpressure event. It's kind of like Northrop Grumman seeing an observation on the on the nozzle of the SRB, that one test they did. Overpressure event is a really nice way of saying explosion.
Yeah, right. It's kind of like fast fire. That's right up there with fast fire. It didn't explode. It was a fast fire.
Yeah, it was a conflagration or whatever.
A conflagration, exactly. I still see the hard hats down there around the scissor lift. I hope it's probably one of those scissor lift that has the little wheels on it that they can like roll away. So hopefully we see that scissor lift like drive out from under there. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, that'd be really nice.
Again, everybody, if you're just joining us, you've been hanging out with us. We are standing by. This is supposed to be a test to failure, but as of right now, don't you get on that scissor lift. Don't you? The guy got on the scissor lift. Wait, maybe he'll drive the scissor lift away.
Yeah, he's got to drive it away, right? It looks like
no.
he's messing with the controls.
No,
he's messing
up.
with the controls.
Yeah, but he's going up.
Oh, darn it.
We're
that's the catch-22 there. The controls can be used to move it up, but also drive it away.
Yeah. We are standing by. We do not get an exact time from SpaceX on this test. We have to observe what we see at the pad. We do know that SpaceX is supposed to be going for a destructive test. Normally, if they were just doing, we're going to put some fuel in it, or we're gonna just maybe run some cryo through it, but not try to fail it or anything like that, like they did the last couple nights, we wouldn't sit here and watch it for 8 hours. But SpaceX has said that this is supposed to be a test to failure, which could be something that you really want to see. That is why we are live. We did go live in violation of our own policies, I guess. Before we actually saw them start to fill the tank, we would still just waiting.
I was going to say something. Usually our rule is that we go live when the road is closed and the pad is either clear or kind of like obviously about to be clear. And tonight we thought they were going to clear it and start, and clearly they didn't. But it's okay because we get to hang out and have fun with our members and viewers and supporters like you. Thanks, everybody, for joining.
This is like a car drive by. This is why we usually wait. Here comes another blinky car. Look, I'm calling it that. I don't know if it went over there, but
blinky car.
Cars that come better, especially if they have blinking lights on them like that. But look, it's going down.
Oh, that's good. Final check. Come on, final check out and bail.
The crane. Is something moving over? No, that's the reflection, I guess, of the scissor lift in that one. I thought the crane was lowering too. But it was just a reflection in that one strut or something like that. Okay. Drive it away.
Oh, let me do some, I'll do some memberships and whatnot. We have a whole bunch of members come in since we went to members only mode to quell the insanity. Chet W, thank you for the new membership. What is that? Character? Almost like character, but spelled odd, and it tripped me right up. So if that's what you were trying to do, great job. Jeff Groves, thank you for the new membership. Maximo Guck, Richard Weigler, Nicholas Hall, all new members. These are all new members. Thank you, everybody. Members, oh my gosh, members. I can't even tell you how, I'm telling you right now. So I can, but it's not adequate. The members of this channel have enabled so much for us, and it's the super chats, and it's the people who buy our merch. It's everything. But I really appreciate the members. It's a commitment to sign up for a recurring, monthly subscription for a thing like that. And it's just huge. It's huge because, you know, when we do a live stream and we get the super chats, that's one thing, and that's awesome. And I do not mean to say it's not appreciated, because it super insanely is. But it's like having a Patreon, right? The recurring payments from the members from that whole system is transformative, because we don't have to guess, oh, maybe we'll do a live stream and, you know, make some super chat money. It's like, no, we know the money that's coming in, and we can use that accordingly to get better gear, pay editors, you know, do things like that. So super, super awesome. Thank you to all of our new members. And a couple more, Leonard Brahms, Element Geekium. What would be the element, like the periodic table abbreviation for Element Geekium? Would it be GE?
GE sounds legit, yeah.
I don't know if that's already been used or not, but
look,
yeah,
Jack, the lift is moving. They're driving the scissor lift out from underneath it right now.
Oh Lord, they're moving the lift. Oh Lord,
they did. You can see it exiting sort of stage right there.
Stage right or stage left? I'm in film, and I still have not ever been able to nail that down in my head.
Anyways, I have no clue. I
think it's technically stage left, because if you're on stage, they're moving to the left. But I don't know if that's actually how that works.
It's this way. That's the way that the lift was going.
There you go.
It's going that way. All right, so that scissor lift has gone all the way back behind this area now. It's clear. It used to be sitting right there, and it looks like they cleared out. So hopefully this is good progress towards pad clear. We need that pad to be clear.
Looks like nobody... It doesn't look like there's anybody under the vehicle anymore. There might... Oh, never mind. Right as I said that, I see two people in hard hats. Per Dalberg. I'm trying to pronounce the umlauts. And Sidara, also new members. Thank you, both of you, for... the new memberships, and Bet Straight, also new membership. Everybody, seriously, thank you, members. Y'all are awesome. We couldn't be doing what we do without you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Andre Carmel, thank you for the 20 currency units. I don't know what currency unit that is.
Currency units.
And they were asking about Discord access, but I think we might have already answered that question. If you are still having trouble, let us know in chat there. But I think it might take a little bit to propagate. But yeah, that's I think, what is that? Capcom and above get Discord access.
Yeah, it definitely does take some time to propagate. It could take an hour or two, because it has to sync the YouTube API with the Discord permissions, and then it gets access. If you don't get it after an hour or two, it's not like an instantaneous thing. Definitely let us know. And there's some handles we can jiggle, but it's not an instant thing on that. All right. Wheelie98, also a penny per minute. A penny per minute. We appreciate you there, Wheelie. Thank you for the Canadian 279, 1 penny per minute. And then Wolfgang Bergen? Related to Chris Bergen in any way, I wonder? New membership, and Pale Horse as well. Behold, a new member. We appreciate you there, Pale Horse. Thank you so much.
Wolfgang Bergen and Pale Horse both sound like Chris Bergen pseudonym. Oh my god, that is hilarious. That is just a great coincidence. Oh man. Let's see. Oh, here's a really good question from Michael? I'm just gonna go with Michael. Michael asks, NASASpaceflight, why are we streaming today SN7.1 pressure test? What is different from 2 days ago when I also did some cryo and press tests? Basically, the easy answer there is we expect tonight to be the burst. And other nights, we do not expect it to burst. And the burst is kind of the main event, right? So this is the one we're streaming. I don't want to speak for everybody here, but I wager they would agree that we don't want to just go live frivolously and sort of cheapen the NSF live experience, right? We want you to know that when we go live, it's something worth watching.
You got it.
So we weren't sure really anything too interesting was going to happen the other nights of testing, and tonight we're fairly sure that something at least slightly interesting will happen, and so we're live. That's the answer to that. But really great question, Michael.
Yeah, I will say there were definitely some chattering teeth and nails being bitten in the NSF back channels about, it better not pop tonight. It's not supposed to pop tonight. It's not supposed to fail tonight. I know that it's frosting up, but it better not fail. Luckily, it made it through those preliminary tests the 2 previous nights, but we are live tonight because SpaceX has said that it is supposed to be a test of failure, so we shall see. I do hope that it goes tonight, but we still have another 5 hours and 22 minutes left in the window extending until 6 a.m. Central Daylight Time. I do hope that we do not have to wait. Yes, good. Going away. Good job. Everyone together now. Convoy away from the pad. You forgot that one guy, but I'm sure he has his own scooter or moped or truck or something that he can use to clear the pad.
This is good. Trending positive here. This is all good signs.
Vehicles in the background moving around. I still see 1 or 2 people walking around the base though. Watch, it's like 30 people walking around the base. At one time I see 1 or 2 people. Let's put it that way. It's lovely 3:38 p.m. here in Australia. Well, good for you, Harry Stranger. It's 3:38 p.m. in Australia. We're totally going to be here until 6 a.m. Eastern time. Nice. And
Just
Andy
real
said-
quick, Harry.
Go ahead.
Harry, thank you for doing those photo restorations that you did. That was seriously awesome. Just wanted to throw that out there.
All right, I'm gonna back the crickets off a little bit there. I think the crickets may be a little loud.
But then how am I supposed to tell what temperature it is by adding 37 to the number of chirps in 15 seconds?
You Google Boca Chica, Texas weather, and it comes back. It's on your screen what the current temperature is. A little bit more accurate than counting the chickens chirping, the crickets chirping. Sorry, the crickets chirping. I think you would be really curious to know exactly what they're doing. When I was in high school, long ago, I worked at like an auto shop, right? Like turning wrenches, basically. And it could literally be like, there's a bolt stuck. And somebody had to go get a breaker bar to get this bolt undone or something. We could sit here for an hour because they have to get a bolt unstuck or something like that.
Oh yeah, and they're like, oh, I know that tool is right over here in this box, and they go across the launch site and they look in the box and it's not there, and they look in the other box on the other side of the launch site and it's not there, and they're like, well, hell, I got to go back to the build site, and that's one of those cars that we saw go and come. You know, there could be any number of minor things like that, holding things up. But honestly,
go ahead. Oh no, I just know what it's like this big complicated job, and you do all the steps, and there's this one stupid thing that's holding you up. It's like, I don't know. When I worked at the auto shop, I was sort of skinny in high school. It was my summer job, and so I got stuck with all the, I don't know, can you fit your arm in there? Like doing the maintenance on the minivans while the engine was still in there, because there's no room. There's no room to work on the stupid engine of a minivan while it's still in. So I pulled that sort of duty, but I know that it's like that one stupid bolt I can't reach or whatever. I would just be really curious to know exactly what they're doing, like they're milling around looking for or looking at down there. Yeah, you're so small you should fit in there, right? Yep, Jack. Yep. The two, I was always not slight. I wasn't like a little rail or anything like that. But when I was a kid, I could run really fast, and I had skinny arms. And so when I played Little League, all I ever had to do was bunt. It was ridiculous.
There you go.
Every time I got the bat, the coach is on the sideline, pulling on his ear, signaling bunt. JB, I went by JB then. Bunt, and I'm like, I don't want to bunt. I just want to actually swing for once, because I could bunt the ball and then I could make it to first base before they throw it just about every single time, and it was boring. I don't want to do that. And then I could get shoulder deep up in a minivan, I guess, like some sort of birthing a cow surgery. I don't know. Anyway,
you have like the vending machine, the old vending machine reach up into.
That I never got my arm stuck in a vending machine.
Well, yeah, because you had the skinny ones, right?
Skinny arm guys, it's so much easier to work in engine phase. That's for sure. It is easier.
That honestly, what you're saying though, really does remind me. One of the first jobs I had out of college was working at this. It's a complex that's part of Disney World called ESPN's Wide World of Sports.
Oh, yeah?
It's basically just a giant sports complex in Orlando there next to Disney World that has every type of sporting facility. So if you're a little league or even college or semi-pro or whatever, you can book time out on those fields and have your tournament there or whatever. And it was a very popular venue, but they had it wired like an entire they had an entire broadcast control room, and they had it wired as if it were any other stadium or sporting facility, where there was fiber running throughout the entire facility. And my job for like a summer and basically a year and a half, but most of the summer specifically was spent going around that entire facility with a little Q-tip looking things and a fiber scope and checking all of the fiber and making sure we had good connections and fixing the connections that were broken. And oh man, because let me tell you, when you think it's easy to set up 5 cameras and just, you put the camera here, you put it on the tripod, you hook it up to the fiber, you call broadcast control on a walkie and ask them if they've got signal. No. But it's plugged in. No. But it's turned on. No. Turn it off and on again. No. Check the fiber. Is it clean? Yes. It's one of those things. Oh, it was the little yellow jumper cable that went from the 3 inches to the camera to the box happened to be one of those 2 little jumpers was bad, or something like that. So yeah, it could very well be a minor little thing like that that's holding us up right now. I totally feel that pain.
It's just, it seems to be the way that life goes. It's like after I did that, I was a programmer for a long time. I did programming, and there's one stupid variable name. It's like one typo. Oh, I forgot a semicolon, right? So it's just, why does life work that way, where somebody left a wrench somewhere and it's, I don't know, it's a 17. Where's the 17 socket? I can't tighten this last bolt so that we can explode 7.1. So we can pop 7.1, not explode. That sounds like fire. Whatever it is that's going on. And it's not an incompetence thing. It's not that somebody doesn't know what they're doing. It's just the way that it always goes. Whatever socket size you need is the one that you don't have in reach, and you have to go dig in the drawer for it or whatever.
Exactly. But all that said, trending positive right now. I mean, I don't think I see anybody under the vehicle. I think there's nobody in the vehicle anymore. You think so?
I mean, I'm looking. I don't think I see any little hard hats jumping around down there. So I'm just trying to find the hard hats. But I thought that maybe they were going to lower that yellow crane. I'm not sure what the yellow crane is doing on the far side, but I was hoping they would lower that. But I don't see people milling around. I saw a vehicle leave a little bit ago. What really? What are you doing? You're going to pick up the last worker, aren't you? He's actually bringing the 17 millimeter. That's what he's doing in that vehicle right there. Oh, there they are. There are 3 people down at the base now again. So.
All right, I gotta go. I'm gonna step away for a second. My headset is dying, so I'll be back in like 3 minutes. They'll charge really fast. I just gotta put them in the thing and let them charge. So
yeah, all right,
give me a minute.
Get you a drink or something too in the meantime. No worries.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. Again, everyone, on our latest episode of Texas Tank Watchers here, we are waiting for them to test SN7.1 to failure. That's the reason that we're live here this evening, and it is on SpaceX's word that they are going to proceed with the test and basically pop this thing. Is it going to be a crazy pop? Is it going to be just sort of a pressure failure on a seam or something like that? So one little leak like we've seen in the past. We're not sure, but it could go either way. It could be some sort of catastrophic pop, or it could just be a leak that occurs somewhere. But that's why they're testing it. They're trying to root out the weak points on the tank. And we are watching it because we've seen some pretty dramatic test of failures here on the stream in the past. Notably, the one that sort of slid off the pad, it jumped up off the launch stand, and then it sort of slid sideways and collapsed into a little puddle of stainless steel, basically. But this one, we don't know exactly what's going to happen with it. It may very well crush like a beer can, or it might just have a seam that sort of starts to leak and they depressurize the thing. So could the lid go flying? I mean, it's possible, Hunter. It's unlikely that the entire top would come flying off. To have something where the weld across the entire top would simultaneously fail all the way around the circumference of the thing, probably pretty unlikely. More likely that you'd see a big fail that might unzip a little bit, but I don't think that the top would go flying. Now, that being said, you test these things to failure to see exactly how they're going to fail, and then you learn from that data. So I could be wrong. The entire top could end up in Brownsville, for all I know. Actually, no. There's probably not enough energy in that tank to send the stainless steel top to Brownsville. These are the types of things they calculate whenever they come up with the safety radiuses and the road closures and that sort of thing. So that literally is a thing. How much energy is in there, and how far could it send this amount of mass or whatever? No top of the tank ending up in Brownsville. Knock on wood. Anyways, Ryan, thank you. Welcome to Pad Rat here as well, as we stand by, hopefully for them to completely clear the pad. I still see a little hard hat head moving around down there, but I'm wondering. See, I don't see those workers' vehicle anywhere. I know they took that scissor lift out of there, but certainly they're going to drive away from the pad in something, and there's not like a truck parked back behind or anything. So it'd be nice if we even just knew, okay, there are no more cars left on the pad, but from this view, we can't quite see everything that's going on. I'm hydrating here, y'all. If we have to talk all the way up until 6 a.m. local time, we can do it. I've streamed a lot longer than that in my days, but I am definitely going to want to pace myself here without running my mouth constantly. Kurosaki asked, the yellow crane, could someone be using it, or is it further back than it appears? I think that the yellow crane was holding something up on the far side because we don't see anything down below it. But you're right, it may be a telephoto compression thing, and the crane is just sort of stowed in the background. I'm not sure a piece of equipment like that, would they actually clear it away from the test, knowing that this thing could come off the test stand or something like that, right? So I don't. I didn't. If it's a compression thing, like it just looks closer than it actually is. Maybe that thing is actually further away than we think. That's one thing, but they may very well move it away before they actually get to the test. I'm not sure. All I know is that there's still hard hats walking around out there, so the pad is not clear. Feels Kappaman says if they calculated that no test is needed, well, they absolutely do need a test. Feels Kappaman. The entire purpose of having SN7.1 be created in the first place was to test some of the new materials and some of the new processes that they're using to push this together. So while they definitely calculate the amount of energy in the vehicle and use that to determine what the safety areas are, how close can people be, et cetera, you do still have to do the test because they're trying to root out the weaknesses here. We don't want to figure out, oh, wow, this type of stainless steel or this weld design or this way of putting things together is not good when they're sitting on Mars. So I'm not going to befault them for a little bit of extra testing here for their prototypes. A lot of other people will always get people that say, oh, that's not a Starship. That's not, you can't call that a Starship prototype. This is a test article for the Starship program. So even though it doesn't have the landing legs, even though it doesn't have the nose cone on top, even though it doesn't have a Raptor engine, they still label it as a SN for the Starship program. So I'm not going to call this a Starship because I feel like a Starship should be the whole thing. It may be an SN or maybe a test article or something. And a lot of times we'll say Starship SN, like Starship Program SN5 or SN6 or something like that. But definitely, wait, that's like a little cart or something driving. Was that a golf cart driving away? I'm looking at it, turning around, pick up your friends, and leave. Or just repark on the other side, I guess. I didn't see it actually leave. There goes another vehicle towards there. The little, that's a truck driving. Now see, that truck was hidden. That white truck that's driving around in the background, we couldn't see that one before. That's on the far side over there. Look at that. There's a couple different vehicles leaving at the same time now. Got the brake lights of that white truck back there. Huh. I mean, that was a lot of motion all of a sudden. So I don't know if somebody got a radio call that it was time to clear out, or were they just moving to the other side, or what the deal is there. Again, massive thanks to Mary, who's sitting out there. I don't know if you've ever tried to do any camping or spent any time outside down in South Texas, but the mosquitoes can be pretty crazy. And between the humidity and the heat, it's probably not too terribly hot right now, but the bugs can definitely be a thing. So Mary is out there operating the camera. We call her nice. Mary is definitely a trooper for making these streams happen. I cannot say thank you enough. Kurosaki, Mary's about 1.5 miles, like 1.4, 1.5 miles away from this position. If she's in the spot she's normally in for these streams, she's a good distance away. We just have a long lens with a crop factor on it, and we're able to get this really nice shot because of the camera. It's not because we're super close to it. So, yeah, there you go. Thanks, Mary. That's what I like to see, y'all. Excellent. Leonard, Boca Chica is just to test starships. They're not launching rockets like Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy. That's correct. Everything that's happening down in Boca Chica is starship related right now. What type of camera is it? It's a Nikon D7500. And the lens on it, I don't know the exact type of lens on it. I know it's a 600. It's got a 1.5 crop. So we get like a 900, I guess, roughly the way the math works out, 900 millimeter equivalents. So some photographers in the chat could be like, oh my gosh, here's Goss talking about lenses again. See, look. Multiple vehicles leaving the pad at the same time. Hopefully more leave. We're still getting some beeping. Andre with the super chat there. Can we get a FLIR thermal camera? We've looked into proper cameras for this. We don't want to do like a cheapo, like, oh, I went and I spent $1,000 on a FLIR camera. Look how cool I am. We would want to get a proper camera that's actually rated for proper thermal imaging at this distance, like over 1 mile away. And to get a proper thermal camera rated for imaging accurately at these distances, it's a lot of money. You could like buy one of those trucks out there. So we don't currently have a goal to try and get a thermal camera because we want to do it right. We don't want to do it half anything. And so we certainly looked into the pricing for thermal cameras. That's a lot of vehicles leaving, folks. I didn't see that. I mean, that yellow crane, maybe that yellow crane is further away than we think. It's not up close to it. And it's just, you know, this crane is we, and this crane is far away. And the yellow crane is just far away right now. So maybe it's not as close to the pad as we think it is. But I'm going to look really hard for hard hats here, because a lot of vehicles just sort of rallied up and took off all at the same time. I mean, help me out here, folks. Look around. Tell me if you see anybody. Why, with the number of vehicles that just left, we may be very close to having that pad totally clear. Again, SpaceX doesn't just put up a big blinking sign that says, you know, pad clear, beep, beep, pad clear. Look at this. Here's more vehicles leaving. I haven't seen any foot mobile hard hats. Oh, nope, right there. There's a hard hat. I see a hard hat walking. Tesla, go pick up that last hard hat. Is that Tesla? Do the Tesla taillights bend down? I was just looking at the taillights. I don't know. That looked like it might be a little bit too tall, but maybe it was. I don't know. Somebody give me a picture of some Tesla taillights. Yeah, action. Mary's good to go. But as it turns out, Mary lives down there. She knows how to deal with the environment. We appreciate you looking out. He just came out of the porta potty saying, "Where'd everybody go?" That was just a lot of vehicles that left all at the same time, and I really do hope that that last vehicle is sort of the safety clearance vehicle or something. I'm gonna go ahead and leave it to the crickets here for just a minute, and everybody strain your eyes and tell me if you see people still walking around. Whoa, hang on, before I stand up. Robert Hobson, look at this with the $49.99 saying a little towards Mary's bug repellent fund. $50, that's like the high score for the stream here, Robert. We appreciate the $50. Thank you so much for supporting the bug repellent fund. That's fantastic. Like I said, Mary is a local. Mary is a local down there. She knows, she is well prepared to deal with the environment. She gets up early. She films outside every single day, as you've seen from the daily videos. So we appreciate the bug repellent funding there. All right, so I'm going to turn up the crickets just a bit and hang out and continue to watch. Hopefully, we see that. I'm going to say there was like the Tesla driving away from the pad, and we don't see any more hard hats. There's still one hard hat. There's still one. Oh, I just see right here, right there. There's still people right there where I have the mouse cursor. You can see heads like waving back and forth. I see two different heads. It looks like two people standing there at the very least. So let's watch and see if they clear out. I'll turn up the crickets. We did get, I think, 2 more vehicles leaving there, but I'm continuing to try to squint down to 2010 and see if I see any hard hats bobbing around. It may very well be that those were the last 2 vehicles, but we shall see. So leave it to the crickets while we watch. Folks, that was not a broadcast conversation there. That was a conversation that was happening off camera, off to one side. It's not that our mics were low or anything like that. You were hearing a conversation that we were not trying to microphone for broadcast. I see a bunch of people saying, "Oh, it's so hard to hear. Oh, I can't hear them." That was not any of us talking. Let's put it that way. Jack, I think you snuck back over here.
Yep, I'm back. What's up?
All right. I mean, we're just hanging out waiting. We saw some vehicles leave, but we don't know. I don't know if it's officially clear or if there's anybody there, but I don't see any hard hats. I mean, probably haven't seen hard hats for a couple minutes now. One of the
I
was
getting ready to rush back over, jamming some French fries into my oven because I'm going to eat French fries for dinner because I'm an adult. Don't question me. And I heard you saying like, "Oh, that's a lot of cars leaving. That's a lot of cars leaving." And then I heard you say, "Oh, wait, there's 2 guys in hard hats." So I did not rush. So.
And there, look at this. Here's another convoy, 4 cars.
Hey, that's a great sign.
I didn't even know there were 4 cars left over there.
That is a great sign. Pad looks clear. That would be pad clear, hopefully.
That looks like a pretty darn good indication that the pad is clear. I don't know. I mean, do we want to officially? I hate to change the status to pad clear, and then be wrong about. I don't know, like. That really did look like pad clear. All those vehicles leaving at the same time.
Yeah, I'll see what our Texas car watching Discord say, but hopefully that's what that is. We don't know that's what that is. There could easily be another car come scooting down that road at us right now. But hey, we've been live for 3 hours and we're trying to be optimistic here. Texas car counters. What do you guys think?
Yeah, Michael made a good point that the last car usually has the flashing lights, so that might have been the preliminary convoy, and there may be that one security car out there that's like the end all be all, like, yes, for sure, I have confirmed the facility is clear. So maybe we'll see one more car come out. We'll see. The super chat's popping in through here. Nice. Vince Straight says, "Get a hamburger, Jack." It did
Ooh.
It's almost California hamburger prices, I think. You can get like a bun and some lettuce for $9.99 in California, right?
my girlfriend and I joke that every time we go get fast food, it's always like a little over $20 every single time. No matter what we get, no matter how many things we get, it's impossible to not be under $20 in California for fast food, just because the way things are taxed and just things are more expensive out here. But yeah, that's hilarious.
That's like the minimum you can spend. I stopped eating fast food when the whole COVID thing happened. You know, we didn't go out, we'd buy our groceries, and I didn't eat fast food for a long time. And I just went back. I mean, since like February, I think. I hadn't gone out and gotten fast food. February, early March, and I went out and I got like chicken tenders or something the other day, and I'm like, why are the chicken tenders twice as much as they used to be?
Lord,
the prices increased. I mean, I understand why, but geez, I just wanted some chicken tenders. Do you know how long it's been since I've had Zaxby's? Why are these chicken tenders $12?
I mean, here we go. I still haven't had Zaxby's, but I really need to. And if you've never had Cane's, although I bet you have Cane's in North Carolina. Do you have Cane's?
Yeah, like Raisin Cane's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is the de facto of chicken tenders, as far as I'm concerned currently. But you feel free to put me in my place. I haven't had.
I mean, I like it. I don't think it's the end all be all. There's
like I'll straight up say like Raisin better than Chick-fil-A. I mean, for a variety of reasons, but also it just tastes better.
There's like I spent a lot of time driving around Texas when I was younger, and there was a place that's it's like a hole in the wall.
Those are always the best.
Chicken tenders and gas stations a lot of the time, but it's just called Chicken Express. And their logo is literally a chicken being shot out of a slingshot with like a helmet on.
That's Express.
Yeah, this is Chicken Express, right? And they have chicken tenders with white gravy. And you get the chicken tenders with white. Oh, it's so good. Oh,
can you tell that we're getting hungry?
I hope we're not making anybody else hungry.
But yeah, the hole in the wall places are always the best, and I love supporting those little small businesses like that. There was a place in Tallahassee. I went to college at FSU briefly before I failed out. Decided to be a film school kid.
There you go.
But yeah, I went to college in Tallahassee, and there was 2, I think, locations of a random like hole in the wall chicken joint called Guthrie. And you would go in. It was like you can get a gut box, you can get a gut bucket, you can get it's like. It was just one of those kind of things, and it was just chicken tenders and like mayo and ketchup mixed together into quote-unquote special sauce. And yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's just nostalgia or what, but I don't know if I'll ever eat a chicken tender as good as a Guthrie's chicken tender. I wonder if they still exist. I'm gonna have to Google it.
Yeah, there you go. And I almost think we need like an intermediate status that says pad clear, maybe, or something.
Yeah, fair.
So hard. I think the reason we're not calling it pad clear is because we haven't seen that normal vehicle that has the blinking lights, like the final vehicle that comes back. The pad may very well be clear right now. I don't know when we want to say that it is or isn't, but...
Oh, wow, there's a lot of Guthries. Holy cow.
That's the Spaceflight stream, not sponsored by Guthries.
Yeah, sorry.
That's amazing. Wow, I can't believe that I can still get...
It's so fresh.
Yeah, but call it pad clear, unclear.
Pad clear / hungry.
Hungry. It is unclear as to whether or not the pad is currently clear.
I really do like, what is it? Anthropomorphizing the inanimate objects around this facility. Like, how do you think SN7.1 is feeling right now? Poor dude. Poor little dude. Thank you for your sacrifice, SN7.1. We appreciate it.
I think SN7.1 is hungry like the rest of us.
There you go. He's like, feed me.
Nitrogen.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, maybe we'll go like the opposite of the bummer route. SN7.1 is like a daredevil. It's like, let's do this, woo! Ready to ride its bike over the cliff. Like, let's go! That's the imagery I'll stick with, just to keep it happy.
Yeah. Chat. I don't know. Has anybody anywhere pad thai?
Oh god! I face palm. That was.
Has anybody seen a vehicle or a hard hat walking around? It's just one of the vagaries of not getting an official word from SpaceX saying the pad is now clear. We just have to go by what we observe. But we had that big caravan come away. I don't know. It's going to be a pinhole leak. Well, once feels Capman, once they start to actually put cryogenic liquid in this thing, we'll know it. The sides are going to get frosty. We're going to get that South Texas humidity starting to freeze to the sides of the tank. This liquid nitrogen that you're going to put in this part of the test is that it should be a cryo test. And we will know. We will see this activity whenever it starts to actually tank up. We can actually, I don't know, it looks like we see a couple little dents in the side, and as the vehicle starts to pressurize, we should also see those dents pop out. That is a very obvious thing that happens when it starts to press up before the ice starts to form, but like we're still, I just haven't seen any activity in a while. Either they all went to go get chicken tenders because they're watching the stream, or the pad is actually clear. Yeah, some of the car watchers here, some of the car watchers are saying we haven't seen the truck with the flashing light leave. We did see a truck with the flashing light enter, and we didn't see that same flashing light vehicle leave. So that is, I mean, I think that's sort of why we're on the fence here, because normally the last vehicle out does have flashing lights. They heard about the delicious fries that are available at. They have to drive.
Gonna knock on my door, sir. We heard you had some fries. Oh no!
That's why we need a thermal camera, Andre. We saw that. Like I said, thermal cameras that are of the level that we need are probably not at the top of our list here. I mean, you're looking at like $15,000 to $20,000 for a proper professional thermal camera. Not like, oh, look at this, I got this thing from Home Depot and I wired it into an HDMI source. Like, there's a reason that the resolution on those cameras only cost a couple $1,000s. So I appreciate the super chat there, campaigning for the thermal camera. Believe me, we will know when it starts to get frosty. We will start to see vapors and venting long before you'd actually see the tank itself change any temperature. So trust us, we watched a couple tanks.
That's kind of the good thing about this test is even if the burst itself isn't too spectacular, the process leading up to it will absolutely be a show. So.
Oh yeah. And then, as an aside, thanks for the $5 there. Get yourself some fries too.
Honestly, it really kind of blows my mind that like, however many weeks or months ago at this point, when I did that stream, when I was like the only one hosting, and I like ranted about crunchy peanut butter and creamy peanut butter and peanut butter toast, like people remember that. Our viewers remember that and joke about it. And then I say something about French fries, and people are like, "Oh, what? No peanut butter?" Like, I just really quickly thank you to all of our viewers for not only tuning in for this kind of stuff and for all of your support, but for like the inside jokes, like little community things that we all share with each other, because we've all stayed up late watching these things so many times now. I love it. I really do love the build up now. It's like an accumulation, like layer after layer. Every time we stream, we add on more little jokes, memes, and things like speculation banner and all that. I don't know. I like it. I like what we do, and I'm appreciative for everyone tuning in, because like you always say, we can keep doing it because they keep coming back.
Speaking of staying up late, Chris B says for 20 to 25,000 we could get a daredevil horse with a GoPro strapped to his head.
What is okay? Whoa! Back up. What is a daredevil horse? Can Chris B come on stream and explain this, please? Like, what is a daredevil horse?
Like a
Evil
horse.
Knievel horse?
Charging at the pad. It's like the robotic dog, but it's a horse and it's not a robot. And it's got a GoPro on its face.
That's awesome.
So here's what I do. I'm going to go with an authoritative source. I know people are saying, oh, this, that, the other. My authoritative source is going to be Mary, Boca Chica gal out there. She is there. She can see what's happening. She has 360-degree view. She can look everywhere, right? So Mary is saying in our back channel, she thinks it's most likely clear. And so I think with our on-the-spot reporter out there operating the camera saying that the pad looks clear to her, I think we should officially go and change this to pad clear. Do you concur, Jack?
Yeah. I'll do a little audible for you. I'll do an audio sting while you change it. You ready? Here we go. Bum 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 bum. And you're supposed to change it.
Oh, sorry.
All right, we'll try it again.
Okay, try it again.
Bum 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 bum. Pad clear, probably.
I tried. There, it changed.
Hey!
Congratulations! We have moved to the second step in the test.
We're very high tech here. We're very professional. We're very high tech. We've got soundboards. We've got all the tech. I'm sorry. I'm such a dork.
Yes. So on that, we will officially change it to pad clear. We have not seen any activity. There is no official source. So what we did is we went straight to Mary. She is there on site. And once Mary said that she thinks it's most likely clear, we may still see that last security vehicle go away, but we haven't seen any activity underneath the test stand. We haven't seen any hard hats, any scissor lifts, none of that work nonsense or anything like that they were doing. So we will move that to pad clear for now. So if the pad is officially clear, we should start to see some activation of the tank farm, and we should start to see the sides of SN4 get some venting and get some frost on them. So that is what we would expect to see next. And I don't know, this shot is a little bit different angle. Like, I'm a little bit confused as to exactly where we're watching from here. It's not our normal angle, but I don't know what parts of the tank farm we actually have in the foreground here. Like, will we be able to see some of the stuff? Oh,
it's also
Jack.
it's also
Jack.
not our normal. What?
It popped out.
What?
It popped out. The dents popped
just
out.
Did? Oh my God!
Look.
What?
No, I'm going to see if I can scroll it back. The dents that I was talking about in the middle, that was an indication that you would see pop out. The dents popped out.
Vehicle is pressed. Vehicle is pressed.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That's great news.
So I'm going to see if I can visually illustrate that really quickly. Just stand by for just a second.
It was right. It's almost exactly where the white stripe from the light reflection is. You can see there's a dent right on that white stripe, like 3 rings from the top or 2 rings from the top, right on the seam. There's a dent, and then if you go back a minute and forward a minute, bam, pops right up.
Yep, I got it. I can display it here. I can display it.
I love that. That's just so nifty to see. Like, when the vehicle starts to get pressurized, starts to breathe, it's really like a thing coming to life.
Yeah. So,
and
y'all, I'm gonna go replay real quick. This is replay mode. You saw it move just a little bit, and here we are all the way up to live. And I want you to watch right here in the middle. Right? Watch right here in the middle. If I scroll back far enough, you see the dent. And then if we go back to live, that dent goes away. Sorry about the camera angle changes just a little bit, but you can definitely see that there was a dent in there. Back that way, you see the dent, and we come back live, and you see that dent actually pop out. Y'all see that? Now, of course, okay, I just confused myself because I just saw a vehicle driving in the wrong direction, but it was on a replay that I hit back. I was like, wait, what? Where did that truck go? Oh, okay, it's fine.
Oh, right.
Right,
No,
my bad.
This is awesome, though, because, it's progression. Pad clear, then vehicle pressurized. So next up, we should start to see this thing get loaded with liquid nitrogen. And that will be extremely obvious, because not only will it start to frost up and condensate, but so will the lines that feed the liquid nitrogen to it. And also, really quickly, I would like to say, Marcus House. Marcus House, what's up, dude? Thank you for the Pad Rat membership, and thank you, just personally, just straight up from me personally, thank you for always being awesome to NSF as you use our footage, really Mary's footage, and just thanks for being a guy. really appreciate you, man. Appreciate your videos, appreciate your channel, and seriously, thanks for becoming a Pad Rat member. That's just nifty of you.
Yeah,
So,
what's up, Marcus? How's it going over there in your neck of the woods, the Tasmanian woods, right? Thanks for stopping in and saying hi. Finally able to watch an interesting test live as it's 4:20 p.m. Normally you're sleeping during these tests. Nice, Marcus. Ah, yes. Again, y'all, we're standing by. We have progressed in the testing timeline here. It looks like the vehicle has become pressurized because we actually saw some dents pop out of the stainless steel. That is Starship prototype SN7.1 testing out new designs for the tank. This is supposed to be a test of failure. The reason we are live tonight, the reason we are covering this is because SpaceX has said this is supposed to be a test of failure. What does that mean? Probably no fire. We're not expecting to see a fire explosion. That's why they load it with an inert gas. If anything, we'll see a pressure containment failure. We'll start to see some venting in some place that it's not supposed to. Maybe a seam will fail. It could be a catastrophic failure. We could get a failure that sort of gets out of control, an entire seam unzips. Maybe this thing will fall off the pan or crumple up or something like that. But we are super interested in what's going to happen because it is supposed to be a test to failure this evening. So cannot tell you exactly what time. I cannot tell you, oh, we'll come back in 32 minutes and that's right when it's going to be T-minus 10 seconds. That's not how it works with these tests. We just watch and we observe what's going on. But as of right now, looks like the vehicle's getting pressurized and the pad is clear. So we hope to see some frost, some ice start to form on the side of it pretty soon. That's what we're looking for next.
exciting.
Actually, sorry about that, Jack. I didn't mean to leave you hanging with the exciting. I had to dive for the water there.
How dare you not respond to my sing-song, single word, no material for you to actually respond to statement? How dare you, Dus? I am shocked.
Jack, it doesn't matter if someone gives me no material to respond to. As the host, I still have to respond. Like, I'm supposed to carry through that stuff. Like,
Fair?
super great. Super great. Hey, Chris Gustafson, thank you so much. Another $19.99 rolling through in the super chat. We appreciate the support here, Chris.
I mean, that's awesome. I know we had Bob Hobb earlier. Repeat massive super chatter with the $50. I caught that right before we went, I think, Moment of Zen or something like that earlier. But thank you, Bob Hobb. But also, $20. That is a lot of money. $20 is a lot of money. People don't want to part for $2 a month for iCloud storage or whatever, so that they don't lose all of their data in case they break their phone. Like, that's $2. So for a $20 super chat, I mean, this is an example I frequently use, but people don't want to pay, 99 cents for an app that they would get huge amounts of functionality every single day of their life out of. So a $20 super chat to me is a huge, huge gesture of appreciation and support. So thank you so much. $20, that's a lot of money. Thank you.
Yeah, it really is. Like, every little bit adds up. But something I've always told the Twitch stream is that it's almost like you're trusting us to continue creating stuff like this. You financially support us so we can keep doing this, and it's not just, oh yeah, you did a great job, here you go, have a 20. You trust us to continue producing, cool content that you enjoy watching. So it really is almost like a vote of confidence or a vote of trust when somebody decides and is able to support us that way. We really do appreciate it. Hey, Overdrive, Thank you as well with the bits over on the Twitch side. Appreciate the 400 bits. And then Alex Jackson, I missed this one because there was no comment on it, but a little while back, Alex Jackson tossing in a 10 Australian. I actually think that would be really curious. Like, do the currencies follow the time of day around the world? Like, at this time, are we more likely to get Australian currency than U.S. currency? Because all the normal people are sleeping in the U.S. and all the normal people in Australia are awake. I wonder. It'd be cool to see like a time scale of currencies versus, I don't know, the rotation of the planet, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. And really, that's one of those things about our audience that I truly love, is that, whenever we're like, hey, everybody, throw in chat where you're watching from, stuff like that. Like, oh, man. it's super cool because you know, obviously I haven't been into space, but I've sure seen a lot of astronauts talk about how being in orbit really eliminates the idea or makes the idea of border seem absurd. And yeah, I just love the fact that we can reach people across the entire globe. And thank you again. I'm sorry I'm a broken record tonight, but thank you again to Mary for bringing us these views and literally the entire world. We wouldn't have this without her. So holy cow, it's super cool that technology enables the live streaming. I mean, I don't know how into comics and graphic novels and that kind of stuff you are, Das, and I'm by no means an expert or probably even an aficionado, but I can appreciate good art. And there is a comic, or maybe more appropriately called a graphic novel, called Transmetropolitan by the great Warren Ellis. And Transmetropolitan is a like sci-fi dystopian, and I remember reading that as a kid. And the main character is it's like a superhero kind of thing, but he's a journalist. The superhero, the main character of the thing, is a journalist, and one of the aspects of that world that that was built for the graphic novel is streamers as a thing. People that have a camera and are in places and just broadcast what's going on, and it's insane to me. It still has not stopped being surreal to me that something I read about in a science fiction graphic novel as a kid is essentially what we do now. We bring news that quote unquote mainstream media doesn't care to bring to people, and it's super cool. Everybody's support enables that, and it's super cool that around the world we're able to bring these live views. Hooray technology, hooray future.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, we're able to do with the technology that we use, we're able to do some things that the actual news agencies do, but the news agencies don't have a truck out here right now. You know, I don't know that it's that they don't follow it as much, but this is sort of our bag. We can be out here and we can be covering things like this, and we don't need an entire news agency with a huge, massive studio and satellite trucks and all this sort of stuff to be able to share this all over the world. I mean, it's literally technology we've put together ourselves, quite frankly, on our own budgets, right, to get
Yep.
this stuff going. So it really is cool that we can share this. Some more dents look like they keep popping out of there as they increase the pressure in SN7.1, but still really waiting to start to see some of the frostiness. I want to see some ice forming on the tanks. I want to see some fluids coming. I'm going to ask Mary really quickly. I think she may be on audio comms and can hear what we're saying. I wonder if we're going to see any activity from the tank farm in this shot. So the normal places where it vents from, we're looking at this from a different angle than we normally see. So I wonder, like, is the grass fence still over to the left? Are we so tightly zoomed in that we wouldn't see that, or what may we
Yeah.
or may not see? You know?
Yeah, that's definitely a good thing to ask her and figure out. And if you can hear us, Mary, definitely let us know, or even chime in. I swear I'll shut up so that you can. But yeah, I think that they're feeding the liquid nitrogen to SN7.1 from Pad A.
Oh,
that's
yeah?
kind of that thing that's dangling off the side, the side that's facing us.
Yeah.
It looks like a hose almost that's dangling. That is straight up, I think, liquid nitrogen hose. So we should see that thing frost up immediately once they start pumping cryogenic fluid through it. That's my understanding, anyways. I could be completely wrong, but yeah, it's a good
definitely
thing.
a temporary stand, right? It's not the full-on pad infrastructure with the disconnects and all that sort of stuff. I don't
Every
know
pad
how
that we've
connected to a hose, though. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I could totally be wrong. But point being, definitely let's ask Mary what kind of tank farm activity we'll see in this shot, because keep in mind Pad B is off the side of Pad A. Everything we've seen from Pad A so far, all of the tests have so far been from Pad A, which you can see on the left side of the frame, illuminated. But if you think about other previous streams that we've done, tank farm is kind of in front of and off to the left of Pad A. So since Pad A is frame left right now, all of that stuff would sort of be off camera to the left.
Yeah. I turned the ambient audio down because there was some sort of truck or something driving by. I don't know if y'all could hear that by. So
Holy.
I cranked the crickets down for a bit. It sounds like it's gone now.
The
Increase
activity in
volume.
Boca never stops. I mean, one of my very favorite experiences of all the times I've been in Boca is super late one night. I got back from, I forget what I was doing. Maybe I was shooting some night like long exposure stuff at the pad or whatever. I forget what I was doing, but I got back super late. It's like 1 or 2 a.m. and I'm pulling in to Boca Chica Village to where I was staying, and I get out of my car and I hear at the build site, almost sounds like a party. Like they were playing music loud and working and having a good time, and I could hear, you know, the standard like hammer banging and angle grinding and all of those kinds of sounds and machinery backup alarm, all that stuff, but also just like the sounds of a really good time. Maybe turn it down a little bit. You never know what kind of crazy background audio you're going to get from Boca. Maybe it's a truck backing up, maybe it's a weed whacker all of a sudden, a tree trimmer, or you never know. Oh, Mary's saying
ankle
she's
grinder.
yeah. Mary's saying she's not seeing any venting, but there's also a yucca blocking part of her view. So there you go.
Those darn yuccas. She should have got the palm tree trimming guy to go trim that yucca for her.
I really do love the yuccas. Every time I see a shot, especially the monochromatic, like black and white shots with the yucca in frame with Starship hardware, it just immediately feels like Los Alamos, like Manhattan Project style to me. Like it's uncanny how crazy that feels to me. I don't know why. Maybe I've spent too much time watching nuclear test footage, but yeah, I love the landscape there in Boca. It's so picturesque.
Yeah.
Oh wow, you want me to jam through some of these memberships and super chats? We've got a
roll
boatload.
it, dude. Go for it.
Okay. And you guys, if you're watching right now, you've heard me say thank you to our members for enabling what we do. And thank you to all of our super chatters for, again, enabling what we do, because it's not cheap. So thank you. I'm going to run through a bunch of y'all, man. Mr. Hockey, thank you for the new membership. Musina Street, thank you for the new membership. Brian Arnold, new member, thank you. Michael Burke, also new member, thank you. Micah Tischler, hopefully I didn't butcher your name. Thanks for the new membership, bud. Chris Gustafson, also a new member. We have so many new members tonight. It's insane.
That was a launch director. Chris was a launch director, I know.
Oh, okay. I'm glad you picked up that, because I can't see what levels people are at.
Yeah,
but launch director is huge. I mean, again, that kind of commitment to supporting the channel, like, I wish there was a word. I'm gonna make up a word now, Das, and that word is, let's see. I can't make up a word satisfactory enough. It's going to sound goofy and stupid, but I wish I could make up a satisfactory word that was just a singular word that was an expression of, how about this? Thanks. Thanks, Chris.
There you go.
Andre Carmel, thank you for the 50 currency units. Said stupid YouTube blocked me from donating anymore. Well, buddy, we appreciate the support, and you've been going at it hard all night, so thank you so much. And Martin Kerrigan, it makes me think of StarCraft. Hopefully I'm pronouncing your name properly. 420 Australian. They say you're damn right Australians are up today. I wonder if there's some kind of activity or something going on in Australia right now, or if it's morning Australia time. Vaguely Sober, thank you for the $9.99. They say thank you for the late night content, and yeah, thank you, Vaguely Sober. Joachim, oh man, I'm sorry. Joachim Voldseth. Hopefully I didn't butcher your name. Thanks for the new membership. Happy Hacking Video Blog. They say it's 3:30 a.m. in Brazil right now. It is 11:37 right now for me in Los Angeles. So we're all on Team Late Night. Thank you for the 2 currency units there. Happy Hacking Blog. Gordon Murphy, thank you for the $20. They say keep up the good work, guys. And Mary, it's mostly Mary, let's be honest. Gordon Murphy, thanks, dude. Again, $20. That's absolutely nothing to shake a stick at. I don't even know what that expression means. Why would you say shake a stick at something? But no, seriously, $20, huge amount to super chat. Thank you so much, dude. Steve Eisenberger, new member, awesome. Bob Stevens, I swear I'm almost done with this, and we'll talk about space stuff here in a second. Bob Stevens, and I don't say that in a way, I do not mean to be flippant about the support that you guys give. I just know you'd rather hear us talk about space stuff than me say thank you for. Bob Stevens, thank you for the $10 Australian. They say from Queensland for the great welcome you gave Marcus House. Oh, dude, we're all spaceflight community here. Like, holy cow. I'm so thankful for Marcus's videos. I watch Marcus's videos to see, what's going on. In the same way that I'm sure many people watch our daily update videos to see what's going on. So we're all a team here. We all do different stuff. There's the people that do the renders. There's the people that do the shooting, like Mary. There's the people that watch, support, and click the like button and subscribe. Everybody's a team. So I didn't give a great welcome to Marcus House. I just gave the proper welcome to Marcus House. And Marcus, if you're still watching, dude, thanks again for always being a guy. TC Mutt, dollars Australian. Whoa. Oh, geez. I just got done talking about how $20 is a lot. How am I supposed to explain how 50 is a lot? It just is. And they say, hi there from Kalgoorlie? Oh, man, that's a cool Australian word. Hi there from Kalgoorlie, Western Australia. Finished my shift in an open-cut gold mine, driving all the Tonka toys. Love your work, guys. Okay. All right, really quick nerd out. My guilty pleasure, we all have guilty pleasure reality TV shows, right? My guilty pleasure reality TV show is Gold Rush. And I've worked in reality TV I've worked on many reality TV shows, including Storage Wars, Ice Road Truckers, and X. Good old workplace hazard reality TV show. I love Gold Rush. And I don't know why. Maybe it's the inner child in me that just likes digging a hole. But holy cow, you work in an open cut gold mine. That is so cool. Like, what? That is so cool. And you're in Western Australia, which that's like the desert, middle of nowhere, undeveloped, like desert. I said desert again. Australia. You're in the cool part of Australia and you're doing a cool job and you gave us $50 Australian. And I don't know what else to say than thank you. And if you ever want a buddy in Australia, I'll come down there. I'll film whatever. I'll film your gold mine. That would be cool.
Jack, I was going to say that would be a cool live stream. Like, who here in chat, raise your hand, would watch a live stream of just driving one of those big dump trucks around all day? Like 8 hours
God.
Just driving the dump truck. I would watch that stream, honestly.
I would pay to do it. You can go to Las Vegas and basically, well, you can do anything in Las Vegas, but you can shoot any kind of crazy gun. You can drive around backhoes and heavy machinery. I've always thought, if I had money to burn, it'd be super fun to just go drive a backhoe around in whatever thing in Vegas. But no, an actual gold mine would be way cooler. Okay, as we're blathering on, or really as I'm blathering on, more are coming in, so I'm getting buried in the backlog. So really quickly, FR Rap, thanks for the membership. Josh Robert, Nay, e-commerce website design. I wonder what you do. Thank you for the new membership. Giorgio Bella, thank you for the new membership. And Jeff M, thank you for the new membership. And with that, we are cleared out, with the exception of.
You gotta say them all the characters. You gotta say them all in order.
All right, okay, that's the bargain, right? Because this person went above and beyond and did something insane and donated to this stream $99.99, which is absolutely an absurd amount of money. And holy cow, I appreciate it. And they say Mary is awesome, clapping. And I agree with that statement. Mary, thank you. But $99, and that's straight up. I don't have money that I can spend $99 frivolous. I don't have money that I can spend really $50. My budget is very tight, and I'm sure a lot of people are the same way in these crazy times. So a $99 super chat. Holy cow, man. Thank you. And your name is AFLDSKGDFKGHDFKHG.
Well done. You just ran right through it like water. I like it, Jack.
I was trying to pretend I was Stephen Hawking's computer voice, AFLDS.
Jeez, the computer voice, like that.
Yeah.
The text to speech sort of thing or whatever, huh?
Yeah, exactly. And to pronounce it, I will pronounce it. That's it.
Again, y'all, we're standing by. We know that SN7.1, which is the stainless steel vessel you see in the middle of the screen, we know that it has been pressurized because some of the dents that are sort of intrinsic to the design process, when they build these things, they stack them together, they sometimes get dents in the side of them, and the dents have popped out. So sort of a pre-pressurization effect going on here. We expect it to start to get frosty. We think we may see some venting blowing across different parts of the shot here. But as of right now, we are standing by waiting for SpaceX to start putting cryogenic liquids into the tank. Again, this is interesting for us. It's not just, they're going to put some stuff in it, then it'll empty it out, then it'll be boring. This is interesting because SpaceX has said this is supposed to be a test to failure. And what does that mean? It could mean a lot of different things. It means they're going to keep putting cryogenic pressure in this until something fails. That could be just a leak in a place that starts to depressurize, then they cleanly drain it out, or it could be a catastrophic failure along an entire seam. We've seen both things happen before, and we are very interested. Of course, I don't know. I don't know the right way to frame this, but I would sort of like for it just to be a small failure, because then it's like, okay, good, yeah, hey, that's really good progress. It's just a small failure. But visually, I mean, if it's a big failure and the whole thing like falls off the stand or crumples like a beer can or something like that, I'm not going to say I hope for a catastrophic failure. I will be interested in whatever happens, and then we'll analyze it out the wazoo to try and see what it is. But
no, but it does.
Go ahead.
It's a good point because programmatically, that's even the right word for this. We want it to be a very minor failure, perhaps even one that's in a spot they anticipated, or even perhaps a spot they pre-weakened. But because if that's the case, if it's something they anticipated, or if it's a minor failure, that's good for the program. That means they can pedal to the metal and keep going on the designs that they're going on. I mean, they're four starships deep after they've built this test tank. So surely they want this test tank to perform well because they have 4 starships built with the same building techniques. So we don't want to see a massive failure from a like program progression type work or type standpoint. That said, from a thing that we've all spent 3 hours now watching standpoint, yeah, we would like it to be spectacular. I would like this thing to get air, but that wouldn't be necessarily the best. That wouldn't necessarily be the best thing for the program. I speculate, and I don't know that. Maybe a spectacular failure would mean nothing different for the program. But yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, absolutely. So whatever happens, the next thing we're expecting to hopefully see is some frost to start forming on the side of the tanks. I keep staring at it to see if we can get this thing to start to frost up, but the dents have definitely popped out. Sounds like a weed whacker is driving by or something. I don't know what that is, but
just a weed whacker driving by. I don't know. Weird. You implanted the visual of somebody riding a weed whacker like a broomstick.
Like a broomstick.
in my head. I don't know how you did that, but you did it.
It could certainly happen. I mean, you don't know. But I do hope that we start to see some frost here pretty soon. The test window, I mean, it's 1:47 a.m. Central Daylight Time right now. The test window goes all the way to 6 a.m. So while I could certainly stream, I'd rather not. I'd rather go to sleep. So we shall see. It's definitely good progress so far towards the test. Show me some frost, though. Show me some frost.
Show me some frosty. Show me some frosty.
Oh, it was mosquito spraying. Apparently, Mary reporting in our sort of control room that was a mosquito spray truck going by. So there's like a fogger truck that drives around and sprays a type of chemical, and I think that the purpose of the chemical is to settle on standing water and keep mosquitoes from hatching out of the standing water. If I remember from when I was a kid.
It's like a surfactant, I think is the word, and it basically makes it so that the eggs cannot either it breaks up the surface tension on the water so the eggs can't float and then go through their proper life cycle or something along those lines.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. I was on mosquito spray technique for like 3 months before I went to college.
Wait, did
after
you say
I dropped
you were
out of college.
a spray technician?
Yeah, like Dale Gribble.
No kidding?
Yeah, I got to drive around on an ATV and spray Disney World with a I don't know, mysterious chemical.
With a mysterious chemical, dude. I was a sunflower spray technician.
Oh, that's hilarious.
One of my summer jobs was I worked for a local farmer, and I'd ride around on a 6-wheel gator just all over the farm fields, and I'd spray the edges of the fields for sunflowers, because back then they didn't want the sunflowers to invade into the grain and corn and all the stuff they were growing. I'll be darned if I didn't drive down there, years later when I was older, in the entire field was intentionally planted with sunflowers. I was like, are you kidding me? You used to get paid to drive around in a gator and kill those things, and now you're intentionally planting them in the entire field?
It's like an
Really?
old timer. It's like an old timer being like, "I spent my good years installing asbestos in this building, and you're gonna tear it out."
I spent my good years installing asbestos. Oh no! But anyways, that was according to Mary, that was a mosquito spray truck that we heard. It was not a weed whacker driving by, nor was it some sort of roadside rocket witch driving by on a weed whacker. That wouldn't even make any sense. But spraying for mosquitoes, definitely something that's needed. That's for sure. Come on, frostiness. Have you done any A/B tests? Have you gone like backwards and forwards and stuff? Anything, Jack? Or
No, but I really want a Frosty now. This feed not sponsored by Wendy's.
that's Spaceflight stream, not sponsored by Wendy's. You have to sort of say it in the voice and cadence, you know. So
Yeah, you do.
Usually, it's NASASpaceflight, not responsible for or whatever. I am really curious how they're actually piping the cryogenic liquids into this thing. You know, like
I was reading the forum the other day, and I don't know if it was based off of RG. I think it was based off an RGV aerials photo, but what I read was that they're feeding the nitrogen to the vehicle from Pad A. So, yeah. I don't know exactly the logistics of that or how it's being done, but it's coming from Pad A, if I'm not mistaken. Wow, a lot of people, Marcus House in chat asking where everybody's watching from, and there's a bunch of us from LA here. What's up, LA friends?
It's almost midnight over there, right?
Yep, coming up on it. Ooh, 100 cuts in Florida. Oof. 3 a.m. for you there.
Got a little bit of wind coming through there. Every now and then you can hear the wind noise and you can see the camera shaking just a little bit. But again, it's a super long lens on the camera, zooming in quite a bit. So trying to protect from the wind as much as we can. But we are going to expect a little bit of shake like that every now and then.
Yep. If I was going to wager, I would bet that Mary's at a full 600 millimeters right now. I mean, basically fully zoomed in so that we can see all the detail of what's going on. So that means any amount of wind, any amount of like touching the camera will cause a little bit of shake. But no worries, this is an absolutely stellar.
Yeah,
ooh, Apocalypse Cow. Welcome to Capcom. Thanks for the Capcom membership, Apocalypse Cow.
It sounded like the mosquito truck sprayed Mary directly there, so I pulled back the audio for just a second.
Oh, geez, nice.
It was pretty loud.
Hold your breath, Mary.
He was trimming the weeds there with a weed whacker as they rode by.
Julian Froman, Abe Froman, the Sausage King of Chicago. Julian Froman, thanks for the new membership. Anything But Serious, also a new member. Redacted, also a new member. Wow, so many new members. Laszlo, I'm sorry, I'm not even going to try to pronounce your last name. And Gemma Martin, all new members. Thank you so much. Oh, and Acid Treat. Acid Treat 101. Near LA, but I'm in Orange County. I want to say nice, but I also want to say I'm sorry. I did not like living in Orange County. But at least you're near LA. You're in the right state, put it that way. Orange County, Florida. Oh boy, did not like living there. Let's see. Okay, so from 94 minutes ago, sorry, bud. 94 minutes ago, I can't even pronounce your name. They're saying we were talking about the near rectilinear halo orbit. You know, the thing that Gateway and Artemis are targeting. It's a specific type of orbit around the moon that you have line of sight to the Earth at all times, and the pull of the Earth and the moon on the vehicle are basically equal, so you need a minimum of station keeping. So they're saying about NRHO, we were talking about it earlier, they're saying it's a subclass of libration or Lagrangian halo orbits. They exist for both L1 and L2, and the ones on option for Gateway are southern L2 with resonance. Oh, I mean, it's stuff like that where they say surround yourself with people smarter than you, and when we get chats like that, I feel like I'm surrounded by people who are much smarter than me because I understand some of these words. But no, really, it's a interesting tidbit of information and a little bit of a thread for me to pull on there as I research this further when I'm not talking on live stream. But thank you for the input there, Bwicklego, what I'll attempt to pronounce your name as. Sam Halter asking what kind of venting is expected, as I presume they only have liquid nitrogen going to this path. Yep, basically we should see liquid nitrogen venting. Standard white clouds. Does SN7.1 even vape, bro? Yes, it does. Liquid nitrogen.
And Jack, I was going through adding some more questions to the queue. Y'all, if you have a question, start it with @NASASpaceflight. Tag us in there, and that puts it into our software interface here so that we can add it into a queue. But I know some questions have gone by that weren't tagged, so I don't get them in the interface. But if you do have a question you want us to answer, make sure you tag us, and that will get it into our software here. Go ahead, Jack. Sorry.
I was just checking to see if there's frost forming on the seams, but I think that's just an artifact of the lighting that we have right now.
Yeah, you can see like
redacted in chat asking if that's what was going on, but yeah, I don't think so.
I got another question over here asking how far away is the camera from the test tank. We're about 1.5 miles away, Kilo. That's normally about where we are. So I don't know exactly the distance today. This is a slightly different shot than we normally have, but the roadblock is typically over at about 1.4, 1.5 miles is where we typically shoot from for these sorts of tests. Whenever we have to back off some because we have a hop or something like that, we'll usually be a little bit further away than that, but if I had to guess, 1.4, 1.5 is a good guess on this camera here.
Ace is down. If you're still watching, I know it was 10 minutes ago. You said so close and so far. I have to head to bed, but we appreciate you. Ace is down. Hopefully, if you're not watching now, you catch this on your replay or what have you. But yeah, night, dude. Thanks for all the support. We really appreciate it. Eli, I feel like this is a question I want to ask to you, Das, because I don't really have an answer.
Sure.
And I feel like it's the kind of thing you might be able to answer better than me. Eli asked, at what speed do they increase the pressure? How much PSI bar? I mean, obviously we don't know. Basically, they put liquid nitrogen in it and they shut off the valves, like putting dry ice in a water bottle and making a loud boom that you are technically like against the law and not supposed to do. That I've never done. Totally never done that. Totally never done that. Definitely don't know from firsthand experience over and over and over again. But yeah, I don't know that we know an exact number per minute, but how would you quantify that speed that they're increasing the pressure on this, or that we expect them to increase the pressure? I mean, fairly rapid, yeah?
Well, so my official answer there would be SpaceX hasn't released the actual number, so the best that we could do is try to guess at it. And you could take the ambient temperature, and you could take the temperature of liquid nitrogen and the volume of the tank, and you could try to calculate it probably and say, okay, if all they've done is fill it with this much liquid nitrogen at this starting pressure, and then they just let it naturally sort of pressurize up as it boils off or heats up, here's what it would come to. But that's not, I don't know that that's exactly the only thing they're doing. Like, do they get it up to a certain distance and they finish topping it off by letting it go like this? Since we don't know the exact test methodology that they're running these tests in, we can't really accurately answer that question. You know me with my accurate answers. I don't want to say, well, actually, I'm here on YouTube and I can guess that it was this. Like, God, that gets on my nerves when people make authoritative statements about things that they don't actually know about. Jeez. So I really do try to hedge a lot of the times and say, the answer there is we don't know because SpaceX doesn't give us any official information. I can't even tell you what time this test is happening, right? Much less the rate of increase in bar or PSI that they actually push through the test, because we just don't get that official information. So it's really interesting to sit and say, okay, well, let's try to do the math on this.
Oh,
Yes. But we don't always. What?
look at the thing.
Oh.
Look at the
Blake,
panel.
I got this one, Jack. Blake. Look at this. Folks, that's $159.99 Australian. So not only is there a lot of money there, it's also upside down. Blake, appreciate you in Australia. Love the streams. How far off is SN8? We had talked about this a little bit earlier, saying SN8, my numbers for SN8 are probably middle to late October before we see it over at the site. We're going to get a lot of visuals of it being put together. We've already seen some aero surfaces not only arrive, but start to get bolted and welded together. We're going to see parts get stacked. We're going to see fins get added. But I don't think we're going to see anything over on the test stand until mid to late October. Still for a month from now, probably, would be my guess. Now, you never know with Elon. He may come down there and crack the whip and get that out there at the beginning of October. But I think mid to late October is probably pretty good.
Yeah, I was guessing just based on the way the wind was blowing and whatnot, and just general the progress and the rates they've been going at, and just sort of trying to extrapolate from everything. And mid-October is my current kind of like optimistic guess. So I agree with what you're saying, and basically mid-October to late October, probably early November if you want to factor in for slip. Because so much of what they're doing with this vehicle, with SN8, not what we're looking at right now, but with SN8, is new. From multiple Raptors on one vehicle, to installing the aero surfaces, to installing the nose cone. All of this stuff is a lot of new ground, or at least stuff they haven't done since Mark 1. So whatever their estimate is for however long it'll take them, optimistically, if everything goes well, probably somewhere around mid-October. So then you factor in a little bit for slip and just, reality, the unfortunate nature of reality. That should be like a Linkin Park album. And yeah, you come up to like mid to late October, perhaps early November, somewhere in there. And maybe even that, full disclaimer, if you've ever noticed, whenever I go to Boca, I tend to show up like a week early. Like, I don't know how it always happens, but maybe I get like nervous and I get like super, like jump the gun. And I'm like, oh, I gotta go. It's gonna happen tomorrow. And then I get there and dude, it just slipped 2 weeks. It's that kind of thing. So I could be totally wrong. It could be November or December or something, but it sure as heck seems like if everything goes right and all the stars align, et cetera, sometime, hopefully before November, we will see SN8 doing its thing. And what a sight that will be.
Doing its thing is definitely the right way to describe the wacky, crazy belly flop.
Oh, man, I'm so excited. It's going to be so surreal. It's just going to be so otherworldly. And, hopefully we can be out there bringing you some awesome live streams. I know I would like to be out there. I plan to be out there. And I don't know where the heck I'm going to watch from. We don't know what the inclusion zone is going to be like. I have no idea. Probably, in all likelihood, I'll end up watching from South Padre Island. But yeah, it's going to be one heck of a show, one way or the other. And thank you, Blake. Thank you, Blake. For the $159, because that's a paycheck right there. Right? Like that's serious. That's serious money. Thank you.
My thing. I like to say you're crazy, but you are kind of crazy. We really appreciate you there, Blake. Thank you so much for the super generous support there. Yes, there's a couple others I'll run through just really quickly here. Andrea Dondolini, actually. Hi, mates. Good live stream. Big hug from Sydney. So the Australians definitely showing up in force today. We appreciate the big hug from Sydney there, Andrea. Also, a new membership there as well, joining the NASA spaceflight crew, Andrea. Again, Carlos Morlar, it looks like. Another new membership there. We've also got Ken G. Ken as a new membership. We've got Mr. Les Berg as well on a membership. And then a couple more super chats. Hunter Barclay, hi from Western Oregon. You still got the time zones on your side, somewhere around midnight over there, but we appreciate you, Hunter, for the support. Lag too hard. How long y'all been doing this from Spokane, Washington? Do you mean this stream tonight, or do you mean how long have we been streaming? That's two different questions. I've been live streaming for almost 6 years now. Started out over on Twitch playing a lot of Kerbal Space Program, and then got into more of the educational live streams like this. NASA Spaceflight has been regularly uploading videos less than a year. So what are we, like 135,000 subscribers in less than a year, something like 9 months, 8 months.
It's absolutely insane. It's absolutely insane.
I've been doing the live streams with NASA Spaceflight sort of as a co-op thing. I would go down to Kennedy Space Center and would be there with Chris G back for a couple years now, 2.5 years. But the actual distributed live streams like we've been doing, we've got a broadcast kit down at the Cape. Mary's got a broadcast kit at Boca Chica. We could spool up a stream from Wallops if we needed to, send somebody up there to do that. We've really sort of been doing this remote production stuff the last couple months here, probably 6 months or so since we've sort of spooled that remote stream up. So I answered a lot of different questions there, but hopefully one of those cut your, or actually got the answer you were looking for, Lag. Thank you.
Yeah, and just really quick, like, I mean, I've done Periscopes, Instagram Lives, all that stuff several times for various events, things, but doing these NASA spaceflight streams, I've really only started doing this year, and I just wanted to express my thanks to you, man, for the support and the encouragement, for all of us, for helping get our stream game going, because it's, I mean, you've heard me say it, I'm sure it's not news to you, and I'm sure it's not news to a lot of our longtime listeners and viewers, but this is so fun. This is so fun to do, and especially in a time like right now when travel is difficult or sometimes impossible, and the fact that we're able to bring these views to the world, and that we're able to participate when we can't be there ourselves. Not only our audience can be there themselves, but like we can't be there ourselves. It's amazing, and it's so fun to do these, and I'm thankful for your expertise. Thank you.
Yeah, dude, it's a lot of fun. I'm glad we're able to put this together and share it with people. That's for sure. Pale Horse with another $5 here from Savannah, Georgia, loud and proud. Love seeing Elon's team breaking new ground. Really excited to see an orbital launch. Hey, same here. Jack, I don't even, let's not even get started about a fully stacked super heavy.
Yeah.
That thing's going to be insane. Just ridiculous.
Just super heavy by itself is madness. I mean, looking at I think Caspar put up, hopefully I'm saying it right, put up a render today of just a super heavy booster with some bananas, and it was bananas, because, I mean, it's stupid how big super heavy by itself is. So yeah, the full orbital stack is going to be madness.
Yeah, I can't even know. I don't even know what we're going to say, just seeing that thing stacked out there. Mike,
I'm just going to scream, just like a single note, single syllable, like guttural scream until all the air has been evacuated from my lungs, and I am gasping and mashing the shutter button on my camera. That's all I can imagine it will be like.
Nice, and I am keeping one eye on the tank here. I'm not seeing any other frosting on that quite yet, but as soon as we get a little bit more, hopefully we do see some frost start to happen. We know that it's a little pressurized. Hey, Mike Stevens, thanks for the super chat there. Loving the new Texas Tank Watchers tee. Nice. Thanks for staying up to cover this. I mean, we're trying. It is definitely getting late over here on my end of things, but it's 3 a.m. where I am. Appreciate the support there. We've got Kyle as well. This looks like a question coming in saying, what's your educated guess on what SpaceX will accomplish by the end of this year, considering all the testing and production accelerating? End of this year, I mean, I think we're going to be doing good to get an SN8 hop by the end of this year.
Absolutely.
We're going to get a lot beyond it. We're not going orbital by the end of this year, right?
I bet we could see 9 hop by the end of the year. I mean, if that's really pending. You know, if they want to do a similar thing with 8 and 9 that they did with 5 and 6, we could see 9 hot. I mean, 9 already is hot on 8's heels, but yeah, I mean, it wouldn't shock me if they sort of leapfrog 8 and 9 back and forth in the same way that they were going to leapfrog 5 and 6 back and forth, and just fly 8, recover it, look at it, fly 9, recover it, look at it, fly 8, you know, rinse and repeat. That's totally possible to me. But I think by the end of the year we'll get at least a flight from 8. I think you're right about that. I think we'll see at least one, probably only one, super heavy prototype with maybe like a 2 did Elon say it was going to be 2-engine?
I'm
So I think
I'm not sure.
I think we'll
The
see a
booster.
full super heavy booster. I think that's totally possible for them to put together. It's a total absolute guess on my part, and obviously it would be a very low fidelity, rudimentary, first off the line prototype of a super heavy booster, but basically a set of rings stacked much taller than the current Starship set of rings and a slightly different thrust puck. We could totally see that by the end of the year. It seemingly does not take them very long to actually weld, 2 rings together. That's almost the easy part at this point. The hard part is the logistics and the getting the production line going, making sure the welds are correct. But the actual physical act of welding the weld, I mean, maybe I'm completely wrong. I don't know, but I would totally see them putting together a super heavy booster before the end of the year. But yeah, like you said, I do agree. I don't think we're going to see anything orbital or anything like that, but progression, definite progression from where we're at now.
I think we're going to definitely see some progression. I predict some problems with the super heavy booster build. You know how they get the wrinkles that happen whenever they start to stack it, and you get those dents in the side of the stainless steel. I think that's not that big of a deal for the scale of the Starship prototypes that they've been doing. But once you get into a full super heavy stack, those may be a little bit more important, and they may run into some production problems as they try to stack that steel higher than they've ever stacked it before. So I predict we may see something like that. Maybe we'll start to see some stacking and things, but they may be slowed down a little bit on the full booster just because we haven't seen those problems worked out with Starship, and they haven't stopped Starship. They just pop right out. But I do think that when you have more and more mass supported on those rings, it's going to become more of an issue for the larger boosters. But we'll see. We're going to see some stacking of some rings higher than we have seen before. That's for sure.
Yeah, good point. And it's become a running joke almost in our member Discord. People saying, like, screen capping a part from a daily video update and being like, "Is this super heavy? Is this super heavy? This is super heavy!" Because we're all waiting to see that first piece of super heavy, and surely it's going to be soon. I mean, I think Elon even tweeted that it's under construction right now in Boca. We got a question from Marcus House in Q. Marcus is asking us, how sure are we that the nose cone for SN8 is the one sitting there that is yet to be combined with the ring stack close by with the stringer? So if I'm understanding this correctly, interrupting my own self, Mary saying she's seeing venting from the tank farm.
Oh yeah, yep. You can see it on the left-hand side of the screen there, just sort of wafting in every now and then.
Yep, look at that. Excellent. Thanks for the update, Mary.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if I'm understanding Marcus's question correctly, basically we've seen SpaceX stack one nose cone in the low bay, which is what I'm calling the windbreak, because I think I'm clever. We've seen them stack a nose cone in there, but if I'm not mistaken, that nose cone both lacks a header tank, which would be required for the belly flop, if I'm not mistaken, and it lacks stringers, which are basically structural supports in the barrel section underneath the nose cone, which we think would also be required to sort of prevent that section from crumpling and give it structural rigidity under the forces of launch and landing. So basically Marcus is asking, is the nose cone because they've made so many at this point, there are nose cones with header tank, but they have not been stacked on a barrel section. But there are barrel sections with stringers. So, I mean, my answer is I'm not sure, and I feel like a lot of times people like Raphael or Brendan that do the diagram, or even Mary, of course, because she's the one that's out there, have a better sense of what piece is going where. And I don't really have the best sense of that all the time, but it seems like it's entirely possible that that nose cone that they've already stacked was just a test piece. So yeah, I think that the one that they already built and is sitting there is just exactly that. I mean, it's sort of like those weird nose looking nubs that they installed on SN2. Is sort of just for practice. I mean, if you're hiring hundreds of people and you're having them all work, at a certain point, it's valuable to have them make things, even if you don't intend to use the things that they make, just so that they learn how to make things. That was a circular statement, I know, but hopefully that made sense. And yeah, good question, dude. Thanks for asking.
Nope, stand by. I'm gonna check this. We just had a hiccup on the video feed.
Yeah, do your thing. I will run through some more questions here if you don't need me to shut up. Let's see.
No, go ahead and continue doing the questions.
Cool. So Nicholas Hall asked, is there a limit where if it's a catastrophic failure happens, it's okay because it happened at such a great pressure that they would never realistically hit them? I guess what you're asking is, if it fails, but the failure is like, I don't know, just to throw a number out, like 20 bar, that they would not care that the failure was at 20 bar because they would never ever go anywhere that high. Yeah, that seems logical to me.
And I'll work with Mary here to get the camera back online. I'm checking in with her to see what the status is.
Cool deal. Joachim asking if there are alligators in Boca Chica. I don't think so. I want to say no, but I always hesitate to be to speak in concrete terms like that, just because I don't like being wrong. So I think no alligators. Mary, there's no alligators in Boca Chica, right? I know
She's
there's
busy
no
right now.
manatees. Oh yeah, sorry.
Sorry.
Oh man, I'm a big dumb guy. But yeah, anyways, no alligators in Boca Chica. She confirms. Thank you. I'm sorry. I will shut my mouth. Leonard Brahms asking, when do you expect SpaceX to launch the first manned mission to Mars? Thanks. 2027 is what I'm going with right now. I think there's a 2027 window and a 2029 window. And I'm going to go 2027, and I hope I'm wrong in that I hope I'm late. I hope that they go earlier, but we'll see. But good question, dude. I think that's kind of like the $1 million question in all of our minds.
And Mary's reporting she's got some rain coming through, so she's going to deal with some equipment that's outside, and then we will get this camera back online. We just have lost the live feed, so it's probably just going to be stopping and starting the feed once again. You know how it is. Turn it off and on again.
Oh yeah, I know it. And we were even speculating before we went live, or not speculating. We were looking at the weather, and there is supposed to be some weather that rolls in tonight. I personally think that SpaceX does not care about weather, at least as long as everything's safe. So that rain shouldn't hold up testing or anything. Hopefully it doesn't, anyways. That's my thinking. I could be wrong, but yeah, we definitely need to safeguard the camera equipment. So momentarily deal with that. And let's see, Mark Douglas, 10 pound super chat, asking, and first off, thanks for the 10 pounds. Seriously, wow, thank you. Will Starship stay vertical during the 20K flight, or will it get horizontal to test the belly flop? I don't think we know the answer to this, other than, like, it hasn't been confirmed one way or the other. Other than, I don't believe they have enough propellant to do a completely vertical up and down landing. And I think the way that the skirt, the thrust skirt, and the Raptors, and just basically how the vehicle is designed, it's meant to come back in a belly flop. How extreme a belly flop, like perpendicular to the flow of air, or 70 degrees to the flow of air, or whatever. I'm not sure how floppy they'll get, but yeah, I mean, I think we're gonna. I forget if it's confirmed or not by Elon on Twitter, but I think we're gonna see the engines relight, and I think it'll belly flop. How much it'll flop, that remains to be seen. If it just pancakes right into the ground, that remains to be seen. But yeah, that's what I think we are currently expecting, if I'm not mistaken. There, did I hedge that enough? And picture's back.
It is. I'm trying to see if it's going to be stable. If not, then we're just going to restart the video feed. But it did come back.
Cool
We shall
deal.
see.
And then let's see, Eastview Racer saying, could you see a tank being made by something similar to a paper towel cardboard roll, one continuous weld up the whole length? Oh man, my memory is failing me here. I remember seeing on the forum speculation about, like, you know, a continuous weld like that or a spiral weld. There's a reason why that is not to what they want to do. I forget exactly why, but no, I think the current ring stack thing is the way that they would go. However, one thing they might do that I have seen speculated that I think is plausible, but again, I'm not a rocket scientist. I'm not even a scientist. I'm just a guy that likes
Not even a
science.
regular scientist, much less a rocket scientist.
One thing I do think could be plausible is bigger ring sections, right? And I think that might have even been one of those things that Elon's tweeted about, or that is actually known. So bigger ring sections, or you know, taller stacks, perhaps. But yeah, so that's a thing. Good question.
Yeah, and it does
I
look
wish I had-
this has been a little bit stable here, so we're going to roll with the video feed. We have brought in the microphone. It actually started to rain there, and so Mary normally sets the microphones outside to get that ambient audio, and we've pulled those microphones back in, so no ambient audio for now, but as soon as it's clear once again, we will bring that back. So go ahead, Jack, just an update from Mary there. Also, the wind
cool
has picked
deal.
up a little bit. Oh, look at the venting down at the bottom right there in the center.
Oh yeah. So I don't know. Do you want to say LN2 loading? Would you like to be so bold as to claim that liquid nitrogen is being loaded into this machine here? Is it a machine?
A lot of
oh yeah, it's loading. Come on, switch to loading.
You think so? I mean, should we wait until it's actually frosty?
All right,
to
fine.
confirm?
Wait till it's frosty.
That's a lot of something.
Let's have journalistic integrity. Fine.
What if that's just a leak from their temporary setup or something? I don't know.
No, but for real though, the feed lines at the bottom there look mighty frosty, and I'm gonna do an A/B test.
That light-colored line that sort of goes up from the bottom.
Yeah, it looks. I don't know if it's moved or what, but no, maybe not. It's been white the whole. Oh,
wait.
At 12:15 a.m.
I thought I saw a vent from the top of 7.1. Is that a vent at the top, the second ring down?
Oh, I can't tell.
It certainly looks like it. Again, that wind is picking up. You can see the vapors going, but
like pointing straight at us.
Yeah, pointing straight at us. I think that appeared, and it looks like it is a vent pointing straight at us, doesn't it?
I'm going back like hours though, when the pad's not clear and it's there.
Oh, it's still there? Okay. It looked like, I thought I saw a wisp from up there, but
Wow, that is a lot of activity at the tank farm right now, and that is a great sign for vehicle loading with liquid nitrogen. And so they'll load this thing full of cryogenic liquid, close off all the valves, and wait for it to pop. That's what we're heading into right now. At least that's what it looks like to me, and that's exciting because that's what we've been waiting 4 hours for.
Is this just a different angle? This seems like a lot more venting than we normally see.
Well, again, if they're feeding the liquid nitrogen from pad A, from like temporary feed line, it would stand to reason that those wouldn't be, you know, as well insulated as the rest of the piping in GSE. But this is a lot. You're right.
Look at it. It doesn't look like it's just condensation coming off the sides because the pipes are cold. It actually looks like something coming out of a pipe.
Yeah, it almost looks like a pipe let go, and it's blasting just gaseous or perhaps liquid nitrogen just right out. But I don't know. I haven't been watching previous ones of these tests or anything, so I don't know what we're expecting it to look like. This certainly looks. It almost just looks like they've spilled liquid nitrogen around the entire area.
Well, it almost looked like that. And again, y'all, we don't know, but it almost looked like the pipe sort of unzipped up back towards the source. Because that the first venting happened all of a sudden over closer to SN7.1, and then the venting looks like it kept going further and further to the left of the screen. So that that looks really weird. That is a lot more venting than I would normally expect.
I'm going back to rewatch it now.
Yeah. I don't know, chat. What do y'all think is going on there? Again, we don't get official word from SpaceX on this. It definitely looked like it's definitely a lot of venting, more than I would expect. And then we're going to be watching the sides of the tank as well, see if we start to get any frost. Is this normal venting, or is this something because it's the temporary lines? Is this maybe a failure of the temporary lines that they were using to try and pipe that liquid, the cryogenic liquid, over from the other pad? I don't know. This is just surprising to me. I wouldn't expect there to be this much venting for the test they were doing today. So we'll continue to watch here. A really good sign would be if the tank goes depressurized, but I don't even know that they would need to depressurize it. It's been sitting there pressurized for an hour plus, if I'm not mistaken. So I don't know that... You know, I always want to be accurate. I don't know that I want to call this LN2 loading because it looks slightly anomalous. But Jack, like Jack said, maybe it's just that the temporary lines are not insulated as well, and this is something that's nominal for this temporary setup. I just don't know. It looks like an awful lot of venting.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's definitely staying low to the ground. It just looks like it's originating from everywhere. You know, it's not like one place where it's coming from. If it was coming from everywhere, it might be like the entire length of a pipe. This whole pipe has gotten cold all of a sudden, and it's frosting out. I would really expect it, after it formed a certain layer of ice on it, for it to spool down a little bit, right? Because you get this insulating layer of ice. And even if the pipe isn't insulated itself, the ice itself would act as an insulation for it. I don't know. And this is one of the difficulties with not getting the official word from SpaceX, right? So they're just playing with smoke machines. They're practicing for the big presentation thing. Like they're going to have lasers
they're playing,
too.
They're playing Dark Side of the Moon and Wizard of Oz.
If you started it at exactly
the third lion roar, not the other lion, the MDM lion. Third. Oh, geez. High school.
And again, y'all, we're aware of the camera shake there. That is that wind out there. You can definitely see that the wind is happening with the vapors blowing rather rapidly from the left to the right of the screen, especially down really low. Like, look sort of just on the other side of that berm, almost the point of origin in the lower left-hand side of the screen. Whatever is moving there is moving really quickly. That looks like it's moving faster than the wind. Would you agree with that, Jack? Like, that looks like...
Which area?
I don't know. Right next to the left-hand test stand. Here, let me pop over here. Yeah, here.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
I'm looking right here, right in this area, and it almost looks like something is coming out really quickly there. And then this, you can sort of see the ambient speed of the wind blowing over here, but that looks like it's moving pretty quickly down there, and then it sort of slows down in the wind. Again, y'all, I don't know. We're roadside rocket sciencing here, just observing what we see and making comments on it, but we do not have an official word from SpaceX on exactly what's happening. I mean, again, maybe this is completely nominal with the temporary setup that they're using to pipe around these cryogenic liquids. It does look like it's spooling down a little bit, but you know, what would that mean? Would that mean, oh my gosh, there's a leak, let's go ahead and turn it down, and the pipes are just depressurizing up from the point where they could stop the leak, like a valve they closed or something? Or is it icing up? Like I said, if you start to get a layer of ice forming on it, would that act as insulation and cut down on your sort of incidental vapor, just that vapor condensing out because it's touching the cold pipe, the cold stainless steel, right? Still not seeing any obvious frosting on the tank itself, though.
Sorry, I just realized I never ate my French fries, so now I'm jamming cold fries into my.
Oh man. It definitely has spooled back a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hopeful that this is just condensation or whatever coming from the pipes that are loading liquid nitrogen,
Yeah.
but we're not seeing the vehicle get frosty, so I'm questioning myself.
Yeah, plus that rapid motion on the lower left, that's not where it started. If it was an intentional vent, we would have seen it start from there, but we had the
Yeah,
start of the vapor forming over way on the right-hand side, and that almost wouldn't even make sense to me. Like if you were pumping it from the left of the screen to the right of the screen, you would expect the first vapors to sort of appear over there. That's not what we observed. So is this an intentional vent that's venting like this? It may very well be that they had some sort of leak in the pipe closer to SN7.1, and then they opened up a valve further up the chain that caused this other large vent. Or, like I said, again, it could be completely nominal, and this could be something that is expected with this new temporary setup. Again, this is not the ground equipment that they usually use to load basically load anything into the test vehicles. That's usually on the test stand, and they have all this sort of in place built infrastructure. This is sort of a temporary arrangement that they are using to pipe the cryogenics over to SN7.1 on this temporary stand. Of course, if something went wrong with it, they wouldn't want to damage their actual launch stands that they use for those other hops and stuff. So we will see. I mean, it's definitely interesting. Just not every now and then I feel like I see some condensation on the side of the vehicle. Maybe not really frost, but I feel like I see beads of water, but I think it may just be an effect of the camera lens.
every time I call it a vehicle, I have like a voice in the back of my head that's like the chuckles, and it's like it's not a vehicle. But I keep doing it. I can't help it. So it's habit, right?
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. I'm sitting here staring at it like, is it frosty? Is it condensatey? I don't know, but I would sure love to see some wisps of something come out of those top vents, because that would be a really great sign that there's actually something going into the tank. Oh, I caught myself.
Yeah.
And
Into the Via tank.
Via tank. Yeah, darn it. And but yeah, I don't know. If Elon tweeted right now that a pipe let loose, they have to reset or something, or if we saw cars go back to the pad, I wouldn't really be shocked. But I mean, I'm really trying to be optimistic that this is just nominal gaseous LN2 or just condensation being pulled out of the air because they're playing with cryogenics right now. But again, like you said, we don't get official word. We just don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, y'all, when we sit here and we try to explain it, we are 100% observing what we see on the screen, what anybody could see on the screen here, and just making some good guesses, I guess, some good observations based on the way that we know things work. Especially the biggest thing is getting me is that the venting did not start from the left-hand side of the screen. The venting started suddenly from something near the tank, and then it sort of progressed across the left, and then we get that really fast moving vent down very low on the left hand side. So that's what's making me sort of question exactly what we're seeing here. Was that sudden appearance over near SN7.1 of something that I sort of thought was unexpected there, but again, could be completely normal. We did see some dents in the tank, and we saw those dents pop out. The dents are still out. The tank actually looks nice and straight down the side there, so it is still pressurized, it looks like. But I'm not seeing any venting coming from the vehicle itself. There are some valves on top that we'll normally see some vapors come out of if they were actually pushing into the vehicle. Also looking for, like we said, condensation or ice forming on the side of the tank itself. So Yeah, and I see some people in chat sort of reiterating if you roll back, the first sign of the cloud was right at the base of the pad where the white pipe
Yeah.
drops down, then it spread. So maybe that's a sign that a pipe let go and it was dumping liquid nitrogen or something like that. And then to relieve the pressure in the system, you open a valve further up the chain, which would be on the left-hand side. Like all those things sort of track with some common sense based on what we saw.
Yeah, it's a good observation on your part. The vapor moving fast right there, the way that it started, not on the left. Yeah, I mean, very good observation. I definitely don't disagree with any of that. I guess we'll just have to wait and see how this progresses. I mean, if there's been a large liquid nitrogen spill, they're just going to have to wait for it all to boil off, right? And then we'll see cars head to the pad. That'll kind of be telltale.
Yeah, if they were just starting to push to the vehicle and something let loose, there shouldn't be a lot of liquid nitrogen out, right? I wouldn't think that the volume of those pipes between the left-hand side and the right-hand side is that big. Maybe they're depressurizing something or just letting something sort of empty out. But I saw some people saying, well, it can't be liquid nitrogen. It's not spewing. If you have liquid nitrogen, nitrogen's normally a gas at standard temperature outside, right? And so as soon as that liquid nitrogen, if it's a sort of leak, hits the atmosphere, it'll just billow. It's actually boiling is what it's doing. It'll billow into these big clouds of vapor. So I wouldn't expect to see like a fire hose spray. Like that would be an awful lot of volume of liquid nitrogen coming out. If it was enough liquid nitrogen that you could still see it in its liquid state, that would be very, very unexpected for us to see. Look at that rain coming down, Jack. You can see the rain. Look at the light on the left-hand side. You can really see that it's raining there. I'm going to check in with Mary real quick. I'll pull up the weather radar as well. But it is getting late. Now, again, complete conjecture. If there was a leak or some sort of pipe that let go or something, I'd say that the test's not happening tonight. They would have to go back to the pad and fix that pipe or fix that connection, whatever it was, if that's what happened. Again, this could be completely nominal, and this could just be the way that it works with the setup that they put together. But I don't know. I'm not seeing the rapid moving vent happening on the left-hand side anymore. I see some evidence of the pipe being cold, maybe. Like literally the rain or something hitting it, and I see some very sort of slow-moving outgassing. Here, let me grab this. Not outgassing, but looking right around in this area. Do you see the surface of the pipe? Let's draw in red right here. I like doing this, by the way. Right in this area, if you look at that white pipe that sort of goes across there, that looks like it's got some slow-moving vapors coming off of it. You see that, Jack?
Is it venting on the top right?
Yes, right here.
It's venting.
Something's happening right there. Look at that.
It's venting. It's venting from the top.
Now now wait a second. Is that a something to do with the rain?
Don't take this away from me, Das.
No,
okay?
you're definitely right.
Don't you be logical and careful and measured and appropriate. Don't you do that. Let me speculate wildly. Let me run through the field of daisies.
I don't think you're speculating. I mean, there's something going on up there. But earlier when it was raining, we saw the same thing before the vehicle was even pressurized. Very, very early when it was the members only stream, it was raining then as well. And we also saw some sort of similar activity on the top of the vehicle when it was raining and it still had dents in the side.
It really looks like the GSE, those pipes have kind of all chilled out. I mean, it reminds me in a way of when we would see, was it before the serial number 4 explosion, when every time propellant loading started, we would get like, a huge amount of activity from all the pipes and everything basically cooling down and getting really, really, and then once they were cold, they kind of reached a steady state, but that initial like hot pipes with extremely cold liquid flowing through them created an initial state where it was extremely condensate-y, for lack of a better word. And then I think SN4 kind of went kerplow, and then they rebuilt the pad with much better, much more insulated GSE. So maybe that's kind of what we saw, is basically just all of those warm pipes getting cooled down by the cold liquid nitrogen flowing through it. I certainly hope that's what the case is,
so.
and we're seeing this thing begin to be loaded. I would be very happy. Those pipes at the base of it sure look really frosty too. I don't know, I'm going to do an A/B test.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Jack. Maybe this is just a lack of insulation, and when you first flow that liquid nitrogen through there, you get a bunch of condensation like that. But I agree with you. Maybe that is what happens, and maybe that was completely nominal.
Check this out. And oh wow, it varies quite a bit. So it's hard to say what it actually is. But so you can see the center leg of the transport mount, right? The one that's most illuminated and most facing us, basically.
Yep.
Then to the left of that, there are two things hanging down from SN7.1. Those are two lines. I don't know if that's propellant or return or what, or not propellant, liquid nitrogen going in or returning or what, or nothing else. But either way, to the left, that is the next vertical support of the transport mount, and on that, just look there. Right now it's a white bar vertically, right?
Yep.
Go back like 5 minutes, and then go back like a while. I can see the top. It's only half white on the bottom. And then I go back even further, like 2 hours ago, and it's still white only on the bottom, not on the top. And then I go back like 4 hours ago, and it's only white on the center. So I think that's a pipe chilling down. Although before the vehicle's pressed, it's still white, but not all the way at the top. And when we started, it was white. I don't know. I'm probably just seeing things at this point, but yeah, I don't know.
I definitely, so I saw something there earlier when the scissor lift was going up and down, and I could clearly see what seemed to be the reflection or something of the scissor lift in that support that you're talking about. And so I'm wondering if that is like that's just at the right angle, that it picks up some sort of ambient reflection or something.
Could be.
I see what you. I see what you mean. I want to believe. I feel like an X-Files poster, except instead of the flying saucer, it's actually got an SN7.1 on it. It says "I want to believe" underneath.
Yeah, somebody please Photoshop that, please. That's amazing.
But the activity on the left-hand side of the pipes has spooled down, and we're just getting some sort of gentle. That really doesn't look like venting. That looks like vapors, just ambient vapors on cold equipment over there. God, I'm staring at it. I'm hoping that some of it is actually originating from the tank or from. So I see the wisps that keep coming up, and they sort of the wind is picking them up. But I'm looking for something that's clearly originating from the tank itself. Because when you've got the bottom of that tank, you've got that stainless steel bottom of it, and as soon as you've got a little bit of liquid cryogenic in the bottom of that tank, you'll get some vapor sort of falling down from underneath it, especially the skirts on SN4, SN5. When we get something in there, excuse me, we can see these vapors sort of cascading down, because even though the nitrogen or the cryogenic liquid hasn't gone up the sides of the tank, it sort of goes in the bottom of that bowl that would normally be the thrust puck down there. And so you get this sort of cascade effect. And I'm just looking for everything that I can look for. I do hope that this is nominal. I hope they're pushing forwards. I hope we're not just sitting here staring at this while they're like, okay, test is scrubbed. We have to wait for all this to clear out. And there's just something in a pipe that's just got to finish boiling off here. And then we'll, again, we don't know for sure. It's certainly fun to speculate, but I want to be very clear that we're not telling you exactly what's happening. We're just trying to give you our best guesstimation. And sometimes we're right, sometimes we're wrong, sometimes we're unfortunately right, where it's like, I hope that's not a fuel air missile. But we'll see. As long as there's wispy bits still flying around and Mary's good to go, we'll continue providing running commentary. the DJ disease. Somebody accuses us of having the DJ disease because we're explaining what's going on. The thrust simulator is still over on the test stand that's in the foreground. So every now and then we get a big wisp, and you can see right here, this is where the thrust simulator is. You can actually see the pieces of it right there. Here's the hydraulic rams up to the plate. That's the thrust simulator over here on this other pad. So you can sort of see it when I remove the drawings there. New merch, the I Want to Believe shirt.
Honestly, I had the thought I would buy that and I'd wear it. Honestly, and I would love it. I would cherish it.
And Mary is reporting in that there aren't any vehicles standing by, like lining up to drive to the pad. So that seems like a good sign. So, Jack, I do hope that what we saw was completely nominal, that big sort of vapor occurring, and maybe that was just liquid nitrogen flowing through a pipe for the first time and chilling down and just getting a ton of bare steel on Texas humidity, creating a whole lot of condensation all of a sudden.
Yeah, that's what we hope, and if that's the case, then they'll progress into testing. I mean, they have what, 4 hours left?
Don't even tell us how many hours they have left.
4 hours left.
3 hours and 15 minutes in the test window currently.
Oh, jeez. So yeah, they got time.
Guys, there's a little puff. It's just spooled way down, and you just have the little wisps coming. I mean, I could imagine a big puddle of liquid nitrogen over there, and this is just like coming off the puddle or something like that. But we cannot get eyes on exactly what that is. And if we want to Occam's razor it, it's probably not a puddle of liquid nitrogen.
Yeah, probably not. I feel like it wouldn't have even lasted that long.
Yeah.
And straight up, like, it would be great if we could just like hack into Zeus, the robot dog, and just see whatever feed it could see right now, assuming it's out, which we haven't seen. But that would be perfect, right? Just to know what's going on. But we can't. But surely SpaceX does.
Yeah, I see the robot dog getting mired in a pool of liquid nitrogen and then breaking into a million pieces and losing the feed, like a Terminator, and then it flows back together.
Somebody earlier said, when it pops, is there going to be a Terminator walking out of the liquid nitrogen cloud? And I immediately thought of Zeus. Like, oh man, if I was shooting this for SpaceX, I would want that shot. I would want that shot to show Elon, because he would like it.
That would be cool. I want that top line to be frost, but as much as I A/B it back and forth, I'm not seeing. We got a lot of contrast changes because we had that mist, we had some rain in there earlier, but I'm flipping back and forth. I see reflections. Oh my gosh, tilting at windmills over here. Like, oh, is that frost? Oh no, that's just the reflection of the vapor.
Jack Lishman did did the Photoshop of SN7.1. I posted a link in the chat.
Let me see here. Hang on. I want to believe. Nice. Here we go. Look. This was posted up in the chat just now, y'all. I want to believe.
Thanks for doing that one, Jack.
Yeah,
That's
there you
weird
go.
talking to somebody with my name, but good job, Blishman. I don't like calling people by their last name, but good job, Blishman. I do want to believe. I want to believe this thing will pop. Look at that! Look at the top! Look at the top!
Oh,
Hey!
that's like the tea kettle vent on the top. That is
Hey!
definitely a thing. Look at that.
Yes!
That top vent is definitely going right now.
Look at that. All it takes is a little bit of goofy photoshopping, and we get what we want. We wanted to believe, and there it goes. After all that, there it goes. Top vent. Excellent. So I think we can safely say the cloud of vapor we saw earlier was nominal?
I hope so.
Yeah, I
I'd
mean,
like to-
we're not
I'd
out
like
of the
to see
woods
it
yet.
happen a few times. So do we want to actually call that propellant loading? What do we have that labeled as? LN2,
Yeah,
LN2 loading?
I would call that loading.
I mean, that is definitely coming off the top, the little double-sided vent there, the tea kettle vent, right? I will, yeah, it's either nominal or they're depressurizing the tank. It's a normal thing
But-
that we see. We normally see them fill this up, then we'll see when it gets full, we'll see a massive cloud come out of the top, and then they'll close that valve on the top and start to press it, right?
Yeah, and I think as they fill it, those will stay open because you can't fill a closed container.
Right.
It has to be able to remove the pressure of the gas that is taking up the space that the liquid is filling.
Yep.
So basically, at this point, we should see SN7.1 get extremely frosty, and then we should see that top vent shut off.
Yep.
And then you can switch that thing over to pop, and we can all hold our breath and have a little bit of a moment of silence for SN7.1 because here we go, dude. SN7.1. Thanks, man. Thanks so long, and thanks for all the data. We appreciate your sacrifice.
So I've officially changed the status up to LN2 loading here, and
Yeah, I was too late. Dang it.
it needs like a little Zelda noise or something, like when you open
Exactly.
a chest. And
Exactly.
when they close that top vent, when we see that top vent, we want to see frost on the side. We want to see the top vent close. When that's happened, we'll go over to pressing tank, which is the next status here. But look at that thing go. I definitely hope that they are putting that LN2 into the tank right now. I'm looking for vapors coming off the tank, and I'm looking for frost forming on the side.
Yep. I mean, I really hope they're not detanking it, and I didn't just make Zelda sound effects for no reason and look
For
like
no
a
reason,
dum-dum.
yeah.
I mean,
That-
it could be detanking, and I could be wrong, but I sure hope that they're filling it up right now. And oh man, there's no way for us to tell one way or the other than be clear that we don't know quite what's happening. We don't know if it's loading or detanking, but I think it's safe to say our current best guess is loading, right?
Yeah, I think if we see the dents appear in the side, that would be a sign they were depressurizing, right?
Yep.
But if
yeah.
the dents don't reappear, we're either going to see dents or we're going to see frost and vapors. And so one is going to look. Wait, Jack, I really think that top is getting frosty.
Yes. Yes.
I think that it is.
And honestly, that's where the tank section is. Most of those bottom rings are structural,
Skirt.
like an aft skirt. So
Yeah,
where this thing is getting loaded up. There's no question in my mind. We are frosting up. We are loading up. There's not even a lot of volume in that tank section. So if it was detanking from the top valve like that, I don't think it would take that long, especially if they hadn't filled it up enough for it to get frosty in the first place. So we are loading liquid nitrogen, and that is awesome because it has been 5 hours now. We have been live, sitting here watching this tank in Texas because we are the Texas Tank Watchers, and that is what we do. This is great. I'm all hyped up.
Yeah, that is definitely condensation. You can see the sort of shade there changing at the top of the tank, and that is something. I mean, the next thing we want to see that top valve close. And you know something that's good. We saw that. We said, "Wow, is that normal or not? Should it be venting that way? Did something spill? Did a line cut loose?" But we don't know for sure. clearly whatever happened to that big activity that happened at the beginning, that was nominal. That was something that they pushed through and continued forward, because you don't get the tea kettle vent at the top like that, I don't think. You certainly don't get the frost unless you got some cryogenic liquid in there. Yeah, that's definitely frost. I see a lot of people yelling that it's frost.
Wow, Jeff Weiss in chat. You're a chat hero, designated chat hero of the night, because 25,000 gallons of volume per each 5-foot ring. Is gallon a unit of volume?
Yeah.
25,000 gallons of. Oh, great! Now I'm really stupid. 25,000 gallons of volume per 5-foot ring. That is an extremely useful measure. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, wow. This will progress rapidly to pop here. I mean, again, the volume of this tank is not very large. So, yeah, let's fill this tank up with liquid nitrogen and pop it. Let's do this thing.
Yeah.
Really just watch for that top vent to close off. Oh boy, because once it does, it's game time.
It's game time.
Man.
Yeah, I'm standing by, and as soon as I see that top vent close, I'm going to progress it on to the pressurizing, pressing the tank, the next thing in the list here. I'm really curious, Jack. We don't see a lot of vapors falling out the bottom of it, which is a normal thing to see, right? We've seen that so often on the larger things. I wonder, is that skirt just so tall that it's diffusing first?
Yeah, you beat me to it. And you were talking about this earlier when we were talking about what to look for next, and if the giant cloud of gas was nominal and all that stuff. And you mentioned condensation from the bottom, and my ADD got the better of me, and I forgot to say that now. So I'm glad you just asked. I think it's exactly what you just said. The skirt there is so tall. It's those bottom 3 or maybe even 4 rings. I think the bottom bulkhead or thrust bulkhead or thrust dome or whatever you want to call it there.
Subliminal advertising. That wasn't intentional, by the way. That was an accidental frame check.
That was like a Fight Club level, like that was awesome. You should do that again sometime, just for funsies. So, what was I saying? Oh yeah, the bottom bulkhead there, the thrust bulkhead, is welded. It looks like 3/4 of the way up the 4th ring from the bottom. So that entire 3 and most of the 4th ring up from the bottom is all empty space. I mean, obviously you imagine a dome going. Yeah, draw the dome. Thank you.
Thank that.
You. Yeah, exactly.
And then all of this is just skirt sort of area, right?
Yeah, so it's probably it's an inverted cup right now, full of vapor, I bet. But none of that is, and it's not enough to spill out for whatever reason. And maybe we'll see it start to spill out. But yeah, I think you're right. I think it's just a matter of right now that condensation is staying inside the skirt.
Yeah, it's got enough room between the bottom of that bottom curve and the bottom of the tank that we just really don't see it coming out in mass. And also, we don't see it falling off the sides either, right? So the sides have definitely changed, but we don't see clouds of vapor falling off the side of it, right?
Yeah, and look at even that serious vents at the top. Look at how short-lived the vapor is coming out of those. Mm-hmm. So any vapor coming out of the bottom would presumably be fairly short-lived.
Yeah, just short-lived.
Mary is saying in chat the mic's hooked up again. It looks like the rain might have stopped. Thank goodness. And thanks for doing that, Mary.
Yeah, I've got some cricket noises there. Nice. I'm gonna
run through.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'll run through. There's some super chats and memberships because we're way behind. Wow, thank you everybody. We have a massive queue stacked up. I'll run through these and we'll maybe do a moment of zen or something, or whatever you were gonna say.
Oh no, I was just turning it up. I turned it up for a second to see if we could hear the venting, but with the wind noise, we can't actually hear like a or anything from that vent. So we're good to go. Run the things.
Do the thing.
Do the thing.
All right, Nyberg, new member. Gary Young, new member. Thank you both of you for the new memberships. Sean Ring, 51 minutes ago. It's a while ago, dude, but seriously, thank you for the $2. They're saying local radar is pretty active, going to be breezy. Yeah, we saw that rain. That would have been a good one to read 51 minutes ago. Thank you for that, Sean. Lag too hard. $4.99. They glad to hear. Love the stream. Thank you, dude, or dudette, or other. Blake Parsons, thank you for the new membership, and Tia Shatner. It's almost like William Shatner, but spelled completely differently. Thank you, Tia, sorry, and thank you, Blake, both of you for the new memberships. Cohen von Kromberg. You all have some cool names. Let me tell you, Cohen Van Kromberg. I mean, I want Van in my name. That just makes it so much cooler. Thank you for the new membership. Fangguan, thank you for the new membership. Howdy Boy. Nathan Chronic, Kyle Petorsky, Peter. It looks like you also upgraded your membership too. I'm sorry, Petorsky. I'm probably butchering your last name. I really apologize. Aerojet Rocketdyne, RS5. What a cool name. Thank you for the new membership, and Mr. Master Plays new membership. Thank you. And then we've got some super chats as well. We've got 5,000 currency units of some sort, Chilean pesos, maybe CLP. Thank you from Chile, guys. All my respect for your work. 4:10 a.m. here. Well, it's probably much later than that now. It's because it's 49 minutes ago that you sent that to us. But thank you so much, Carlos. Hopefully you're still watching, or you watch this tomorrow and you catch my thanks. Because seriously, thank you. TC Mutt with $20. Okay, that was the one asking about the T1000 coming out of the liquid nitrogen. Thank you for the $20, dude. Seriously, huge amount of money. Thank you. And astute reference. Good reference. Michael Burke, $5. Talking about might be accumulated ice from rain, not the test. We were speculating earlier about the giant cloud and whatnot, and the venting potential from it. Oh, is it closed off at the top?
I still see a little bit of venting from the top. It's definitely not the big vent. I don't know. What do you want to call that, Jack?
Oh man, I don't know, but I'm. Oh man.
It's not the full-on vent, but I didn't ever see a big, massive, like, hey, it's full up, like the big up.
Yeah. Let's just keep our eyes on it. There, see, there it's starting to go again a little bit. Little toots. Hashtag little toots. Let's see. Kyle Pidarski again with $5. Thanks for the membership, dude, and thanks for the $5 super chat. You double dipped. They say, chill, guys. They just made a huge fog machine to make testing look cooler. I'll go with that. Michael, thank you for the 70 currency units for the raincoat for Mary. Something tells me Mary has an awesome raincoat and fears no droplets, but maybe she'll correct me in Discord there. Benton Straight, thank you for the $5. New merch, the DAS I Want to Believe t-shirt. Yeah, I honestly, I want that shirt. I do. Mark, if you're listening, I want that shirt. Aerojet Rocketdyne, RS25. Thank you for the membership and the super chat. And they say it's Pop Day, my dudes. Indeed it is. I don't know what that's referencing. They're like, it's blank day, my dudes, but I love that. I frequently have to stop myself from captioning like remote photos or whatever with it's blank day, my dudes, because I don't know why. I love it, and I should probably figure out what the original reference is. But thank you, Jack, again,
I'm gonna break in real quick. Do you think we should move to pressing the vehicle? Because there's not a lot of venting coming from the top valves anymore.
Yeah, let's do it.
There's a little bit there, but it's nowhere near what it was before. Do you think we should push that forward?
Yeah, let's do it. I concur. Do you concur?
I concur. Oh, dang it! I should have concurred.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead. We'll move it up because it does look like that top valve has been mostly closed down. So ding 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 ding. We'll say.
Yeah, you beat me. And then let's see.
Whoa.
John Mark.
Wait. Is that a dent or something at the top? What is that? Has that just appeared? What is that?
Yeah, it looks it.
Time out. No, I don't know. We got to A/B it real quick and see. Those look like dents that are appearing. Tell me that that's not what happened. Hang on. Hopefully it's just like a reflection or something.
Was it a D tank? And we're just big dum-dums?
I mean, there's definitely a little flaw there at the top.
I don't
It
see
looks-
any other dent but that one, if it is a dent. It could just be a reflection, Keysify in our chat saying, and I'm kind of thinking the same thing.
That's a big change for it to be a reflection. I almost don't even want to. I almost don't even want to A/B it on screen because there's
I don't know. I don't know if are you able to take away the timeline? At this point, I'm just like, who knows, man?
Just make the timeline say who knows.
People saying it's been there the whole time. Do you want to tell us straight which one it is, just in case people in chat are curious which one we're talking about?
Yeah, absolutely.
I know you.
Stand
I
by.
don't even need to ask. I know you want to tell us straight, so just do it.
Yeah. So I was looking at this right here, and if you go back and forth, that was there earlier, and it went away, and it's back again. So, is
Mr.
this...
Lesberg in chat saying, if the pressurized section is pushing out, it can pop the dent back into existence. Okay. I'll take your word for it.
Huh.
A lot of people saying it's been there a long time. A lot of people saying it's been there, but now it's frosted. So
a lot of people want to believe.
Yeah. I want to believe. I mean, if it is in fact not depressurized or not detanked, then this thing is sealed off, and we're just waiting for it to pop, which is insane and fun, but we don't know. So really, we're just kind of waiting to see what happens next. It's kind of the insanity of this test.
It doesn't look as frosted on the sides either, does it? You're killing me.
Yeah. Oh man, this is.
I don't know if it just
man.
like the frost line is not as obvious as it was before.
Tricky.
Now what is okay? Time out.
Tricky hobbitses.
What is that top? Who just installed a racing stripe on this thing? Do you see that? Did like a light turn off or something? What is that just appeared?
Installed. It's gonna make it go faster, Doc.
I don't know. I guess the racing stripe's been there for a while. Now I'm starting to see things.
Blue Rhythm, thanks for the $10. Jacob Janowski, thanks for the new membership. Gutam Kamar, thank you for the 40 currency units. Jane Mark Legister, thank you for the £5. Sterling, they say, come on, boom, boom, boom. Sorry, I almost missed one of those booms. Gabby, thank you for the 1,000, whatever, Hungarian somethings.
Somethings?
Francs? Do they use francs in Hungary? I don't know. It's Huff, which is a great whatever thing to abbreviate your currency as. I have no idea how you are up at 3 a.m., but thank you. 10 a.m. here in Hungary. Well, you got to care about rockets, right? I mean, it's 3 a.m. for Mary. It's what? It's 4 a.m. for you, Das, right?
Yeah, it's 4:07 over
buddy.
here. Yeah.
That's so, buddy. Good. You're a trooper, man. And so is Mary. But yeah, thank you, Gabby, for the currency units, and Bent Straight. They say that was the most timely chat ever. Das, I want to believe. Read the T-shirt.
I want to believe. I love it.
Thank you, everybody, for your support. I know I've been running through them quickly, but I mean, this thing could explode any second, or not. But
or it could be completely empty.
Or it could be completely empty. That's the spectrum that we are currently looking at right now. It's very broad. But
I'm not confident in the pressing tank thing right now because of the depth.
Me either. I want it to be a pressing tank, like with a question mark at the end.
I can edit that.
Okay. Breaking. Mary says vehicles headed to the pad.
Oh.
So that's the answer. That's the answer right there.
I gotta see if I can edit that so it says pressing tank. There you go, right there. There's the vehicle. I'm just gonna. We need one that says "Who knows."
Yeah, I feel bad that we had it on pressing tank this whole time. I feel like a dum-dum, but honestly, we didn't know, and we made it clear that we didn't know. So that's the best we can do.
Yeah, we followed the thing. We said that we were going to see that top thing go. We did see the top thing go. We said when we didn't see the top thing anymore, that's usually a sign that it's been closed and that's starting to pressurize it. So we followed the rubric, but we saw that dent. We knew the dent in there really does make it look like the tank was no longer pressurized, and probably talked about it a little bit longer. I think as soon as we saw that dent, that was a really clear indication that tank was no longer pressurized. And the big venting we saw, the tea kettle up on the top, was a depressurization of the tank, and not a
Yeah, and all that talk, oh, it wouldn't vent that long because there's not that much volume in there. Well, I guess I'm a big dum-dum and don't listen to what I say, but yeah, that's why I try and make clear that I am not a scientist, and I don't always know what I'm talking about. But yeah, so I guess
I hope that people realize that we're trying to explain. We're not just saying, oh yeah, it's venting. Like, we're not just saying this, we're trying to explain to you how we came to this conclusion, why we think that we should say what we say, and that's why we talk so much, honestly. We're trying to explain what our thought process is. So even when we don't know exactly what's going on, because the nature of this testing, I do hope that people really do understand that we're trying to be honest with you. We're not trying to say things that we don't know are true, and we're always trying to be clear when we're speculating, because I want people to trust us. I want people to believe what we say, and always, it's super important to me personally to be really clear. Like, maybe this is happening, maybe it's not. I'm not sure. Here's what I see. Here's what I think. I really hope people understand that. So,
yeah, sure enough. And I mean, this is not the case. I'm pretty much sure it's not the case, but we don't know what the failure of this tank is going to look like or would look like. Could be dramatic, it could be not. Maybe they had a successful test of some sort. Maybe something did fail and we just couldn't see it. Or maybe they, for whatever reason, didn't get all the way through it, or what have you. We'll have to just wait, I suppose, for an Elon tweet or something similar to find out what exactly is going on right now and what happened tonight. But that's why we watch the tank. Because you never know when they're going to explode or when they're just going to squirt a whole bunch of condensation in the air and then the road reopens. That's why we watch.
yeah.
Oh wow, Huff. Quick follow up. Huff is Hungarian. Oh, I hiccuped. Sorry. Hungarian florin. That's a cool word. Hungarian florin. What a cool currency. Anyways, sorry.
I'm to figure out how to take the timeline off, because it almost sort of implies that it popped, and I mean, clearly it didn't pop. It's right there. It's there.
Yeah.
But I'm going to try to figure out. I think I can just click this, and then that takes the timeline away. Yeah, there we go. That takes the timeline away. And we should just, you know what we should have done, Jack? We should have done this a long time ago. We should have literally just made our own timeline that was basically this. This is going to take me a second to line up correctly. I should have just gone like question mark, question mark, question mark, question
Yeah.
mark, question mark.
Yeah.
And that would be the DOS timeline over here. Like, who knows what's happening? So maybe
You got to draw an arrow from that one pointing down to another set of question marks, and then an arrow pointing down from that one to like question, like in interrobang, like question mark, exclamation mark, question mark, exclamation mark, and then like a stick figure shrugging.
Stick figure. I don't know if I can do a stick figure shrugging.
Yeah,
I don't know. The YMCA. How do you do a shrug? You gotta do like that.
You gotta joint the elbows. You gotta give them elbows to do the shrug. Well, the other way. I don't know. How do your elbows work? How do your elbows work? What are you, a pterodactyl? Oh man.
Don't work, Jack. That's the problem. Right?
Oh man.
You can make an M with your arms. You can. Come on, I'm doing it right.
Okay. More breaking news. Mary's saying, I think they may still go for it. It's up to y'all if you want to end. I will probably try and stay out here to catch the pop.
Oh, jeez.
I mean, I'm down. I know it's 4 a.m. for you. I'm wide awake. Yeah. So we do not have to end.
I mean, we definitely don't have to end. I'm gonna have to talk a little bit less, I think, Jack, because I think I've been keeping the rest of the family up here at the house.
No, that's fine. I can blather on plenty fine. She's saying the roadblock is still up, so some cars just real quickly headed to the pad. Hopefully we see them come back towards us. I mean, there's still, 3 hours? Slightly less than, 3 hours, 45 minutes, 2 hours, 40. I'm good at math. 2 hours 45 minutes left in the window, so that's plenty of time for cars to drive back up the road. But remains to be seen what they headed to the pad to do. I mean, if Mary's down, I'm down. I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, no, Mary is the expert in the field. She is always catching all of this cool stuff that happens out there. So if Mary says that she thinks they're going to go with it, you could actually see somebody walking around with a light there.
Look at that. That is so cool.
Yeah.
That is so cool. I wonder, watch, they're going to go over and check the liquid nitrogen lines. Oh, look, somebody on the far right, extreme far right. Somebody with like a headlamp.
Oh, yeah. What is that guy?
They're checking, right? What could be over there? Huh.
Big generator trailer over there or something, but...
Oh, maybe, what if a generator like ran out of gas on them or something? That would be hilarious.
Oh, wow.
Like, Ted, did you put gas in the generator?
He's
like,
just over there filling it up. He's like he gets a gas can out of the back of a pickup truck and fills up a
seriously.
generator or something.
That would be hilarious. Blinker fluid, Mr. Lesberg in chat saying, blinker fluid leak, Jeff Weiss saying. Oh, man. They gotta reboot the Arduino. What's the flight computer that Joe Barnard uses?
Like
the Sprint or Ava or something
Signal,
like
or
that?
yeah, all the different.
Yeah, Signal.
Yeah.
Yeah, they gotta reboot the Signal. I'm slightly surprised they're walking around out there while it's blasting gaseous nitrogen like that. Maybe it's just I'm still dumb about that. Is that vapor? It's vapor being pulled out of the air, right? So it's safe to breathe. It's not like you're breathing a cloud of liquid nitrogen or a cloud of gaseous nitrogen, because it's like breathing humidity, right?
Yeah, there'll be a higher concentration of nitrogen in that sample. Like if you were to take part of that vapor that you could visually see, you'd expect there to be more nitrogen in there, right? But what you see is actually the moisture in the air. It's not you're not actually visually seeing nitrogen there. You're seeing that rapid temperature change, cooling down the moisture, changing the dew point, the amount of water vapor that the air can hold, and then you see it sort of visualized just like a cloud in the sky. So I would say you wouldn't want to be in an enclosed area that was completely filled with nitrogen, right? Because you do need oxygen to breathe. But I wouldn't want to hang out too long in a plume like that. But I don't think that it would cause any immediate damage, because it is mostly just water vapor that you're seeing come out of the atmosphere.
Yeah, and the atmosphere is mostly nitrogen, right? You just don't want to breathe an oxygen deficient atmosphere, and nitrogen can displace oxygen if it's in great enough quantities. Is kind of what I was getting.
You still feel like you're breathing. It's not like you're drowning or anything. Like you can't actually breathe some sort of gas in. You're breathing it out. You're just not getting any oxygen from it. So
yeah, one of the things that I have on my list of things to do and gadgets to buy is an air quality monitor like that, because one of the things that talk the desert and the American Southwest is mine, and there's so many super cool mines that you could in theory explore, but trust me, I know all of the hazards inherent in that, and I don't even know the first thing of how to start doing that safely. But one thing I do know is that one of the main hazards with exploring a mine, an abandoned mine like that, is dead air or bad air, or breathing it. You go down, it's colorless, it's odorless, it looks just like the air everywhere else that is good, but it's like a pocket of nitrogen or a pocket of carbon monoxide or dioxide or something, and you just take a lungful of it. There's no oxygen in it, and you go down, and then somebody sees you go down, and they go and try and get you, and they have a lungful of it too, and oh boy, that's bad. So yeah, oxygen deficient atmospheres are extremely hazardous and not something to play around with. But
yeah,
but boy, I would love to explore some abandoned mines sometime, safely and responsibly.
Safely and responsibly in an entire respirator setup, like. Here's a question from Godzilla Train right quick. Do they still have a 10-minute warning siren for these events? So, Godzilla, these tests, even though it is supposed to be a test of failure, they do not do the warning sirens. They don't have any, I guess you could say flammable gases, or they're not expecting any fire of any sort. So they use the inert gases because they're safer, and they do not do the 10-minute warning sirens for these. They do the 10-minute warning sirens for hops and static fires and things where they're intentionally igniting the fuel, basically, but not for this test because this is supposed to be all inert. And one of the Twitch viewers over here, Karen, how you doing? Nitrogen in many languages is called azote or azote. I don't know how to pronounce that. As in the removal of animal life. I didn't know that. I'll have to look. They figured out pretty early that pure nitrogen equals stuff no longer moving.
Yeah, I mean, not wrong.
Yeah. So what are our hard-headed friends doing? Have they made another appearance, or?
I'm actually not quite sure.
I think there's some, like down at the lower right-hand side. And again, y'all, we're aware of the shake. Every now and then we get caught by a gust of wind. We're trying to shield the camera as much as possible from the wind, but it is getting windy. Look at all that grass blowing in the foreground, right? You can see the...
Yep. And honestly, that shake is so minor. It's barely anything. I mean, even just think about all the atmospheric distortion, waviness we get when during the daytime tests.
Oh, yeah.
And it looks like you're looking at it through a wavy piece of glass or something. So, yeah, I mean, a little bit of gust of wind every now and then ain't no thing. Oh, how about this? I'll run through some memberships and whatnot. Hunter Cuts, thanks for the new membership. JD, thank you for the new membership. Erlen, thanks for the new membership. And also, Erlen, thank you for the 20 currency units. And Mr. Drummer, also, thank you for the new membership. Very rad of you all for supporting the channel. And rest assured, we will use your support to up our game. We've got cool stuff in the pipeline. So just wait. We cannot wait to show you. I can't even decide how I want to say it. We've got cool shows. We can't wait to show you. Just know that we appreciate your support and we've got cool stuff. And Dan Vitale, thank you for the 2 curly L. Time to bust out the telestrator, analyst DOS.
I think I've hit my quota of telestration for now.
We give you crud for it, jokingly and lovingly, but honestly, it's a huge asset and a great skill, and I enjoy it every time. And you don't have a quota. You could be drawing birds or something on the screen right now. I would not complain. Oh God, my cat. Hang on.
Uh-oh. Wait, what? Hey, Nitrix, I see your question over there. Is the nominal 35,000 cubic foot pressure figure you found correct, and how far high can we expect this to go? I don't exactly understand your question. How far high can we expect this to go? If you're asking if it explodes, how high will it go? Explode, not really the right terminology, like a pop or a rapid depressurization is what we would think. And it all comes down, if that's what you're asking, to exactly where the failure occurs. So if the failure occurs somewhere on the bottom, we may see the tank get some upwards motion, but it may very well be that the failure is just a seam that starts to leak a little bit, and it may not even be spectacular at all. It may just be a leak that we see up here somewhere. There's not supposed to be a leak. So in terms of how high will it pop, it doesn't have an engine on it. It's not intentionally going to fly anywhere. And if it does hop, I would expect more of a liquid nitrogen falling out of the bottom of it than it taking off and getting any real air from this. Karen, I completely agree. You're expecting a seam or weld to give way. We've seen that before, where one sort of minor failure causes it to start losing pressure, and it's not a catastrophic failure across the entire thing. On the other one, the rest of your question was about a 35,000 cubic foot pressure figure. I don't understand those words there, because 35,000 cubic feet would be a measure of volume. Pressure figure, 35,000 feet of pressure doesn't make sense. I'm not quite understanding the rest of the question there. So if you rephrase it a little bit, I'll try to see if I can work my way through it. But we appreciate you there. Mr.
All right.
Drummer. Look at this nerd over
I'm
here.
back. Sorry.
Sneaking through. Is the cat all good, Jack?
Yeah, she's good. Sorry, I didn't mean to like leave you on a cliffhanger or anything, but we've started. Well, she started a thing where she hangs out on my desk next to me, and she basically just hopped up and demanded desk attention, and tried to walk across my board. Yeah, that was just you have to immediately safeguard things so that keys don't get plucked out of keyboards and many hotkeys don't get pressed all at once. I went into rapid cat safing mode, but we're good now. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean to panic anybody.
Rapid cat safing mode.
Oh, it's a thing. It's a thing. I leave my desk like 90 to 95% ready for cat activity, just in case, because otherwise you're gonna hear like an avalanche of things get knocked over as she just comes up and makes room one way or another.
Does she sound like a 10-minute cat warning siren or anything like that before the cat activity occur? The significant...
Yeah, the feeding, the dinner and the breakfast. Definitely, there's a warning siren.
So I'm not sure if the panel hiccuped there because we haven't gotten a couple memberships that came in. I'm not sure why that didn't show up, but Mr. Drummer, welcome to the Red Team. One of the long timers from over on Twitch, showing up over here on the YouTube side. We appreciate you stopping in, Mr. Drummer. Also, missed one from Erland earlier, 20 knock, and there was also a pad rat from Erland as well. Dan Vitale, there was the Telestrator, so we did get that one. And you might have finished on Mr. Drummer, huh? Did you read Mr. Drummer?
I think
earlier?
I think I rammed through a lot of them, and
Gotcha.
for some I click the green, like the green show on screen thing, and when I'm like speed running them, some I click the like dismiss ones. So I apologize for that. I was just going through them real fast.
Oh no, all good,
And,
all good. Look at this,
yeah.
we've got the boom lift up.
Look at that. Huh.
I wonder how high up they're gonna go.
Huh. I do not know what to think about this.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of cool, honestly.
Just right over to the side right there. I mean, what?
Yeah, no big deal. Just saddle up on next to this giant steel tank that was previously full of liquid. Yeah, tea kettle. Thank you. Full of liquid nitrogen. Like, what are they gonna do? Put some flex tape on it? A little bit of gaff tape here, a little bit of speed tape there, a little bit of flex tape.
At the top? What are they doing?
Some JB Weld.
Some JB Weld. That plumber's epoxy that you mix, it hardens underwater. Like, does it harden under liquid nitrogen?
Nyberg in chat saying 2 squirts of WD-40. Yeah, just 2. Oh man. I honestly, I love that we get to kind of geek around and make references and just be nerds.
Yeah.
Make silly jokes. It's fun. It's fun to be fun.
I mean, this is one of the complete big dog booms. Look at the number of segments in that boom. This is one of the really tall ones.
Yep. That's an ultra boom, I think.
Dents? Because that's the line that they're at right now is sort of some of the dent area. Maybe they're just stopping on the way up.
Mr. Lesberg in chat saying they're getting set up for the biggest Ryzen overclock ever. That's hilarious.
I see some conversation about the 10-minute siren for tests like this. I mean, if they wanted to do a siren, they could sound a siren at the beginning of the liquid nitrogen loading, even if we don't know exactly when it's going to pop. There are notifications, like we know that it's not going to pop before we start to pressurize the thing. So there are checkpoints that you could actually do a warning or something like that, but they really only do that. I don't think that there's enough pressure energy in the tank to blow out windows in Boca Chica. You really have to have some sort of like a fast fire, a conflagration, some sort of overpressure event that would really cause any damage in Boca Chica. I don't think that there's anything this tank could do that would affect the houses in Boca Chica. There's just not that much energy from a purely pressure perspective. That's a mechanical form of energy, right? And if you want to get into the big events, you have to move from mechanical energy, a pressure, up into a chemical energy, which would be a fire. That's where you get that big pressure wave coming across. The fast fire from that fuel air explosion that we saw, that chemical
Look
reaction
at that.
does it. Yeah, they're going all the way up there, man.
Well, they went right exactly to that dent that we were talking
Dent?
about earlier.
They're just gonna
Let's
buff it
see if
out.
they keep going up or if they stop there. Yeah, they're just gonna seriously just buff it out.
They
It
start
looks like they might be stopping there.
Somebody's gonna hit it with a hammer. Bing, bing, bing,
Seriously,
bing.
persuasion hammer it. But yeah, sorry to interrupt you.
Oh no. That's activities on the screen, and they do look like they're looking right there at the dent.
I mean, what if that was like a week, the pre-weekend point where they expected it to fail and it failed and it just wasn't spectacular to us, and now they're looking at the failure.
It's very possible that could have been the test.
They're hitting it with a flashlight right now. It looks like
They're like tapping on it, like a ding 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 ding. They're listening to it.
Yep, definitely looks like a hole.
Oh, that's a dent.
But yeah, what you were saying about this not having the energy to break windows in Boca. I mean, look at what SN4 did. Obviously, SN4 was not full of propellant. It was, I think, arguably minimally fuel. But still, that was about a worst case scenario for the type of test that they were doing. Is a detonation, because a detonation requires a very specific set of conditions and is a very specific type of burn or explosion, whatever, reaction. So if SN4's detonation didn't do it, there's definitely nothing SN7 can do that will even make Boca Chica Village flinch.
Yeah, that big thing was a sort of a fuel air detonation where the fuel and the oxidizer were pre-mixed. So you have two different things. Like, here's a cloud of methane and here's a cloud of oxygen, but they're not really mixed together, not homogenized. You don't have a lot of good mixture there for a really fast fire. That's where you get like a conflagration, a fire, as opposed to when you have methane that's already pre-mixed with the oxidizer, with the oxygen. That fuel air mixture just needs an ignition point, and that thing just goes wham all of a sudden. And that was that big wave that we saw.
And a big part of the reason why that is so devastating energy-wise is because you think about all of the volume of air that a cloud like that consumes as it detonates. Suddenly you're left with a massive void of air. And I don't know how the fluid dynamics work and if it's the air flowing in and then the shock wave of it moving out or what. But basically the action of that of a pre-mixed cloud like that detonating causes a extremely energetic shock wave.
Yep, that's the chemical reaction there. Once you get into breaking or changing chemical bonds, that's how you get a lot more energy. It's sort of the scale of energies, right? You have mechanical energies, you have chemical energies, and you can even go all the way up to nuclear energies where you're actually splitting atoms. So pressurizing, pushing and pulling things mechanically is a very low amount of energy. Breaking chemical bonds or changing chemical makeup is a sort of medium amount of energy, and the air fuel explosion is a medium amount of energy, right? And then you get into sort of nuclear reactions where you're splitting atoms and stuff like that. That's a very high, a very dense amount of energy.
It's like it's almost even like hard for human brains to wrap their heads around how much energy you can pull out of atoms like that. Do you want to speculate what the heck they're doing right now? I mean,
they're
what the heck
inspecting
are they doing right now? Okay, yeah, there you go. Thank you.
They're inspecting the dent. They got, those auto body repair things that's like the suction cup, and you put it on the dent, and then you pull it out, and it's like, oh, it's good as new. Check it out. That'll be $200 for fixing your fender bender.
That is hilarious. You like just put a suction cup here and a suction cup there, and then you crank this thing, and it pulls that suction cup towards the other one, and then your car looks new again. It pops again. That's hilarious.
Hey, Lumber Tumbler, thank you very much for the Twitch Prime sub over on the Twitch side. Appreciate the support. Also, got some questions coming in. Could we zoom in anymore? Camera's about 1.5 miles away. It's probably got somewhere around a 900 millimeter effective lens on it right now, 600 plus a 1.5 crop, if I'm not mistaken. And so I don't think we have a lot. I don't think we have any more zoom than this. I think this is about as zoomed in as we could get. So we
yeah,
cannot.
without a teleconverter, we're not getting any closer, and teleconverters kind of eat quality and cause other problems. So this is about as good as it's gonna get, man. But hopefully you're liking it, because I'm liking it.
Yeah, so we do have like 1.5 miles of South Texas atmosphere, so humid atmosphere between us and the objective as well. So even if we zoomed in a little bit more, the resolution wouldn't be fantastic simply because of the amount of air and humidity between here and there.
Somebody asking if the area they're inspecting is near the access hatch.
I haven't seen the access hatch in that area, but
Could the
wonder-
hatch have let go?
Yeah, I wonder if the hatch is like not visible because of the reflection of the spotlights or something, and so maybe it is right there, and it was like right next to that dent.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know.
Soares Bernson saying, hello everyone from Netherlands. I love the coverage you guys are doing. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Soares, for being a member and for saying that. It's very kind of you. Hup Holland. Let's see. Jam Session, new member. Thank you,
What's up,
Jam Session.
How's it going? Jam Session's a regular over on the Twitch side. Oh, Jack, it's going down. Look.
Go down. Get out of here. Go, go, go. We don't like you. We don't want to see you. Go. Oh, I'm kidding. We like you. Go though, please go.
It's okay. Don't get your feelings hurt, SpaceX engineers. I mean,
I hope the people do understand that. I may not be the most professional on all these streams, but I can be professional. But this is 5 hours into a late night stream, and we're watching a tank, so I'm gonna have a little fun with it. Forgive me.
Yeah. And a quick question for Wojo411 over here. I'm curious, is this something anyone can show up to, or did you get some form of clearance? Wojo, the roads are closed. In order to get this sort of view, you have to be a resident of Boca Chica Village, less than 10 people out there, 10 people, 10 houses, not a lot of people. Most of the people sold out whenever SpaceX offered them. Mary, the person operating the camera right now, is one of the very, very few people who did not take the sellout, basically, selling their home there in Boca Chica. And so she basically lives there. She has permission. They will not allow just members of the public to come up to even this position during a test like this. So the road gets closed, and you basically have to live there. Basically, the sheriff needs to know who you are, or you don't get this. So even though it is a public road,
I'm pretty sure even if you're a resident of Boca Chica, you think you might. I don't know if it's like a
pass or something.
Yeah, well, I don't know if it's like a set in stone thing or what, but I think you're kind of supposed to let them know, like, hey, this person is going to be here also. It's kind of sort of as a courtesy, and sort of just as like a, I don't know, so they are aware. And so the people that are, your visitors don't get hassled and are allowed to visit, because like you said, there's only a few houses left, a small number of people that are still living there. I mean, Mary's been out there since day one, since it was just piles of dirt and nothing, and since before that even. So it's super cool that she's been able to document it, not only now, but since from the get-go.
Yep. A couple members coming in. Burnson there. Yours Burnson, I guess we could go with. Thank you for the new membership. And then some super chats. Adam saying, waiting for the next season of Bluebirds to start. Right now it's hummingbirds. I haven't been live streaming the hummingbirds, but I do have a camera that I'm experimenting with on the hummingbird feeder in the backyard. So maybe at some point we could spool that thing up. Appreciate the support. Joe over here with a question. Let's see. Normal chat yet? Why no press to fail with thrust hydraulics for a more valid test? One thing at a time, Joe. It's SpaceX's ball, and they are going to make whatever plays they think are correct. So we know that it doesn't have the thrust simulator on it. That was SpaceX's call, and if they felt like they needed it, they would have put it there. So I can't tell you why or why not. That is just the call SpaceX made for this test. Whatever it is, the engineers in charge think that it was valid enough to go ahead and do. So appreciate the support there. And then Richard Evans over here with 19.99 curly L's saying, hey guys, thanks so much for putting in another late night / early morning. Your SpaceX coverage is first class, with a little rocket emoji, then a little trophy emoji there. Appreciate the trophy. Good morning from Milton Keynes, UK. Keynes, actually. Keynes? I don't know how to pronounce that, but from the United Kingdom. Appreciate the kind words and the curly L's. Thank you very much for the British pounds, Richard. So the boom is down. I saw somebody walking over on the side. I wonder what we're going to see next. Is that the service port, Jack, at the top? Is that the actual... Is there a service port right there? There's something.
I don't know how well you can hear me right now, but slight technical difficulty. Bye.
We picked you up there. We got like a little fuzz or something like that. So... Yeah, all right. So Jack is working a technical issue on his end, but that definitely looks to me like something is right there. I wish I had a high-res photo handy of that part of the SN7.1, but I'm curious if we're going to see 4 vehicles drive away. Some sort of spark or something somebody's talking about? I'll roll back and have a look real quick. I'll listen to myself as well, too. I mean, I don't have a timestamp or anything to what y'all were looking at there. A spark near the dent or something? Hang on, we got a Twitch clip that I can look at. Let's see here. Thanks, Kip Fergus. Whoa! Wow! I'm actually going to show that on the screen here. That was interesting. Let's see. We'll go to present full. This is going to be replay mode very quickly here, y'all. This is going to be replay mode. But I want you to watch up at the top near that dent we were looking at. This is a replay. This is a replay. Watch right in this area, because there is definitely some sort of electrical short or something that happens. Right there. Did y'all see that? I mean, it's got to be electrical. This certainly can't be something striking against the side like a flint or anything. It looks like some sort of electrical short. Potentially in that cable that's trailing up the side there. You see, I'm just replaying that over and over again. Interesting. That was just like just a couple minutes ago. It's really recent, actually. Oh, apparently they saw it too. They're going back up on the lift. They magically teleported into the shot here. Yeah, good eye, y'all, and thanks for making the Twitch clip there. It was the ULA sniper. Huh. Wojo, the cylinder would actually get colder whenever it pressurizes. So they pressurize it with cryogenic liquids, and it will get colder and colder. Some people saying it looks like there may be a small dent that appeared there or something. The spark was after the engineers were up there on the lift. That is correct. And they're up there looking around again. Let's see if they go over that same spot. How did that thing move fast all of a sudden? I mean, those lines going up the top, if I'm not mistaken, I think those are some sort of control lines, maybe power or some way to control those vents up at the top. No need to install them on the vehicle. You can just run a cable up the side, but let's go see what they look at this time.
Okay, I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yeah, hey, Jack, welcome back. While you were
That was.
gone, we some
I saw
electrical
that. That was
Did you see
wild.
that?
Yeah, that's absolutely nuts.
Yeah.
I mean, what are they even going to do right now? Like wrap some electrical tape around it and call it a day? Like I don't. Wow. I mean, don't get shocked. It's metal and electricity and just yeah.
And then why would it have sparked like that? It looked like a short, like an open electrical circuit hitting the side of the stainless steel or something and causing a big spark, a big short.
You know, maybe this is total speculation on my part. I'm just trying to come up with a plausible way that could have occurred. You know, welds often are not smooth. They look
Right?
smooth, or they can look smooth, but they can have little metal burrs. They can have little bumps and uneven or rough parts. So if that wire has been sitting there being blown in this way, I mean, look at the foliage and the grass and whatnot getting blown furiously around by that wind. So if it's just getting blown back and forth and back and forth and back and forth across a rough part of a weld, I can see that shorting the insulation on a wire.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like it's like almost sawing through it, just the motion of the wind rubbing a little burr or something.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, again, total guess, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Somebody else was saying maybe it might have been static electricity. I'm
That'd
not
be
sure
nuts.
of the electrostatic charge on this thing.
It does make me wonder, like, is it grounded? It would have to be. It would stand to reason that it would be grounded, right? But I don't know that it's grounded.
Yeah,
Somebody under it right now.
it wouldn't make any sense to. I mean, I don't know. There's no reason to really insulate it from the ground, is there? They don't have any big air gap or anything like that. I think it's just connected right there to the transport stand, which is a big old hunk of steel, and that thing is down on the ground, maybe on some concrete perhaps, but I'm not sure if this thing would get an electrostatic charge while you're pumping liquid nitrogen in or out of it. Let's find out what they do.
Mr. Master saying complete shot in the dark, but maybe the vent was faulty cause the wire was faulty, which caused it to vent a lot. I mean, I see the pieces you're putting together here, but it does seem a little confirmation biasy, a little bit, just kind of putting the pieces that we do have together so that they fit together, but we don't know that they fit together. I mean, we're basically looking at the situation through a straw. If you think about it, we're looking at the situation through a straw, and all of the things that go on outside of the tiny, tiny, like little scope of the straw that we're looking through, that we're sipping from, we, you know, could be factoring into this. It could have been, you know, any number of things, but plausible. I'll say that. Plausible. I like that word.
Yeah.
Thank
Jeff, I think it's really unlikely that there's any liquid nitrogen in the tank right now.
Yep.
The tank may be cold because it got cold earlier, and it's still cold because it's a big old hunk of stainless steel. But I think it's very unlikely they have any appreciable amount of liquid nitrogen in the thing. You'd have to see some pressure changes. We'd have to see some venting happening somewhere, right? Especially with the humans working that close to it up on the Ultra Boom. I just don't think that they've got any real appreciable, maybe some residual stuff. But if I had to say, I don't think that there's any way that thing has any real amount of liquid nitrogen in it. Somebody tweeted Elon.
Hashtag SparkShip.
Yeah. We've seen it happen in the past. If the vent controls failed, then they would not have humans over there. I think it's
Yeah.
highly unlikely that they would have humans, and we would still see venting somewhere. You got to realize liquid nitrogen boils at standard temperature, right? The atmospheric temperature out there, you would literally be increasing the pressure as that liquid nitrogen boils off, and that would not be safe for humans to approach and work on. So that I think that they got that thing vented, and they're up there looking at something, maybe something to do with that dent we saw. I don't know that could the dent have had something to do with the spark or whatever, but it's not a starship; it's a spark ship tonight. Nice. It's a spark ship. But again, I don't see enough activity at the tank farm for there to be any appreciable amount of liquid nitrogen in that thing. Also, the sides don't really show any condensation anymore. Certainly, it may be colder than ambient, but we're not seeing icing on the sides. I mean, you got to realize that it's not like a thermos. It's not a double wall tank with a vacuum area or anything like that. It's a single piece of stainless steel. It's only a few millimeters thick, and you would see if the sides of that were cold enough because they had liquid nitrogen on the other side, you'd see the condensation. You'd probably even get to some icing after this amount of time. Yeah, and more sort of speculation. Maybe they had some problem with the vent control on the top. If that wire going up there is some sort of control wire for the vent, and then maybe they couldn't close it, and so it just vented out, and so they stopped pumping. All these things possible. I mean, it is possible that they had some sort of issue there. That's just super curious. We didn't see any sparks like that before. I don't recall. I don't know. Y'all help me out. The chat. If anybody saw any sort of spark before that one that we had the clip of.
Yeah, that is so wild. I mean, what on earth would even cause something like that? Fast relief. I mean, what? I just love that, a couple years in, several test tanks down, we're waiting on serial number 8 to go to the pad, and we're still always seeing things that we have never seen before, that we're just like, what in the heck was that?
Yeah.
It's awesome. They're keeping us on our toes. That's for sure.
So I had a couple of video hiccups there again, so I'm going to keep watching them. It's fine for now. We just had one or two freezes like we saw earlier, so we'll see. Yeah, Mr. Lesberg saying the spark like that, it had to be a power cable, no control network system that would need that much current to make that kind of sparks. I wonder. I mean, do you have like a signal cable that tells the valve to open and close, but then to actually actuate the valve, you have to have a higher current cable, almost like a solenoid sort of setup, or I guess that would be a relay.
So if the valve, I don't know how valves work. I don't know how electricity works. Circuits,
magnets,
right?
Usually magnets.
Yeah, there you go. Thanks.
Spinning motors are magnets.
Large spinning magnets that create electricity that spend. Anyways,
how do they work?
What if? Stop it! What if the vents are held closed basically when electricity is applied, and passively when there is no electricity they open, and there was a short, sort of like what that. Sort of like what Mr. Master said, which is actually I've still left up on the screen. What if there's a short, causes those vents to lose power, they open up, and the whole thing detank. And now they're fixing the short. Total speculation, but Yeah.
That is a type of valve. I mean, whenever you have valves like that, you can have normally open or normally closed valves. So you
Yeah.
give it a signal and it opens and it's normally closed, or you have it and it's normally open, you give it a signal and it closed. It's just the internal workings of the valve for magnet type valves like that. When you have like a mechanical valve that's on a worm gear or something, it's a little bit different. But that is it's a possibility. I mean, maybe it's something where they couldn't get that valve at the top closed, and we just kept that venting going until we didn't have anything else. They just decided, oh, we got to fix something. We're going to need to detank it before we can approach it, and so we'll see. I don't know. Again, y'all, we don't have any official word from SpaceX. We may never get an official word from SpaceX on exactly what transpired here. It may be that Elon tweets about it at some point. Maybe somebody will be adding him in some comments of some completely unrelated thing, and Elon will give a reply with a little bit of insight. But we don't have like SpaceX comms or PR department or anything like that issuing a press release tomorrow morning about what happened. So they're still working on it, though. Yeah, this is why they test. This shows where the design can be improved. So we're reporting some rain. Let's check in with the NASA Spaceflight Weather Center.
I love that. It never gets old. I'm going to chuckle every single time you do that, and I'm going to do so unapologetic, just for the record.
Wow.
The old NSF Weather Center.
Folks, hang on a second. I'm going to show this one on the screen because look at the line of weather here. Let's see which direction it's going.
Oh, Lord.
That was not there earlier. Let me go ahead and play this back. That is current
Oh,
as
Lord,
of
it's coming.
minutes ago. And this is all the way back to midnight. So we're looking at about the last 4 or 5 hours worth of stuff. You just see something forming in the Gulf over there. And coming in, you can see the motion of the storms there.
That squall line just comes out of nowhere. Jeez.
Here we are up to 4:30 right there. The red dot right here, this is Boca Chica right here. So the stuff down here we're not as concerned about. It's sort of missing to the south. This stuff up here is what we're looking at, and there's definitely a larger storm system. We'll just go to the end of the loop here, and this is what we're looking at. Let me zoom in a little bit. Red dot here. This is Boca Chica. This is where the test is right here. I'll make it bigger. It's like a bullseye now, right? That's where it is, and you can actually see the direction of this. It's on the weather software we have here. That is some significant line of precipitation approaching. Let me get the range to it real quick. That is currently, wow, that's 12 nautical miles away from the shore right now, from actually the test site at Boca Chica.
Jeez.
And that is out to the east. If Mary can hear us, that's out to the east over the ocean. I have to see if we can pick up any lightning on the lightning detectors or anything. Certainly that system has some lightning with it. That's a good point. I mean, with that frontal line approaching, they may have to get that boom down. So even if there's something else they need to work on, they wouldn't be able to have ultra boom up. Certainly the SpaceX Weather Center is out there watching this as well. You know there's somebody back there in control saying, all right, here's what's going on. We have this much time. We may have winds coming in, et cetera, et cetera. So...
Mary reporting the wind has gotten stronger.
Yeah.
But our members in our Starship channel have pointed out the exact area the workers are looking at right now from one of Mary's daily videos when SN7.1 was rolled out to the pad, September 7th.
Like an image of that or something?
Yeah, look at control center. Like a seriously insanely good image and video. But yeah, so that area where we saw the quote unquote dent and the frosting. I mean, I don't know what you want to say about what we're seeing there, but it looks like those. What do we call them earlier? It's like a patch. It's a patch with like the horizontal, like stitching almost, like the welds that are strengtheners. I don't know, but
Yeah, I'll see if I can bring up the image here. Wow, that is like super zoom shot of that, isn't it?
right. Mary nailed it. I mean, as she frequently, almost always does. Like, but that one is particularly sharp. So that's the area that they were looking at earlier, and you can even see the cable that was emitting the sparks. It's that cable there to the left. So, super good idea of what they were currently poking around at. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's going on there, what we're looking at there, but yeah, just figured that was some good context. Thank you, members.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm trying to see. Gosh, I'm just zooming it up a little bit. I mean, way over this way. I'll draw it in red. You can see on this thing there are some exposed bolts, sort of sticking up off of it, but it doesn't look like the cable could have reached over that far. They were sort of working more in this area, but none of this. I really wouldn't expect any dents to happen anywhere around any of this, right? It
Yeah,
wouldn't seem like a good idea to have a dent there, but
I was really curious.
some sort of pressure port or access something. I mean, I wish I could.
Maybe it's like a facsimile, like there would be something there on a full up Starship, and so that's there to see if it's a failure point.
Yeah,
Something along those lines. That's really interesting. I'm so appreciative for everybody in our chat for pointing that out, because holy cow,
the thing on the
that's such a
right,
cool shot.
it almost looks like a blind or something. I'm going to enhance it a little bit, but this
Yeah,
looks like
yeah,
a blind that's capping off a
yes.
hole or something.
That's exactly why I say it might be something that is there in a full up Starship, but in this it's just capped off right there, and they're trying to see, does it fail at that little stitch where we strengthen the, because remember when Elon was talking about redesigning the thrust puck,
Yep.
and he was saying that there was a spot that had like 7 layers or 5 layers or whatever, like basically those little like steel band-aid looking things are another layer of strengthening on top, and that's complexity and can create a weak point. And looks like some guys are walking over on the right now. I wonder if they're gonna go restart a generator or something.
Yeah.
Put some gas in the Jenny.
Quite a few people down under the base, like 3 or 4 people walking by
Yep.
under the base there too. But
Yep. So
yeah, again, I tried to zoom in and see if I couldn't read, because there's some labels on here, but I can't quite make out any of the labels. I see some check times, like we have a bunch of numbers that go across the top. They're like they're measuring something, but maybe some dates and stuff. I see like an REL or REF 174 maybe. These like maybe that's like dig 7M. I can't quite make out anything here, so no useful information on trying to discern the labels. This is definitely a 90 degree. The thing on the right hand side, this looks like an elbow that's coming out of the side of the stainless steel and then turning down like this into some sort of, again, it looks like it's got a blind or some sort of cap on the bottom of it there, but
oh, I have a here. Hang on a second. Let me get you another picture.
Okay.
Yeah, like OP750. I'm reading one of those labels, and another one says WD12106663.
Yeah.
And then that blind. Oh man, what a photo! You're a freaking legend. Hang on a second. Let me export this.
Cool.
Really quick. Bum bum bum. Oh man, what an insane utility. Okay, and then I'll drop that into control center if I can get my stuff together for 30 seconds. Can I? Yes. Look at that.
Hang on.
Look at that. Look at that, dude.
I'll bring that up on the screen.
That says it all. Because the frontal shot that we were just looking at is extremely detailed and great. But holy cow, this one, the slight angle on it, you can really get a feel for what exactly we're looking at there. What if that 90-degree you're talking about is a pre-planned failure point? Or what if, I mean, just what is it? What is this? Chat, what is this?
Yeah. This
What are these fixtures?
OP750
Yeah.
in the middle there. Some handwriting on there as well. That looks like an exclamation point.
That's so nifty.
Dots. How did the red dots sticking out the side of the tank?
Can you scoot it up just a little bit?
Like that?
Yeah, thanks.
There you go.
I just like seeing the bottom of that 90-degree.
Yeah. This does seem to be the area where the dent happened and then subsequently popped out and then reappeared. But
yeah, or frosting or reflection change or whatever happened, we saw it there, and then they seemed to come to the pad and inspect it. So yeah, that's very curious. This is the business section of the tank. Clearly, a lot of stuff is going on right here, and they're testing manufacturing methods for how they will do things on 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, etc. So surely they're curious how these bits are faring. It makes sense that they would send people to the pad and inspect them closely, whatever they are.
That's cool. It's amazing that we had this detailed shot like this.
I mean, it's a twofold thing, right? One, Mary is amazing and is the person that is out there day in and day out and capturing stuff because she lives in Boca Chica and it's her backyard. And she loves cranes, and wow. But also, I edited that video. I had that photo on my hard drive ready to go. Not that I'm great or anything. That's not what I'm getting at. But I wouldn't have thought to go look for that. I am super thankful that, it was Alex Physics in our chat there, and FHM Consulting both posted that in our Discord, because what a catch. I'm super glad that they caught that. Way to go, Alex and FHM. Thank you, both of you. Wow. Oh man. What a cool detail.
And I'm giving Mary a weather report of what's going on over here. I'm not sure what we're going to expect from SpaceX here, but I'm not sure. I just want Mary to. You can already see some of that mist coming in. Looks like we're already starting to get a little bit of rain, not the actual storm system itself, but
oh boy. Yeah, that weather's really coming in. I mean, do you think they would go for it? They've got, a little under 2 hours left in their window? I guess that's enough time. They're just like, come on, pop the darn thing. And then look at that, the what do you call it?
Oh, the
Scooty basket arm machine is leaving. Oh, I'm going to have some coffee.
Crew lifter.
Yeah, there you go. Scooty human make taller machine. Maybe that's a good sign. I don't see anybody else around the tank. I don't see anybody else. If we see vehicles leave the pad right now, that's got to be a good sign, right? As long as the roadblock stays up.
Yeah. We'll check in with Mary and see what she thinks.
Weather. but weather. So
yeah. I mean, they're still operating that lift right now. Looks like there's somebody on it, and it's drizzling rain on them. So.
Yeah, looks like they're putting the lift away.
Yeah. Let's see.
They're like, man, it's raining. Let's get out of here. I know it's called a boom lift, Chad. I'm just being dumb. But thanks. People lifting tooty.
Yeah, so I think we'll sort of stand by and see what the crews that are working out there do. If we get a procession of, I think there were 4 cars that went to the pad, right? If I'm not mistaken. And if we get a procession of 4 cars leaving the pad, all of a sudden, like they're trying to get this in ahead of this weather system. I don't know. The weather system's less than 10 miles away now, coming in off the Gulf, and it looks like some serious business. Now, does that matter to SpaceX in terms of this test? I mean, they're not doing a hop or anything like that, but I'm not sure what their call would be on some pretty significant rain if that actually hits them here.
Yeah, that's. Oh, you can really see the conditions just deteriorating moment by moment.
Yeah, even our view is a little bit less clear as we've got that.
Yep.
You can literally see the rain blowing between here and SN7.1. It's 1.5 miles away from the camera, remember, and we just have a pretty long lens on this camera.
Look at that. You can start to see the line starting to be moved by the wind a little bit more too. Wow. Hopefully that whatever that sparking was, they got figured out in short order.
Yeah.
Jeff Weiss, super scary basket in the sky. Also lightning magnet. Oh, and I'm a little bit late, but we hit 135,000 subscribers, says Mary in chat. So 135,000 subs. That's utter madness. Thank you, everybody, for subscribing and liking and watching along as we are Texas Tank Watchers for hours and hours and hours in the middle of the night. If you don't already, please subscribe to the channel. With your help, we will continue to make awesome coverage. And I say we, I mean, it's like, it's a whole team. It's a whole team effort. It's like so awesome you guys are enabling this. So thanks for what you do.
How many things do we have? 1955 thumbs up likes.
Yep.
Can we make that number go higher?
Make that number go higher.
I'm gonna watch it. I have like a real-time update here.
There you go.
Yeah, look at that. There's already 4. There are at least 4 people still awake here. Oh, another 20. That was a lot.
Sean Ring asking, what is glowing in the back of the row of the lift on the left? What is glowing? It's just a light, right?
Yeah. I don't know if those are red lights that are on something. It looks like that's one of those.
It looks like a guy with a flashlight, honestly.
Yeah, something seems to be moving over there. But you can really see that rain sort of starting to blow in.
Yeah.
We're using all of our bitrate to get you that sweet 60 FPS rain. Please, encoders, just continue to nicely encode the 60 FPS rain, please.
I'm not complaining.
Hey, Darth Lazarus, how you doing over there? This is good morning. We're still kicking in over here. Again, we do not have a time from SpaceX on this test. Oh, look at this. Vehicles. Count them. 1 with blinky lights.
Oh, boy.
2, 3. Need some HID.
4 vehicles. 4 vehicles from the pad.
The one on the back looks like it has its brights on, but I don't know what the deal with that is.
Wee woo. They're doing their own special wee woo.
Yeah. Here we go again. .png, I guess. Let's see what we get. Are we gonna get that big vent from the piping area? Let's see if this is. Are they really gonna push this thing through?
Yes.
Yeah. Either they're evacuating for the storm, or we're about to see some tank farm activity. Watch for the dents to pop out.
Yeah, watch for the dents. Watch for the tank farm activity. Weird. Really feels like we're going for it.
Yeah.
But we don't know. Obviously, once again, disclaimer. We don't know what the plan is. We don't know what no official word, etc. Unless Elon just tweets about it. So sure seems like they're going for it though. It's encouraging to see vehicles leave the pad, have the road. I mean, if the roadblock goes down now, that's one thing. But if the roadblock stays up, we see those dents go away.
Yep.
Good sign. It's a good sign. I cannot believe it is 2 a.m. and I'm not even sleeping. I mean, I'm tired, but I'm not sleepy. I'm excited.
2 a.m. How quaint.
Yeah, right. You're like, I remember me when I was 2 a.m. me. Those
I'm
were the
mostly just
days.
saying the sun sets a lot sooner over on my side of the country.
Yeah, that's true. Oh man,
I'm a little tired here. Hanging in there though.
has it started to rise for you yet?
No.
Has it sunrise?
Oh no, not yet. It's still 5:13 a.m. where I am. But
Okay, that's
yeah, we
always the
have
worst when you pull an all nighter and then it starts to get light out again, and it's like you're already over the hump. You already have your second wind. You're like, okay, I can. This is my life now. And then the sun starts to rise, and you're either like, there's one of two ways it goes. One, you're like, oh, isn't that lovely? I like watching the sunrise. And two is like, oh God, what is time?
yeah. The trick is with in the studio here, I control the lighting with the green screens and stuff, so I have no clue. It could be completely noon outside, and I
Oh
wouldn't
yeah,
have.
yeah,
I would
that'll
need to
do it.
place a live stream camera outside and then look at the live stream so I would see whether or not it was bright.
Gabby says, sorry, missed 20 minutes. Did they leave the pad? Yeah, they left the pad, Gabby. They're gone. They're gonzo. Pad clear.
So I think we're gonna leave the countdown timeline off right now because we don't actually know if they're clearing the pad to proceed with testing again or if they're just clearing the pad because of the storm that's coming in. We are not sure. So, if they open up the roadblock or something, that's one thing. But as of right now, our information is the roadblock is still blocked, still closed. So, huh,
Huh.
huh. I'm just watching those dents. My eye is twitch from staring at that dent.
The Texas Tank Watcher version of yep, 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 is huh, huh,
Huh,
huh, mm-hmm.
huh.
Yeah, or just four huhs. Yeah. Oh, that's perfect. Here, I'll run through some things.
Yeah, go for it.
Simon Miller, new member. Welcome to Padrat, buddy. Welcome. Jose, welcome to Padrat, buddy. Welcome. Jeff Weiss, thank you for the 1111. Thank you. I don't know why I'm doing that voice. That's what this run of stuff is. Every time you get a different thing from me. Let's see. I did you. Starship Core, thank you for the new membership. What membership did you get? Padrat, welcome to Padrat. Let's see. Johnny Slippery, thanks for the $5 Australian. Thank you. What? Oh man, how am I gonna say that? I don't. Hang on. Wait. What is? Hang on. Hang on. Stand by. Stand by. I mute this so I can turn that on without doing the bad thing, and then I highlight this and I say speak.
Tognick.
What? How? What?
Johnny Slippery, $5 Australian super chat name.
No.
Clock.
Okay. It went bad. It went wrong. Okay. So Tognick Thorensen. It's what is Icelandic 300? Tognick is what it sounded like. I was trying to make the computer pronounce the name, but then it went rogue. It's oh god, it's still talking. I don't know, what have I done? Okay, stop speaking. Okay, we're good. Everything's fine. I'm normal. But yeah, thank you, Tognick. If I'm even saying that close to correct, I like to try and pronounce people's names right, because if you're going to take the time to contribute to our channel and support us and watch our stream, I would like to take the time to try and do your name justice. So, Tognick Thordenson, I'm hopefully not butchering it too bad. Thank you for the cup of Joe and the Icelandic 300. Heather Nichols, thank you for the $10. Julian Handoffler, thank you for the new membership. And Sean Ring, new membership. Awesome. Sean Ring, have you been watching for 6 hours? Goodness. Because I've been seeing your name this whole night, so I think you've been watching for 6 hours. Thanks for joining us, man. And Jean-Luc Legister, another name I've been seeing all night. No big boom. Anyway, good luck, SpaceX. Hope you reach the big silo. Thanks for the 5 curly L's. And Johnny Slippery. Oh, this is the thing that my computer tried to read. Johnny Slippery with the $5 Australian saying, blow that thing up. Don't save it for tomorrow. It's built for destruction. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of my sentiment too. Hopefully it's Elon's as well, and the whip gets cracked and we get to see this thing pop or hiss or whatever it's going to do. Thank you, everybody, for the support. Seriously awesome of you. All right, that's that.
Yeah, I'm still watching those dents. I haven't seen those dents pop back out yet. And earlier, the dents popped out while there were still people around, didn't they? I'm almost positive that we saw the dents pop out before we thought the pad was clear.
No, I think it happened after pad.
You think it was after pad was
I'm pretty sure it was after pad clear, but dude, my memory's shot, so
Yeah.
take it with a grain of salt.
I'm not seeing any action on those dents right now, so
Simon Miller in chat saying, bets on what bar pressure everyone think SN7.1 will leak, then burst. Well, let's see, there's so many things here where we could weasel it, like, oh, it didn't leak, then burst, so my pressure wasn't actually wrong. But okay, so just to actually, not be crazy about it, but at what temperature, or oh my God, my brain, at what pressure do we think it would burst at, or fail at, I guess is the correct word, that hedges enough? I'm going to say 12. I'm just pulling a number out of nowhere because I don't know. I honestly don't know. 7. No, 7 would be bad, so that's not a good joke number. 27. There you go, because I like 27. Go for it. What do you think? 10?
So I'm checking the weather again here, and we're down to 3 miles away. The front of that rain system that was coming through is about 3 miles away from the test site right now. So, what do I think it'll get to? I mean, I know they're trying to go up to 8.5. I mean, I hope that it goes all the way up to whatever they need it to go to, and then they push it even further than that to actually test it out. I want to see some progress. I want to see some water towers fly is what I want to see.
Yep.
Jack, the bottom dent popped out.
Oh, buddy.
They're pressurizing it again.
So how do we want to handle the weather? I mean, if it's insane, we could always, I guess, go down briefly and then come back up. I don't know. Well, you're the smart person, man.
Well, I think we've got the mics offline right now. We gave Mary some heads up earlier to make sure that the mics weren't outside the vehicle, but she's in the van right now. I think.
Okay.
I mean, even if we have to roll up a window because it's that severe, it's really up to Mary on what she wants to do. That's why I've been passing her the weather updates in the background. But we are getting.
All right.
I mean, those dents are popping out. The dents are gone now.
So I love that there's a storm rolling in and they're getting ready to put liquid nitrogen back in this thing. That's awesome.
Yeah, I'll ask Mary again what she wants to do with the weather if it starts to rain like crazy or what the plan is.
Cool deal.
But yeah, I mean, the dents have popped back out again. Let's see if we get that big tank farm activity like we saw before.
Super chat name. Clock.
Oh, I did it again. I did it again.
Stop it.
Well, I did that because again, oh man, Torgning? I don't remember how it even was said. Pad Rat, thanks for the new membership, dude.
There you go. Thorodson. Just go with a last name. It's got characters I recognize in it.
Yeah, Thoradson's pretty pronounceable.
Yep.
Thank you seriously though for the super chat earlier and the membership. It's awesome. We really appreciate it.
So again, y'all, since there's a storm system coming in, it's up to Mary. She's the one who's out there. She's in a vehicle on the side of the road right now, so she's sort of set up with the cameras pointed out the window of the vehicle, but it all comes down to how she's feeling. I mean, she's been up for a very long time. She gets those sunrise shots, and we want to make sure that she's good to go. And it looks like we'll continue to wait and see what the weather does. All right. Cool. Maybe whenever they do this, they're gonna slam it together. We'll see some activity happen all of a sudden, and they'll just rush it through. I mean, I don't think it was a very long time. Last time we just saw all sorts of venting and stuff occur. Of course, it's like Starship time. Who knows? I sit here staring at this tank for long enough. Oh no, Jack.
I
Mary
saw
saying
it. Yeah,
she might as well stay up and catch the sunrise.
there you go. She's not wrong.
Mary is an absolute trooper out there. She's like, might as well stay up and catch the sunrise. Always getting those fantastic sunrise shots. It is hard for SpaceX to move anything at Boca Chica without Mary getting it on video. So definitely, maybe SpaceX has some big crazy move they're going to do tomorrow. So they're trying to keep Mary up so they can hide it from her. Literally, the only way to do it is to do things 24/7. But it looks like we're going to continue watching, and
Party.
Mary staying in again, she is in the vehicle. She's not out in the open. She's not getting rained on, etc., etc. I think our biggest exposure here is we don't want it to get too hot, but hopefully the current temperatures out there are comfortable. Cabro reporting 70 degrees, Brownsville Airport. So we have that wind coming through. Hopefully the bugs aren't too bad. And the rain, I think the biggest thing we may have to do is close a window if it starts to rain too heavily, because we don't want that rain coming in the camera. But the first part of that storm is now well under 3 miles away. It's just over 2 miles now, continuing to approach the test site down there at Boca Chica.
Toman Thorensen.
There you go.
I think that's right.
And a lot of praise for Mary. Mary's absolutely incredible. Mary's a hero. Thank you, Mary. Thank you so much, Mary. Mary really is the best. So many people in chat expressing their thanks to Mary for making these streams happen for us. So
It's seriously the best. Thanks, Mary.
it's definitely well deserved. That's for sure.
Do you want to put a radar on screen real quick, or did you already do that when I wasn't paying? When I was looking at name pronunciation.
No. Let me I need to go over to refresh. Let me see how far away.
Telling on myself over here. Oh, he says not even close. Darn it. Ah. All right, I'll keep trying. Feel free to just say Thor. Also, Mary is a legend. Well, thanks, Thor. We really appreciate it. Also, now I can sound cool and say Thor.
So you can see it's almost hitting the coast there over at South Padre Island, and then Boca Chica. The rain is 2 miles away at this point, and I'm going to get another weather update here in about 3 minutes with the latest radar scan on our base reflectivity. But it's definitely coming in. I have a feeling we're going to get some rain on the video pretty shortly. But let's see who wins. Is SpaceX going to get some tank farm venting first, or is it going to start raining like crazy?
Who would win? One tank farm or one rainy boy?
One rainy boy. Nice.
Kaziki says, I got to go get ready for my day. Hope it goes well for you there, guys. And thanks, Kaziki. Have a great day. Everybody who's currently waking up and starting their day on whatever part of the world you're in, I hope you have a great day. Thanks for watching and starting your day with this. Today on Texas Tank Watchers, SpaceX versus Mother Nature.
Sorry for clearing my voice there. I actually need to go get some more water or something to drink. But
yeah, you do that. I will blather on and answer questions, and then I gotta re-up my soda water because I'm out of soda water. And dude, I can drive across the country. I can drive 6,000 miles in 4 days, but I cannot do anything without bubble water. So go get what you need, and then I will go get what I need. But in the meantime, I will cover. Good, you did. Okay,
Yep.
So let's see. let's see, Matt, thank you for the $7.99 Australian, and Mario Robitaille. Robitiao? No, I probably got it more right the first time. Thanks for the new membership. And Angie Harover says, gave us $5 and said, for Mary, breakfast on me, or maybe just coffee, and thank you, and good night. Well, thank you, Angie. I know Mary appreciates it, and I appreciate it because we got to support Mary. We got to support Mary. She's the one that's out there in the field, in the trenches. So thank you for the support. Chuck Lifan, new member. Awesome. Welcome to Pad Rat, dude. Let's see. Gabby saying we need the timeline back with pressing now. I mean, yeah, the vehicle is pressed, and it's such a subtle difference, but wow, these things look so much better when they're pressurized. Yeah, it's pressed, but I don't know. Maybe we'll put that timeline back up, but it's just so tricky when we're looking at something that's as opaque as this. Let's see. Gabby also asking, have we seen any significant change on the production site? I mean, in terms of the factory. So not Starship's bays. Like a new tent or something? I'm not quite sure. That's a really good question for Mary. Have we seen any changes with the production site? No, nothing really coming to mind at the top of my head. Good question though, Gabby. Thanks. Jerwa, thanks so much. $10. Say to the team and especially Mary, get an espresso shot in that morning coffee. You deserve it. Espresso. That would be. Thank you so much, Jerwa. Super appreciated. Let's see, what else we got? If you have any questions, be sure to at NASASpaceflight before the question in chat. That kind of helps it show up to me here in my little software thing that Michael Baylor wrote. Thanks, Michael. Yeah, so let's see. Is it getting a little frosty up there? Is that what that is? Is it getting a little frosty? I think it's getting a little frosty. Maybe it's just a lighting change. Let's see. Yes, it's frosty. Yes. Look at if you go back, let's see. Go back 5 minutes. Oh, now I'm less sure. Darn it. Yes. Yeah. Go back 10 minutes. Look at the right side near top. Pad is cleared. Definitely getting frosty. It's getting frosty. If you A/B test that, it's getting frosty. So we're back at it. This is awesome. Okay, so SpaceX cares not for your weather, Mother Nature. SpaceX is the equivalent of Lieutenant Dan in Forrest Gump and says, this is all you got. And they're just going to go for it. Looks like. Zach Wright, I don't know if more frost means more pressure, but more frost, I'm thinking just means they're putting liquid nitrogen into it. Enable says, this is still going on. Yes, I assure you, it is still going on. All right, well, if you are just joining in and you're wondering what's going on, this is a expected destructive burst test of Starship 7.1. I really shouldn't say Starship, of the 7.1 test. Yeah, it's going to be filled up with liquid nitrogen. We've already seen them attempt to do that once, and something happened, and they sent people back to the pad. They inspected it, and now none of those people have left the pad, and we are Basically waiting to see this thing frost up really good and pop. We don't know quite how dramatically it'll pop. We don't even know if they're still going for it tonight, but I'm speculating now that they are based on what I'm looking at. And yeah, you can see kind of on the left side of the screen there. Is that tank? Is that some? Oh boy, is that condensation from the tank farm on the left side there? I bet that is. These are all good signs. Trending positive. Trending positive. I sure hope Gabby in chat saying previous pop was quite amazing. I agree. The SN7 test tank pop was awesome. Really spectacular to see. Hopefully we get a similar type event with this. I mean, it could be very mild. Honestly, it could be like a little it's like a little hiss and that's all, you know. But hopefully we get something that looks cool, and hopefully it doesn't mean that it sets the program back any if it looks cool and is spectacular. I mean, we were talking earlier a little bit about how, yep, farm getting real active now. This is all really good. This is great. Everything's looking great. It's coming up Millhouse. Yeah, we were talking earlier about how it would kind of, it almost seems like it would be better if it's sort of a minor failure. Like the failure is boring and not spectacular. Because if it is boring, then that means hopefully, you know, we speculate that their assumptions about the vehicle construction are correct, and they can mash the gas and go, you know, pedal to the metal with their current build techniques and current plans. But that would be kind of boring, right? We don't want to see a little baby pop. We want to see this thing go sploosh and seriously just evacuate a whole bunch of liquid nitrogen everywhere, because that's the fun of it. That's the fun of Texas tank watching. So hopefully that's what happens. But we really don't know. We don't know what to expect, and we don't know really what tonight will bring, or this morning will bring, I guess I should say.
Yeah, Jack, I'm back now here. It looks like we're following the same process we saw last time with some activity from the left-hand side of the farm.
Yeah, buddy.
So hopefully next we see that big venting along the pipe on the bottom, and then we see the top of the thing start to go off, and we start to see the sides get frosty. And
I don't know if you heard it. I don't know if you heard it while I was gone, but go back 20 minutes and look at the top right.
Yeah, I'm watching that, and I can't tell if that's a reflection or if that's actual.
No, dude, that's
frost.
not. That is not a reflection. That is 100% not a reflection, because it grows on the left side too, where lighting conditions are completely different. It grows across the entire vehicle.
So
tank.
why would it frost at the top? Like, explain to me why there's
no
frost
idea.
at the top and nowhere else.
I have no idea. I don't know.
Yeah. Also, there was no venting at all.
Don't you combat my wild speculation with logic? How dare you?
You got to realize I was flipping back and forth watching that before I got up, and there's no venting anywhere else.
You're right. There is no venting. That's kind of odd. I would have expected venting during the process.
It was frosting at the top, which didn't make a lot of sense. Not the bottom. I don't know.
All right.
It may very well. I don't know.
It's still weird. It appears to have frosting.
It does appear to have frosting. It really does look like frost to me.
But it's an odd place for frost to start. And there is no venting. So interesting situation for sure. And that's why we don't have the timeline up right now.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
all right, I'm gonna grab some water. Do your thing, Chicken Wing.
All right, we'll be here. Again, y'all, this is sort of the thing we saw last time. We saw the left-hand side of the screen do a little bit of venting. Then we waited a little bit, and we saw some venting from the ground equipment, sort of leading from the pad over to the test tank. So hopefully some venting or some vapors forming down low is the next thing we're going to see. Last time they actually started over into the base of 7.1, and they sort of moved back over to a vent on the ground near the test structure you see on the left-hand side, those girders that are sort of lit up really well, and that moved across. Then we saw the top of the tank start to do some tea kettle venting, and we got the frost coming down the side as well. So we're seeing some things sort of move around. Hellbore, appreciate the 68 months over there. Thank you very much for the support. And we're just watching this tank. They're down to less than an hour and a half in the window. The window closes at 6 a.m. It's now 4:38 a.m. Central Daylight Time, and we'll see. I mean, a little vent from the top of the farm seems to be in line with what we saw last time. But now everybody's talking about breakfast. Nice. The vents, though. Come on, lower vent. I want to see the lower vent activate here. I don't want to see dents. I don't want to see cars driving to the pad. I want to see all that venting happening from down low like we saw last time. Yeah. If they do have a big failure, Kato asking if they have a big failure, would it be a good idea to send a cleanup crew in the storm? There wouldn't be a need to send somebody out there immediately. Again, this is an inert gas. They're doing this test for pressure purposes. It's a mechanical test. It is not a chemical test where we're trying to light engines or create combustion or anything like that. So if the thing leaks and pops and falls over, there's no reason to go out and bother with it tonight. If they really need to have a look at it, they can send the robot dog. But they would probably not worry about it until tomorrow morning, which is actually right now because it already is the morning. So, Killmeister, appreciate the resub as well. Gonna take nice. Get to find out what happens first. You doze off for this thing pops. I mean, we got an hour and 20 minutes left in the window, so we'll see. Simpilot X, welcome to Padrat as well, and Dominic and Chuck Lafine, all memberships over there. Bravo 6 going frosty, says Aerojet Rocketdyne. Nice. I want to see that venting from down low. I don't know if there's some way that they could not have to do that, like some change in the process that means they don't need to do it that way. But I would feel okay if we saw the same thing again, like the same process and the same sort of order. The dents are still in it and the roadblock is still up, so Silent Storm, we do not have a timeline for you. We cannot tell you this time or anything like that. SpaceX doesn't give a time. It's just a window. And we know that the window extends from this time to that time. It actually extended from 9 p.m. local till 6 a.m. local for a total of 6, 7, 8, 9 hours of test time. And through the beginning of the window, not a lot really went on. And it wasn't until well into the window, like 5 hours into the window or something like that, that we actually saw some things happening. Does look like we're starting to get that rain, and that's the rain coming through. I think we may be starting to get the actual rain front. Yep. It is approaching. Now, it doesn't look like it's as severe as it was. It sort of petered out before it got to the coast, but we're about to get more and more rain. I swear, if it's raining and it blocks our visibility whenever it pops. Y'all watch, the rain just gets heavier and heavier, and there's so much rain in the 1.5 miles of space between here and there that when something happens, we can't see it. That would be terrible. Not hilarious. That would just be disheartening. I mean, you can tell by the pixels that it's raining. You can actually see some of the encoding in there. If it pops violently enough, the rain might be pushed out by the shock wave. I don't know. It definitely sort of changes the view of the tank. Sort of the haze gets rid of some details, and it really brings out those lines, the lit sides there that are those reflections off the stoplights, the spotlights. But you can definitely see the deteriorating conditions as our visibility is rapidly dropping here. But hopefully the rain continues to just peter out, doesn't get too heavy, and we maintain some semblance of being able to see what's happening. Again, if you're just joining us or wondering what's going on, this is a live feed from Boca Chica, Texas. Mary, Boca Chica gal, the purveyor of fine Boca Chica video updates every single day, is out there with a live stream rig, and we are waiting for what we understand to be a destructive test of Starship SN7.1. This is a test tank, and it's our understanding that they're putting some liquid nitrogen in this, cryogenic liquid nitrogen. They're trying to get this thing cold, and they're going to keep pressurizing it until it fails. What does that mean? Does that mean that it's going to completely explode in a shower of liquid nitrogen, or is it just going to have a seam pop somewhere and then stop holding pressure and detank itself slowly? We don't know. That's why they're testing it. But the visibility definitely continuing to deteriorate. It's just now it just looks like a can of beans without the label on it. I think I have a couple of these in the like downstairs in the pantry. I could simulate this in my studio if you just want me to hold up a can of beans in front of the camera. It's hanging in there though. Roll that beautiful bean footage. What? Again, we don't have a press release or anything that talks about the specific process here, but it's curious that we haven't really seen any venting from the lower transfer equipment that we saw earlier. We saw a lot of venting from down low. I mean, I think it's pretty clear that the vessel is pressurized right now. All the dents have popped out, but I'm not seeing venting. I don't know if something about the wind or the rain would make that less visible, but we saw massive clouds of condensation last time. Yeah. Marcus, I'm still hanging in there, buddy. You know us, you've invested this much time in the stream. I sat down a couple hours before the stream, and earlier today I did an event with the museum. I had a NASA sample return mission, had a couple NASA scientists on chatting about OSIRIS-REx and the mechanisms they use to return samples from Bennu when it comes back. So did that stream for 2 hours earlier today. And then before that, we had another stream. We've been doing this all day long. This is a marathon day of activities here at NASA Spaceflight. So I honestly don't know what to tell y'all. I'm not seeing any venting from the top, not seeing any ground service equipment venting.
Yeah. That's kind of odd.
Yeah.
What
The
is roll
rain.
that beautiful bean footage from?
It's like a commercial, I think.
Oh, okay,
Like
yeah.
the Bush's beans with that
The
dog that
dog or
talks.
something. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
right. Darn it.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
man, they
dog
got
that
us.
talks.
That's effective advertising. Darn it.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking he was going to be like the Critic or something. I don't know why my brain went to Critic, you know, that the like 90s cartoon with oh my God, John Lovitz as the voice actor.
Yeah.
Classic. I don't know why I thought of that. Anyways, it was being commercial. That's no fun. Yep.
Let's have a stuck
visibility.
pixel we can see there. I think that's a stuck pixel on the camera.
No, it's alien.
It's aliens. I'm not saying it's aliens, but it's
aliens.
stuck pixels.
Stuck aliens. Yeah, I mean, what, an hour and 15 minutes left in their window?
Yep, that's all they got.
How long do you think it would take for whatever this weather is to blow through. I mean, because it came out of, it's been approaching for like 30 minutes. Maybe in 30 minutes it'll be gone.
Well, the storm system is sort of passing. It's definitely hit there, this line of rain. It doesn't extend very far behind. It's not a very thick line of rain, and we're not getting the worst of it. There's still some deeper reds with heavier rainfall way up north of South Padre Island, Port Isabel. But we'll see. We'll get another update here in another 3 minutes, and
Cool.
it should be past. It looks like it's going to go through a hole in the back. Let me play the animation and just see what I got here.
Yeah, Mary said earlier, I don't know if we talked about this or not. She said earlier in our chat that she doesn't think the test will take long. And I kind of agree. I mean, if it's pressed, hopefully it wouldn't take too long. Pump a little bit more nitrogen in there and close the valves and let it pop. So hopefully still time in the window, and hopefully, see this thing go.
Yeah, it looks like we'll get a little bit longer rain. Also, we're starting to register some lightning strikes up north of South Padre Island as well. Yeah, I don't know that is a concern for SpaceX in this test, but
Nah, I doubt it, honestly.
yeah.
Let's see. Patrick Burke, $5 super chat, saying, literally having dental surgery in an hour and 30 minutes, but I got to get some tank watching in. I feel like this is becoming a recurring thing. Hasn't somebody else talked about like going to the dentist?
I think so.
But yeah, just tell you, if you have a cool dentist, Patrick, do what the other person did and have the dentist put it on while they saw at your face. So yeah, just do that. But thanks for getting your tank watching in, and I hope your surgery goes well. Just wanted to throw that one out there.
Gotta get that tank watching in.
Yeah, right. And the whole like convince the medical professional to let you tank watch while they do their job.
Just ask for the remote control to the TV or whatever.
There you go. Yeah, why not? It's 2020. That should be kind of a given. If someone's gonna saw at your face, you should be able to consume whatever content you.
Check. Look.
Yes.
Same as last time.
Yes.
That is the venting starting from the side over near 7.1. That is the same thing we saw last time.
Excellent.
All right. Let's see what we get. Hopefully we get a bunch of venting that continues on, and that venting sort of occurs all along the ground surface equipment there, and we start to get some frostiness.
Yep, that's what I like to see. Nice and frosty, and then hopefully nice and poppy. Ooh, it has been a long night. And I cannot complain because I'm just sitting at my computer. But yeah, like you said, you were streaming earlier. I mean, you're a trooper, man. And so is Mary for being out there in the rain all night. Jeez Louise.
Yeah, the stream earlier was 2 hours long, and for those I set up like call time about an hour beforehand, and it takes about an hour afterwards to get that set. So from 2:30 almost all the way until 7:30, 8 o'clock, I was on that event. And then, yes, more venting. Yes, who cares about the event? More venting. That's what I want. Then I got some dinner and hung out for just a little bit. I was actually wiring some stuff together in my free time.
Nice.
And some camera power stuff. And then came up, and we've been sitting here on this one. How long has this stream been going? We've been doing commentary for 7 hours and 16 minutes, but the members only clean feed has been up for almost just over 7.5 hours. So we had that going just a little bit beforehand. So we'll see. I just want to see some more venting occur, please. That would be nice.
Yep. Pretty pleased, and thanks.
Yeah. I'm going to ask Mary really quickly about are we still getting active rain right now, or do we have some condensation on the lens or something?
Yeah, it could be.
Because a lot of times when it gets foggy looking like this, we've got some precipitation on the lens.
Some schmutz on the lens.
Yeah, let's see.
It could just be conditions deteriorating further. I mean, who knows? We'll see. Good thinking there, though, boss.
Yeah,
And
I don't know. I just pinged Mary over there, but if there's something on the lens, maybe we could give it a quick, just real quick. I'll wait till she answers. Let's see. Yes, more venting. Continue the venting.
yes,
Looks like an old movie right now. Like,
excellent. Oh, she says it's raining good,
yeah,
so it's just rain.
it's weird because we don't see the rain happening right now. It's almost like it's so foggy that we can't even make out the individual raindrops. The individual raindrops. You know what I mean?
Raindrops are obscuring. Oh, look at that little puffs of. Oh,
Yeah,
big puff! Wow,
that's good.
going.
I mean, and that wind coming through as well. Hey, Pie Guy, thanks for stopping in. We're continuing to watch our Texas tanks here. Our understanding is this should be a destructive test. They tried it earlier, had some sort of issue, had to spool it down, sent a crew out to the pad to work on something, and then here we are again. But the weather is rough out there. Camera's about 1.5 miles away, and we have a lot of atmosphere between us and that tank. Keeps doing those little puffy vents.
Yep.
We get it,
Hashtag puffy
Starship. You vape.
vents.
We get it.
Marcus House asking chat, when did I witness my first live launch? Was I immediately hooked at that point, or did the passion for this start much earlier? Dude, I got really lucky. I grew up in Florida, and I was, some kids are into like, oh, Mary's saying rain is blowing in.
Yeah.
Jeez. Yeah, that's got to be tough. Yeah, I saw a space shuttle launch when I was a really young kid because I lived in Florida, and I was, some kids are like trains, some kids like dinosaurs. I was in space from like day one, so yeah, I saw a space shuttle launch from the Causeway or whatever. It was 6 miles. I forget exactly where. We got a car pass. We wrote our Senate. We got a car pass, and yeah, it's about all it takes to get a kid hooked on space. So
Look at how dark that is right now, Jack. Jeez.
yeah, man. I mean, just looking, Abe doing the old A/B test, going back and forth. Conditions have deteriorated significantly.
All right, so Mary's saying that the rain is getting worse and worse, and it's actually starting to blow into the vehicle, so she needs to move the camera. So just expect here, y'all. Mary is going to be moving the camera around. We're going to have an awful lot of movement. The movement you see normally is the wind. That's not much we can do about it. Camera's on a tripod, but she does need to back that camera up some and manage the rain. I'm going to check the weather again real quick while we do
We
that.
can go to weather radar or even just the loss of signal screen real quick.
Yeah, she's good to move that around. We're still right there in that band of rain, but we are hopefully going to come out the other side of it shortly. We'll let Mary move this around however she needs to, and just be advised we're repositioning the camera real quick, y'all.
But yeah, Marcus. So I saw that shuttle launch. I was into space as a kid and growing up, and for a long time I wanted to get into the Air Force and become a pilot. Sort of go that whole route, but I just didn't. I did not go that route. I took the ASFAB. They wanted to throw a bunch of money at me, and I wanted to be a fighter jet pilot. But I don't really want to drive a kill machine, so I didn't do that. And yeah, I decided to do artsy fartsy stuff instead. So here I am. For a long time, I actually didn't pay attention to space stuff. Around, I'd say, after the end of shuttle up until SpaceX started doing propulsive landing tests in the ocean. And then once they started doing propulsive landing tests in the ocean, I sort of rediscovered my love for all things aerospace. I mean, I was already really into planes and whatnot at the time, obviously still. And so yeah, I don't know, just kind of a lifelong love of all things aerospace. I don't know, I can't quite put my finger on it, but if it flies, shoots fire out the back, or is in general high technology, I like it. And it frequently happens to be, in the Venn diagram of things, rockets and aircraft are in the center of that. So,
And y'all,
Met,
Mary is
Meta,
wiping off the
there you go.
lens here. She was repositioning the camera because of the amount of rain that was getting in, and she's also, I think, going to try to clean off the end of the lens. So we're in an expected LOS here. The camera's still online, but it is not pointing out over that way. So we're putting the window up too because it's raining that bad right now. So we're going to stand by. That weather coming through is just making it harder and harder to see, actually getting the lens of the camera wet. And we will see what the plan is. Stand by for just a second.
Josh Robert asking if I remember which space shuttle. I want to say STS-93 or maybe STS-88. I think it was 88. And I think it was Atlantis. But I guess that would tell us which one it is. Let me Google STS-88. Is that Atlantis? No, that was Endeavor. It was a night launch though. STS-90. That's a question I'll have to ask my parents, or like next time I go home for the holidays, I'll look at the photo album because I know we kept our car pass, and 93 was Columbia. So yeah, I just don't know. I know that seems stupid, but yeah, I don't know. I saw a lot of shuttles launch because I lived in Florida, but I only actually ever went, on Kennedy Space Center property that one time when I was really, really young. Otherwise, it was like, driving up to Cape Canaveral and watching from, the A1 or one of the roads there, or just watching it even from Tampa. Because seeing those solid boosters, man, from the other coast of Florida all the way across Florida, and knowing that thing was shooting humans into space. Who, buddy? I have obviously mixed feelings about the space shuttle, but what a cool machine. So, yeah. Anyways, if you are wondering what's going on right now, we are working camera issues and weather issues. So just hang tight with us.
Yeah, we've still got the camera there, but I'm talking with Mary in the back end here. We had to completely seal up the vehicle, and I sneezed again as I dove for the thing. Sorry about that. I was like, I'm like, no, I can finish the sentence, and then I didn't make it to the end of the sentence.
I was like, what the heck is about to happen? And then I was like, oh, it's.
Mary's saying it's pouring out, and she's got almost no visibility over to the test area right now. So we are just going to have to wait for that rain to pass. We are getting a pretty significant amount of rain. It does look on the weather radar like hopefully we're going to come out the backside of it, but it is absolutely pouring there right now, and we do not have any visibility over to the test stand right now. So I failed my pressure test. DOS has been pressurizing,
I guess that would mean you ruptured an eardrum, which you didn't, so that's good.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
I had a buddy who recently went he did you know what? Never mind. Rupturing eardrums is bad. Let's just go with that.
Yeah. We'll get another weather update here, but Mary is telling us that it's absolutely pouring right now. Yeah, I vented. I was just venting. Some rapid, unplanned depressurization there. Yeah, 1.5 miles away doesn't take a lot of rain to cut it off from the visual range. So I am hoping that we're going to get this out the other side of the rain system that's moving through, but that it just is what it is. We don't have visibility right now due to the rain.
Yep. Is what we are at instrument shooting conditions.
Yeah, right.
right now.
Instrument shooting conditions.
But yeah, that's just the way that goes. Mother Nature, right?
Yep.
Thanks again, Mary, for putting up with all the fuss and moisture. All right, let's see. Chat, you guys got any questions about the test today? About what I had for breakfast? About whatever? Throw your questions in the chat. I have not been paying attention to the panel, so I might have missed your question. I'm sorry if I did. Ask it again.
I honestly, I don't know what we should put on the screen right now.
Can we do weather radar? Why not?
We can do weather radar actually. Let me go to the present. Let's see. Yeah. And we'll literally just put the weather radar up. I'll continue to watch on the monitor what's going on. But here, let me make sure this is good. Yeah, there's the weather radar. I'll just full screen
Sweet.
that real quick. And you can see the red dot is the test site. It's sort of like between where Mary is and the test site. And just have that little line of rain coming through. This is what we were looking at here. And hopefully,
it's going west, right?
Yeah, it's going in off of the Gulf. It's going from the east to the west, and this is the rain that's hitting Mary right now. That little bit of weather. Oh, there was an update. So still have some rain, but at least it's backed off just a little bit. Again, we can't see we don't have any visibility right now. As soon as we do, Mary will bring that back up. But that is what we're dealing with down in Boca Chica, is that rain system. Nighttime coming through was buffeting the camera around, getting the lens wet. Mary actually had to completely button up the vehicle so that she didn't get soaked and the equipment in the vehicle didn't get soaked. So that's where we are with that.
Dan Vitale, new member, thanks for joining up. Miroslav Doiknov, thank you for the €4. Hopefully I did not butcher your name too horribly. And Mark Steven, thank you for the $8 Australian. Mark says, total respect to you all. Staying up all night to cover this, much appreciated. Well, dude, your viewing is also much appreciated. Thank you for watching. We really appreciate it. And thank you for the super chat. Ooh, can you tell I'm getting tired? I'm forgetting my thing, my proper things.
Forgetting the things.
Oh man, the what are those sticks? Like I don't know what to call those. The sticks that are projected out from each individual storm blob to show like where they're moving and how fast, what direction. Like that is so useful. I don't know if I've noticed that before ever.
I look at that a lot whenever we're doing the weather predictions here. So, but that's what we're dealing with. Again, the little red dot right here. That dot is the test site, sort of where Mary's sitting. With this scale, it's probably covering Boca Chica Village and the test site. But if you zoom in, I'm not exactly sure where I got that dot tonight. Let's see. That should be at the test site. If the rain would go away for just a second. Show me the road. Yeah, that's actually the dot right there is at the test site. Then Boca Chica Village is over this way. But once you zoom out to this scale to sort of get the big view of what's going on, you can see, getting hit with a little bit of rain there.
Marcus in chat asking Das, what would you say has been your most amazing space media experience that you've had? He says he knows you. He says he knows you've had some amazing Delta IV interviews. What is your highlight? It's hard to pick favorites, right? It's like pick your favorite child, and then you're like, I can't do that.
Yeah. But, every single one of them is exciting. Every time you go out there, there's just an adrenaline rush, especially when you're operating a live camera and the launch and the countdown's happening. You got to make sure everything's working, and you're talking about what's going on. You're pointing the camera over here. Every single time we get out there to do a stream it's an event. It's a really cool thing. It's literally an adrenaline. And afterwards, every single time you come out the other end of it, there's a serious adrenaline crash. and you get back to the
Oh,
hotel
yeah.
room, the Airbnb,
Oh, yeah.
whatever it is, and you're just like still wired, but you're completely emotionally drained. I haven't been to an event where it's just like, man, whatever, all right, okay, I'm bored.
Nope.
Every single one of them feels that way. So
It's
I
like
mean,
a
there was
roller
some,
coaster, right?
yeah, there's some really cool stuff that we've been able to capture, like the Falcon Heavy launches and CR-16 that came down, and we had that spiraling crash, or not crash, but sort of soft landing into the ocean. Then it fell over, or we didn't actually see what went on with that one, but it was just so many different things. But every single time you go out there, it's an event. It is an event, and it drains you every single time. So I can't say that I have one specific thing that's cool. I guess like a specific non-launch event that happened. We were out there doing Parker Solar Probe, right? And we got a lot of really cool access from United Launch Alliance. They let us stay there during the roll, and we were live streaming the whole time. And they brought over experts from Northrop Grumman who were interviewing us with a rocket in the or interviewing us. We were talking to with a rocket in the background, and a bunch of really cool stuff. But we were up at the press site just in between events, right? Not really anything going on, and we were testing some gear, just getting it set up. And the PR contact for NASA at the press site there came up and said, "Hey, do y'all want to do an interview?" And we had our camera set up. We were just testing stuff. What do we know? We were just streaming it on Twitch then, and we had a little shotgun microphone, a little camera, a little tripod. And they said, "Oh, do you want to do an interview?" And we said, "Sure. All right, that sounds good." And so they brought over like the number 3 person in NASA or something like that. And he gives us this exclusive interview talking about Parker Solar Probe. He's putting on sunglasses and this whole thing. And we're like, wait a second, what? What do you mean? It's the coolest thing, just out of the blue. And the other news networks, right? Like Fox and CNN, their camera crews start lining up behind us to get the next interview with the guy, right? And when he was done talking to us, he's like, all right, I'm done. I got to go. And all the actual big networks didn't get the stand up interview like that. Just we did. So, in terms of a wacky, sort of unexpected thing that happened, that was kind of cool. Like, oh, no,
That's
sorry, too
awesome.
busy. Yeah. That was,
Seriously.
yeah, that was cool.
Uh,
Yeah, I was lit
You
up
gotta
like a
love-
kid on Christmas. Yeah, exactly.
you gotta love when you scoop, when you kind of get the scoop like that. You're like, oh, scoop you.
Yeah. I'm going to see if I can find the clip on that or something. Again, we're waiting for the weather to pass. We lost visibility to the test site out at Boca Chica, and Jack and I are just sort of hanging out. Mary is hunkered down in the car right now, but we do not have the video feed. We don't have visibility over to the area. And I'll see if I can't find that clip. I know it's in there. I know I have a highlight. It was like 15 minutes or something like that. Did it explode? We haven't seen the test article in a couple minutes here now. Let's see here. That was probably, yeah, that's probably like almost coming up on 10 minutes now that we haven't been able to see it because of the rain going through the area. But as soon as that rain passes, we'll see if we can't get that camera back up and see if we can see what the fate, if any, has transpired for 7.1. We'll check in with Mary again as well.
As you can see, we've got a localized band of green stuff coming in with a little bit of yellow stuff. We got some red stuff inside the yellow stuff, but most of that red stuff's going to steer clear of the brown and green lower near the blue there. Now, you can see that the red and the yellow are inside the green, so that the green is not going to touch the red. If the green touches the red, we're going to have a bad time. Now, if you look near K-Bro there, that is where we do not...
Did you run out of steam, K? I was waiting
Yeah,
to
yeah.
hear what was happening at K-Bro. Jeez.
I don't know. I petered out hard there.
And I've pinged Mary over there in the back channel to see what the status is. Hopefully the rain is clearing up and we'll be able to reestablish visual shortly here.
Sure enough. Thanks for hanging in there, everybody. And honestly, Mary, trooper, thank you.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Legend, the myth, the legend, the Mary.
The Mary. The Mary, the myth, the legend. Is that how it goes?
There you go. There you go. That's as usual. You've taken my stupid joke and improved it significantly.
That's all I can do, man, is turn around other people's content. Like...
I hate the word. I hate it. I hate it. But I'm going to repeat it here. It's like a Disney. It's a Disney term. You plus it, and all it means is to make something better, like to add to something. But to plus it. Oh God.
Plus it.
It just makes me grind my teeth. Like, oh no, yeah, we're gonna plus it up. We're gonna plus that up.
Oh,
no, don't. It's like corporate speak. Anyways, I digress.
Who came up with that? What we needed a
Disney.
faster
Literally,
way to say.
I think that's a Walt Disneyism. But I'm gonna Google it. Go talk about something while I Google it.
Oh geez, I'm scrolling through old VODs. There's Parker Solar Probe in the background. Let's see if I can find that.
Yeah, it's a Disney. It's Walt Disney coin plus it, which honestly, in the context, makes me think Disney Plus. Ugh, it makes that name. It makes that name better, and I don't want that name to be made better because I don't like Disney. Have I made that clear? Don't subscribe to Disney Plus. They're terrible. Their content. I do not. My opinions do not represent the opinions of NASASpaceflight.
Here, I actually got this. I'm going to bring this up real quick. We'll leave the weather radar up as well, but here's the clip over on Twitch of our interview with Jim Green, the chief scientist of NASA. And we were literally just testing out our camera gear. I'm not going to play the audio, but we were testing out the camera gear. And we're like, oh, wait a second. I don't know. Put the banner behind us. Just point the camera this way with the door in the background. But this was really cool that he just walked over and he's wearing his sunglasses and he's like taking he did the whole thing. He's ready. He's got his, I'm ready to go to the sun or whatever. So
yeah, he's comfortable. He's comfortable on camera too. And that's the thing is he knows that your audience and that your coverage is going to convey the message and the excitement. And that's not the kind of canned interview that you would receive, the same sort of canned press release over and over and over again that you would do over and over for each individual news junket coming through or whatever, what have you. So that's neat. That's a really, really neat thing. I'm going to have to, did you throw the link in chat? I'm going to have to bookmark it.
Yeah, I can. One of the biggest compliments I can get is somebody that's been on the show that we interviewed or whatever saying that was fun. Because I think a lot of the times in an interview or whatever, having fun is not really the thing. It's like, oh, I'm here to convey information to this news person who has a microphone, right? And one of the biggest compliments that I can get is somebody saying, wow, that was a lot of fun. I want to do that again. I enjoyed that. It's a massive compliment when people say that. So Mary saying it's still pouring. We're going to check in on the feed really quickly and see what we can get. Just 1 second.
Everybody do your best reverse rain dance. I don't know what that looks like. I don't know if
whatever that looks like.
Tell the green with the yellow and red to go away. We maybe a little bit of green. Okay, fine. None of that yellow, none of that red. Go away. Oh,
yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, there we go.
Bingo.
We've got the feed back.
Bingo bango.
7.1 is still standing, not seeing any venting. But Mary, we do see 7.1 right now. It's still raining, but we've got a visual back on the tank. So thank you for checking in with us there.
Does it have dents? I can't
It
quite
has
tell.
dents, Jack. Yeah.
Oh, poop.
It looks like it has dents. The lower dent and the upper dent have seemingly reappeared.
Well,
Seems
maybe
like a bummer.
it seems like maybe SN7.1 lives another day.
Yeah, or at least to today, because it's already like 5 a.m.
I wonder if they would just like pop it during, because in my head it's like day over. They have to try again tomorrow. But guess what, Jack? Guess what, Sleepy Jack? It is tomorrow.
Yeah.
Like,
That
but they've been doing their testing at night because of beach closure restrictions. So question mark. I don't think they can pop it during the day.
yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think at this point, if the dents have reappeared, there's no activity from the tank farm. It's looking pretty likely that the test isn't going to happen today. What do you think? Or, I mean, the test isn't happening in this window, should we say it that way?
I mean, do we think that they could do it in under 40 minutes?
From depressurized, I don't know.
But I mean,
I
the
mean,
roadblock is still up, right, Mary?
yeah, we'll check in with Mary. Let's see. I mean, I'm sure
And the
she would have told
conditions
us. Yeah.
conditions seem to be improving. So I don't know how long it would take them to do it, but my gut is that until the roadblock is removed, I mean, it's just this is a case study in sunk cost fallacy.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
mean, come on, man. You can do a case study on this stream.
Now
Oh, what is sunk
we'll
cost
ask the
fallacy?
authoritative source. Well, let's see if Mary has eyes on the roadblock. Here,
She
she's
says
saying,
it is, but vehicle headed to the pad.
yeah,
I don't know what that means. I don't know how to parse that in terms of how to behave.
yeah. Let's
It
see
might
what we
be.
get here if we get another caravan going to the pad.
Yeah.
Again, Mary's call. Mary said she's staying up for the sunrise. So if she is out there, we will certainly keep the feed up. But there goes the
Darn
vehicle to
tootin'.
the pad.
Yep, look at that. I love that there's like the 8-second delay or whatever it is, just so that Mary can seem psychic.
Yeah.
She's like, I bet there will be lightning now. And then it's like,
Yeah, multiple vehicles. There's one with blinky lights on it. Mary is
road's
reporting
open.
that the road is open.
Yup.
Yep.
Yup.
Welp.
Welp.
If they've removed the roadblock, that is we got a depressurized tank. We see the dents in it, knowing there's no pressure in it. No frost, no tank farm activity. Not really seeing any indication that anything interesting. Cars approaching the pad, so the pad's not even clear. And if the roadblock is open, Mary saying road is open, that looks like that is the end of the testing for tonight. Even though they have another 39 minutes in the window. It looks like they've called it for the evening.
Yeah, I mean, they went back to the pad earlier and they left the roadblock up. So it stands to reason that if they were going to, continue doing anything tonight, the roadblock would stay up even if they were going to the pad. So roadblock being down is kind of telltale.
Yeah.
And at the same time, I'm like, but there's 40 minutes left, but there's 38 minutes left, but it's like, roadblock's down.
Yeah.
So that's kind of how that works, right?
And it is a distinct possibility. I mean, we had loss of visual on it for a good 15 to 20 minutes at the least. And so it is quite possible that they progressed with the testing in some way and had something go on while we couldn't see it. So they could have had a minor leak or failure somewhere. I don't know that that's the case, because when we lost visual, we really weren't seeing it getting frosty. We weren't really seeing venting from the vehicle itself. We were just seeing some tank farm activity. So it's certainly possible something happened when we couldn't see it, but we'll have to see. Maybe tomorrow we'll get some information from Elon or something like that, letting us know what happened tonight. But for now, I believe that is the end of our possibility for testing this evening, if I had to call it.
Yep.
Should we?
I would say I would be in agreement with that.
Yeah. And Mary's
See what
saying
Mary-
it's over. Yeah, it's over. We'll have to wait and see if they finish the test to tomorrow. But there's not any other information we're going to get from here, even with the road, or especially with the road being open. The late breaking super
Alrighty.
chats there, Don Terralio. You missed us watching the tank for a very long time and then seeing some testing occur, but not actually a pop. We appreciate the 10 CHF. And it looks like SN7.1 will live to pop another day. Alex Jackson tossing another 5 Australian saying, shame on the no pop, but thanks for bringing this history in the making to us. We appreciate you there, Alex. We're able to do it because y'all keep showing up and watching and being a part of the community. So thank you so much. And then Brendan Gleason as well, pushing one in under the wire there. Get some rest now, folks. You can't watch tanks if you're dead. Nice.
They failed at failing. I just realized they failed
at failing. Or they succeeded at failing, or I don't know what they did. Anyways, folks.
They succeeded at failing at failing. It's like throwing a rock in the ground. They failed at failing. Oh, I've been up too long.
Let's go ahead and call it here, Jack, so we can get Mary packed up. Turn off the live stream. I need to get some shut eye. It's 6:24 a.m. here. My wife is probably up because she's going to have to go to work in just a little bit here. So hopefully I did not keep her up by talking and yelling at tanks all night long. But we'll go ahead and call the live stream for now, y'all. I'm not sure we know what the test will be, but we will certainly maybe do some tweets or something if there's going to be a test window tonight that is coming up in, geez, what?
Ow, my head.
12, 15 hours from now. We're not sure if SpaceX will attempt that again, but as soon as we get more information, we will let y'all know. Again, always follow on Twitter at NASASpaceflight is the main account, and that is the best place to find out what's going on. Also, you can follow Mary. You will probably see some pictures or videos sort of stuff by following her over at Boca Chica Gal on Twitter, at Boca Chica Gal. Jack Beyer, the real Jack. What's the whole Twitter there?
It's just the Jack Beyer.
The Jack Beyer, not the real. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I'm just gonna throw in a link in chat. There's my Instagram if you want just basically my photos and all that. I got some cool SN5 or SN6 shots on there. So
excellent,
Instagram, woo, that's a tingle.
Yeah, neon heat disease on Instagram. And then over here, I'm John Galloway with NASA Spaceflight. You may know me as DOS over on Twitch. You hear people call me DOS all the time. And I am on Twitter as K Space Academy. Dude, Kerbal Space Academy is me. K Space Academy is the handle. But for now, we're going to go ahead and shut this down. A very eventful and uneventful evening of watching tanks here on Texas Tank Watchers. Appreciate
Horse Winnie.
Yeah, Horse Winnie. Horse Winnie.
We just say Horse Winnie.
I've given up on whinnying like a horse, and we just say, wait. Well, the cars are all leaving. What? Yeah, but the road's open.
Wait. What if it closes again?
No.
What if it closes 5:30? What if it closes again? They got 30 minutes left.
There's no way. Ask Mary. How many cars went to the pad, and did they all come back? Oh, should have done the outro a little faster.
Darn it, we didn't count cars.
Let's see if the roadblock doesn't immediately go back up or something. Well, Mary can make the call on that, but I think it's still the end here.
I think you're right.
Those cars just came on the camera at the exact wrong time.
yeah, seriously.
It's ridiculous.
They just constantly have been mashing that confused media button tonight, right? Oh man.
So. They're watching the stream. Yeah, okay. All right.
Just has another vehicle heading to the pad. Yeah, that's that.
All right. So we'll go ahead and call it again, y'all. Thank you so much for joining us here. I see some people, 7 hours for nothing. Definitely not nothing. We had a lot of fun hanging out with y'all. Hopefully we shared some stuff. Hopefully you learned some stuff as well. But this is the NASA Spaceflight team signing off from Boca Chica, Texas. Be on the lookout on Twitter for when the next live stream will occur. We'll let you know what that's going to be when we get more information on the continued test schedule for Starship SN7.1 down there with SpaceX. For now, we're going to roll that beautiful outro video, that beautiful outro footage, and we will see you nerds later. Thanks again, and massive, one more time, thanks to Mary for making these live streams happen from Boca Chica.
Chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, roll, Atlantic. Flight outside SE off.
Yikes. You bet. Concur. We don't need any more of these.
See, the end of that video is what a pop might have looked like, which is why we sat here for 7 hours.
Yep.
Go home, people. It's the end of the video.